Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. In the clear sky, many sharp needles were flying. Even after 10 years, the hero could not forget that sight. A gray eye looked up, blades that blocked the sky like an iron cloud. The boy looked up in surprise, and how they fell to the ground like a deadly rain. People ran past the boy screaming. Was this a punishment for humanity carried out by the heavens themselves? If so, then God is no better than the devil. A cry was heard from among the green trees that it was ready. The guy was holding a camera, saying that they were starting the broadcast. The guy with the mohawk pointed his finger and greeted the people, saying that he was Ilum, who would destroy everyone. He had news that they would definitely appreciate. A brunette appeared next to him, waving her hand. The guy said that they had a joint broadcast with a very special guest. The hero held the camera in surprise when he heard Hanul being asked if it was her first time streaming. The girl replied that yes, that's why she was a little nervous. The heroes were talking to each other. Popular professions change with time and circumstances. Even if the world is half destroyed by monsters, it doesn't stop you from making money. Ilum hung on the guy's pumped up arm with a smile. Monster streamer, or MS for short, that's how this profession came about. The brown-haired man held the camera intently. People who lost their families to monsters. A man was sitting at a laptop. Another one was standing with a phone in the subway. Ordinary people who are unable to fight are very interested in monster hunters, so they support the MS they like and watch them. There was a broadcast with comments on the screen. Of course, not all MS become popular. For example, him. Ilum smiled, saying that they promised the viewers a hot dance from Hanul when they finish hunting. The girl asked not to disconnect. Be sure to subscribe, like and press the bell. The hero looked at them in surprise, asking again, a hot dance. He looked down, thinking that they were doing everything possible to increase the rating. The guy with the mohawk waved his hand, saying that then they begin the hunt. He pointed his finger and told him to look there. The hero turned and cursed mentally. A gray monster was sleeping under the tree. The hero recognized any simian. The gray monkey-like beast growled. Ilum put his hands on his hips, saying that they must be disappointed that they chose someone's star monster. Let them look around. The hero looked at the camera, hearing that there was not a single hunter nearby. The brunette smiled. Words were heard that Hanul was an ordinary person. Pointing his finger, the streamer said that now the question is, how many hunters are there in Korea who can solo defeat a one-star monster? Hanul raised her hand with a smile, saying that she knows 86 people. Ilum smiled proudly, confirming and said that this number will change today. He will update it. Pointing her finger, the girl coquettishly offered to cheer for MS. The man confidently walked forward, saying that they will destroy any simian. The commentators wrote that they have gone crazy. The guy looked at him in surprise, thinking that he can destroy this monster without the help of another hunter. The hunter angrily turned around and shouted at him to follow him, should he get up. The guy with the camera told Ilum that this is too much. He frowned and asked again with displeasure. The hero continued that he did not have enough fighting power to fight without other hunters. Besides, the monster is simply huge. Frowning, the dark-haired man continued, besides, didn't he get drunk yesterday? The hunter shouted at him to shut up. Looking at him with displeasure, he asked what he knew about hunting anyway. The dark-haired man became agitated, thinking that it seemed he couldn't be convinced. Hanul clenched her fist, confidently saying that such a monster wouldn't even be able to scratch their MS. Ilum smiled, saying that it was a good observation, they would see for themselves now. The commentators simply laughed at him. The hero thought with displeasure that he didn't like this idea. Ilum smiled and suggested that Gang Shik appreciate it. This was a talent bestowed upon him by the heavens themselves. He had never dreamed of such a thing. A fireball flickered in the hunter's palm. Fiery rays swirled around. Holding the fireball in his hands, the hunter used his fire power. The ball glowed brighter and brighter, a power that is not given to every person. Gang Shik looked at the screen, thinking that he was right, he had no talent. People who had no talent had no chance against the monster. This world was cruel to people like him. The guy with the fire in his hand laughed. With a bright flash, he threw a fireball at the beast. Any simian bared his sharp teeth. A blinding explosion shot up. Thick clouds of smoke were all around. Ilum grinned. The hero looked surprised. Happily raising her hands, Hanul exclaimed that MS was really cool. Showing off her muscles, the hunter walked away from the explosion, asking how they liked it. He knows this is the first time they have seen such power. He turned to the girl and offered to drink at night. She hissed and asked what if they found out. Suddenly, an enraged monster jumped out of the fire at them. Gang Shik shouted in fear to the guy, warning that there was a monster behind him. Ilum turned around. Any simian growled with his eyes glowing. The hunter knocked the girl down, protecting her from the attack. The brown-haired man opened his mouth in shock, thinking that this was the end. They were all dead. Hanul was shaking, asking in fear what to do. Let him get up and do something. MS replied that he couldn't. On the broadcast screen, you could see the monster opening its mouth with a roar. The commentators laughed, saying that they were expecting this, only one tried to calm them down. Running away, Ilum pushed the girl away, ordering her to move. She stretched out her hand in fear while the monster attacked from behind. A powerful blow with a paw threw her aside. The guys screamed, looking at this. A shadow flashed in the red haze. Simeon's eyes glowed red. Ilum turned around in fear, asking what was happening, and then ran, trying to escape from the attacking beast. The screen showed his frightened face and the order for the guy to distract him. The commentators continued to laugh. Running past the cameraman, the hunter told him to be bait, but he replied that he should be it himself. Gang Shik angrily looked at the guy and shouted where he was going, let him fight. The broadcast showed how the MS guy cowardly ran away. The commentators laughed, saying that the cameraman was running fast. Simeon jumped on the guy with the camera from above. Gang Shik turned around in fear, noticing him, and swore. Running away, Ilum turned to the hero and thanked him for his help. Gang Shik was shocked to hear that he would never forget the precious time spent with him, and thought that he decided to use him as bait. Opening the car door, the hunter said that it was better for him, the future hunter, to survive than for a mediocrity like him. Just don't let him be offended. The surprised brown-haired boy was attacked by a monster, who exclaimed that this was his excuse. Gang Shik turned around in fear. He remembered his dad stroking his head, saying that God was always watching over him, God would protect him. The boy looked at his dad and asked, really? God was protecting him? He had to believe. In the present, the hero gritted his teeth. He jumped back, trying to dodge the swift attack, and thought, then why doesn't he believe in anything now? From the blow, he slid along the ground, thinking that they say that when it's time to die, there's light all around. Simeon's huge body loomed over him. Gang Shik remembered his father, telling him that there is no God in this world. The look in his gray eyes became surprised. A blue window appeared against the background of the paw, in which it was written about one spectator. The guy, surrounded by radiance, jumped, dodging the blow of the paw, and then landed behind, not understanding what was happening. How did he do it? Looking at his hand in surprise, he wondered what kind of inscription it was. The blue window informed him that the god was very surprised. Gang Shik read it in amazement, repeating in his mind, is the god surprised? He frowned, thinking that he was probably dreaming. He did not understand. His thoughts were interrupted by a new attack from the growling monster. The beast with glowing eyes made a surprised sound, and then turned, looking to the side. Gang Shik quickly hid behind a tree behind. Looking to the side, the hero thought that he could not read his movements. Now was not the time to be distracted by something. The fanged monster was approaching. The guy thought that if it hit him, he would be finished. A sign appeared nearby offering to bring popcorn. Gang Shik, standing behind the tree, clenched his teeth, saying that this god, and also popcorn in such a situation, did that mean he was just watching, seeing how people died? There was a backpack on the hero's back. He looked at it carefully. Opening the backpack, he saw a lot of weapons and asked, where did they get so many? And then he remembered how Ilum threw him a backpack, saying that he needed support, let him take it. Looking at the items, he said that at least the hunter took care of him here. The monster turned around, hearing the guy call out to him. A spear was flying at him. The weapon bounced off the surprised beast's body. He cannot die until he kills this monster with his own hands. Flying from above, Gang Shik swung his shovel. Moreover, from a monster like him. Gritting his teeth, he shouted angrily. The blow of the shovel left a bright mark. However, the monkey-like monster made a questioning sound. Reality, these are not fairy tales. Looking at him, the guy asked, did it not work? The monster raised a huge boulder over his head. Swinging his hand, the hero offered to fight, but he was knocked off his feet by an attack with a stone. Gang Shik turned his angry gaze, thinking, is there any way? He remembered doing the exercise on the machine, thinking that since he had no ability, he tried his best. He trained every day to survive. Then he remembered sitting in front of the screen, thinking that he studied and learned the hunter's strategies all night. Gang Shik ran away from the roaring monster. The inscription said that the god was applauding him. The guy screamed, what does applauding have to do with it? His gaze was determined. He didn't have time to worry about hallucinations now. He couldn't defeat the monster now. He only had one chance. Turning around, the guy gritted his teeth. The huge monster was approaching, and the guy mentally ordered the monkey to catch up. The fanged monster's eyes were glowing. Determined, Gang Shik screamed in response to the roar. A bright flash of attack threw him back. Landing behind, the hero looked at the beast's rear, thinking that this was the part of its body where he could definitely strike. Clutching the spear in his hands, he decided that now. With a wild look, Gang Shik swung and thought that here. A bright flash illuminated the pierced rear of the monster. Opening his mouth, he screamed. With a roar, he turned to the guy. Clutching the weapon, Gang Shik thought that this opportunity should not be missed. The monkey's eyes glowed yellow. The guy with the bloody spear cried out militantly. A bright cut mark appeared on the monster's body. The weapon pierced its body. Frowning, the guy screamed. The fanged monster opened its mouth. Blood splashed with a wish for death. On the ground lay a camera. On the screen, the broadcast with the defeated monster continued. The commentators were surprised that the cameraman killed it. Fingers touched the fur. Gang Shik leaned over, breathing heavily. He looked very exhausted. The guy fell to the ground next to the beast. He stared into space, saying that he couldn't believe that this wasn't a dream. Besides, he felt his strength getting stronger. A message appeared in front of him saying that the god was satisfied with the result. Gang Shik looked at it in surprise. He thought in amazement that after all, he had become stronger because of this sign. The window said that the god had called another god. He had a new guest. There were 2 spectators. Gang Shik stood up, looking at it in surprise. The sign said that the god was laughing and greeting him. There were 3 spectators. The guy thought, what a god. The book had information about the giant monkey Simian, the 1-star monster, an ordinary monster with a monkey face, only its size is larger than usual. No special skills except for strong vitality and endurance. The best option for beginners, but it can kill a beginner. Gang Shik was breathing heavily next to the monster. The broadcast commentators were surprised that the cameraman defeated the beast. Touching his fingers to the keyboard, the man asked, is this possible for a simple person? The girl looked at the screen, saying that let them say that this is fake, this is impossible, right? Sweat was running down the guy's face. Words were heard that the cameraman fought Simian and won. The guys gathered around the screen. One of them asked, seriously, he is really not a human. We need to post this online immediately. Gang Shik was lying on the ground, while the viewers were discussing that this will definitely make a noise because this is a phenomenon. The guy looked at the screen in surprise. There were comments from viewers who said that he was hot and this was amazing. Gang Shik turned around, thinking, what is this? Seriously? Sitting next to the defeated beast, he mentally asked, was all this broadcast? The hero picked up the camera. The screen said that 8321 people were watching him. He thought it was 3 times more than usual. Gang Shik frowned, realizing that this was definitely not a dream. He looked up to see a blue message that he had 3 viewers. The blue window was floating against the sky. The guy thought, they are gods, let them not make me laugh. Are they also watching MS? Looking at his palm, the hero thought that as the number of viewers increased, he felt stronger. Holding the screen, he thought about what was written there. Looking at the front camera, Gang Shik said hello and asked, does that mean they saw everything? The commentators confirmed that they saw, he is the killer of Simian, a rescue team will arrive for him soon. The hero thanked everyone, saying that he is glad that they support him. Holding the device, he said that he can't read all their comments because he is a little busy right now. And then he remembered that Ilum abandoned him. He saw 3 cars and thought that the rescue team is finally here. Ilum's hands were cuffed. The hero thought that besides, if it weren't for the audience, it would be bad. Ilum was detained in Seoul. There was a camera on the ground. The guy thought that he had disgraced himself in front of everyone. Let him rot in prison now. The commentator wrote, can he check the girl? Is she alive? Another asked, didn't she die? And the third wrote that it was all Ilum's fault. Gang Shik's eyes opened wide. He remembered how Han-Nul was. Turning his head, he remembered the place where she was pushed. Noticing the girl's body lying, he thought that she should be there. Pressing his lips, he thought that then, maybe. Blue Windows reported that the gods advised to run away from there. The gods were worried about his actions. God asks him to stop. Looking at the green crowns, the guy thought that people who call themselves gods are no different from the people spectators. The camera broadcast the lying girl. The commentators asked what he was doing now. Apparently he wanted to check on her, a noble act. Approaching the girl, Gang Shik thought that they thought it was funny and said that the current situation was not suitable for broadcasting. The brunette was lying on the ground. The hero thought she was dead. After the attack of Simian, there seemed to be no blood. Several windows appeared nearby, in which it was written that some gods were staring, some gods were worried, some gods were excited. The guy mentally asked, what kind of reaction is this? Shifting his gaze, he thought that she was alive. Looking at the approaching cars, Gang Shik thought that the rescue team had finally arrived. Further actions should be left to specialists. The wheel stopped. The car door opened. Rescuers in uniform with gas masks ran out, telling them to quickly act according to the operation. One of the rescuers approached the guy and asked if he was Gang Shik. He confirmed. The rescuer shook the guy's hand, saying that he was surprised. Did he really defeat the monster? Holding the camera in his hands, the hero said that he was just lucky, and thought to himself that if he told him everything, he would hardly believe it. The man in the protective suit said that he was lucky. He is very athletic. Let him film so that it does not interfere with their work. The hero said that he will be careful. Looking at the rescue team, Gang Shik thought that this filming, maybe this is a chance. Now the task is to remove his body. Holding the camera, the guy said that the rescuers have arrived. As a former cameraman, he will continue filming. The screen showed men surrounding the monster. A scream was heard that he is still alive. Let them start shooting after the signal. The man sitting next to the girl raised his hand, calling his comrades to provide first aid. Gang Shik looked at the screen and said that he will explain for new viewers. The rescuers were dealing with the monster's body. The hero said that the main goal of the rescue team was to extract the core inside the anti-simian monster. The men looked at the body. One of them said that he had found it. It was only in the monster's body, an unknown substance that was the source of its power. The man took out the core with a tool. The guy explained that if the core was not removed, the monster would be reborn. It could be completely killed if the core was removed. Commentators wrote that at least they explained it this way. Someone asked how Han-Nul was doing. Turning in that direction, the brown-haired man replied that the rescuers were already there and heard a scream. The masked rescuer fell face down. A window appeared that one of the gods was laughing. The next one reported that one of the gods had brought popcorn. A strange purple substance was rising from the brunette's mouth and eyes. The same was coming from under the mask of the screaming rescuer. There were splashes of purple liquid everywhere. Red eyes appeared among the purple goo. A three-eyed semi-liquid thing stood nearby. The guy thought it was a monster again. The purple monster looked at him with red eyes. Gang Shik thought hard, was it toxic? The monster's body was dripping with purple liquid. A monster with 1 star controls deadly poisons. Purple tentacles reached out to the girl. He hides under the wounded and poisons everyone who approaches the body, thus increasing the number of his victims. He is a very cunning and dodgy monster. Rescuers in helmets and masks saw him. One asked when the toxic managed to hide here. He waved his hand, ordering them to take out the core and throw the victims. Pointing his finger at his comrade, he ordered them to stop panicking and follow the instructions. They had probably seen so many deaths from monsters that what was happening was nothing new to them. The man was clutching the red crystal of the core in his hand. Gang Shik looked resolutely, saying that he would not give up either. He opened his backpack, thinking that he could save Han-Nul and the man. He pulled out a gas torch, thinking that would do the trick. Sparks of flame flew out of the torch. The monster looked at him and wheezed. Turning away, he tried to escape, and Gang Shik shouted at him to try his favorite fire. Toxic's red eyes widened. The man in the hazmat suit asked what he was doing. He was going to burn the corpses, so why would they return them to their families? Gang Shik turned around and shouted that instead of giving up and waiting for them to become real corpses, it would be better to save them now. The guy ran to the car, thinking that he didn't know why he had suddenly decided to be a hero, but he had to do something. He would need the fire extinguisher from the rescue vehicle. Gang Shik held the fire extinguisher, thinking that the outsiders were spirit-type monsters whose main food was the human spirit. The toxic would kill slowly to squeeze as much energy out of the victims as possible. Gang Shik strapped the camera to his shoulder, thinking that if they neutralized the poison, they could save them. With the fire extinguisher in his hands, he ran forward. The camera was hanging on his shoulder. Gang Shik did not know how to give up and do nothing. He had already calculated everything, and he had set one specific goal for himself. His brows were drawn together in concentration. He was thinking he would use this chance to get to the top of MS. A purple monster was broadcast on the screen. The commentators wrote that the cameraman wanted to jump into the fire. Let him save this broadcast to watch again. The hero ran to the burning toxic. He imagined the silhouette of a monster with sharp spikes in the fire, and to avenge his parents. A simple cameraman without a normal MS cannot do anything for revenge. He had been trying to achieve something for many years, but there was not a single place where he would be taken seriously. There is nothing to talk about the audience and the influence on people. He was a nobody to the world. Gang Shik raised the hose of the fire extinguisher, but something told him that here it was, his opportunity to prove himself. He thought that he was ready to take a step. Directing the fire extinguisher at the flames, he thought that the wisdom of the weak says to become stronger. Turning to the camera, the brown-haired guy shouted to the crowd that he knew he looked crazy for starting a fire, but fire was the toxic's weakness. He asked them not to panic. Gritting his teeth from the strain, he put out the fire, saying that fire neutralizes poison, the toxic's main weapon, and makes them weak and helpless. The purple monster was surrounded by smoke. The guy continued that the fire extinguisher was needed to take advantage of the opportunity to save the victim while the toxic was weak. The hero with the fire extinguisher said that since he could not move or attack, he had only 2 options. Rescuers stood behind him. Gang Shik said that he should abandon the prey and run away or use all his strength for the final throw. Purple tentacles surrounded the lying body. Turning around, the hero said that he chose the second. The brunette arched and coughed. Gang Shik frowned ahead. Han-Nul with white eyes stood up and screamed. Looking at the girl with sharp claws, the guy said that he seemed to think that he could defeat him without poison. Here was a clear example of the typical intelligence of a monster. He decisively held the fire extinguisher hose and shouted at the monster, and then he swung it at the toxic in the girl's body. Hitting the body with the heavy object, Gang Shik exclaimed that he was using a human to fight him. Let him have it. With a blow from the fire extinguisher, he threw the monster back, screaming that he would not get up again. The screaming brunette hit the ground. The system window reported that a certain god was a little stunned by his actions, but most agreed with the hero. Gang Shik turned around grimly, saying that this was the only way. The blue window said that a certain god thought that he was just trying to justify himself. As he approached the lying rescuer, the guy mentally asked himself, what do the gods even know? He hoisted the rescuer's body onto his shoulders. The men in protective suits looked at him. The man sitting at the monitor asked his comrade, hadn't they all died already? He replied that the rescuer was alive. Covered in sweat, Gang Shik said that the heat of the fire had neutralized the poison, and the toxic hadn't had time to suck out all the spirit. He noticed that the fire was growing. Looking at the rising flames, the guy thought that he had to get away from here quickly. Suddenly, he noticed a girl standing behind him. She clenched her teeth angrily. The monster was still in her body. The hero thought, what if she attacks now? He held the fire extinguisher tensely in his hand. A scream was heard. Gang Shik turned around in surprise. Purple tentacles were coming out of the screaming brunette's body. The monster was slipping away from her. Looking at the substance disappearing into the distance, the guy thought that he had decided to escape. Gang Shik brought the bodies of the victims to the rescuers. Some of them were putting out the fire, others were carrying the stretchers. The hero told the viewers that the toxic one had escaped and abandoned his victims. Fortunately, everyone was alive. Holding the camera in his hands, the guy thought that although he had saved 2 people, it was a shame that he had not finished off this monster. Some people do not believe what is happening, but there really are no more monsters. I am sure that he will appear on the news. Looking at the front camera, Gang Shik thanked everyone for watching the reckless cameraman's broadcast. His face was on the screen, saying that Ilum's broadcasts will stop from today. Probably, the news will report about him earlier. Having bowed, the guy said goodbye until they meet again. Commentators wrote words of encouragement to him. Gang Shik managed to impress a lot of viewers. Finally, he got off the ground. Now only forward. The blue window showed information that another god had joined him. God greeted him. There were 4 viewers. There was a light building on the broadcast screen. Words were heard that someone had posted a link to the operator's new channel, MS. The girl was looking at the monitor, saying that yes, just now. The funniest thing is that the link was uploaded to the Ilum website. Gang Shik was smiling, holding a monopod, smiling, greeting the guys. He thought that the Ilum viewers were now his, nothing personal. There was a determined hero on the screen who said that he was starting the broadcast. His fingers touched the keyboard. The book contained information about Toxic, a poisonous monster. There was Gang Shik on the screen, who said hello and said that he was starting the broadcast. The caption said that 8722 people were watching. The guy thought that so many people, for this it was really worth risking his life. Holding the camera, the guy said that he was now near the hospital. The medical examination showed that he was completely fine. The commentators continued the discussion. The blue window said that a certain god was bored to death. A certain impatient god wanted violence. There were 4 viewers. Gang Shik read this in surprise, thinking that he thought there was something wrong with his body, but the doctors found nothing, which was strange. He saw the reporters standing behind the barrier and thought that the reporters were still there. He should avoid them. He didn't want a repeat of yesterday's nightmare. A question was heard. Did he really have superpowers? Did he really defeat any simian with his bare hands? Gang Shik stood in front of the reporters, confused, saying that in a sense, yes. He himself was wondering what was happening to him. The guy peeked out from around the corner, saying that the reporters were following him even at the hospital and had set up camp there. It was time to get out of here. Grabbing his backpack, he ran. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. He exclaimed, denying. There were ruins in front of him. He said in amazement that this was his home. Looking away with displeasure, he said that it looked like monsters had done it. He watched as people ran away, asking where to go now. What kind of monster was this time? The employee at the stretcher told them to take everything they needed and leave. Someone said that they needed help there too. Gang Shik sat down, his head down in sorrow, mentally cursing the monsters for now attacking the city. There were crying girls nearby. The hero thought that this world, where houses were destroyed by monsters, was considered normal. A notification said that a certain god was falling asleep. The god was wondering if there would be a battle. Some impatient god had disconnected. There were 3 spectators. Gang Shik shifted his gaze, thinking that this was the most pressing issue. What kind of spectator gods were these? It was a little strange. Opening the zipper of his backpack, he thought that besides, it seemed that when the number of gods watching decreased, he would lose his power. He thought that the best way to attract the gods' attention was to fight monsters. He imagined a warrior standing next to a dragon's body. Siegfried had killed the dragon and become immortal. He imagined a man on a Pegasus, thinking that Perseus had killed Medusa. There were countless stories of heroes who, with the help of a god, defeated a monster. Gang Shik thought gloomily what would happen to him. The notification said that a certain god was tired. A certain god was annoyed. The word hello was heard. Gang Shik turned around and asked the blonde man if he was the one calling him. He replied that he was and asked why he was sitting here. The blonde boy looked closer and asked if he was sure he was the cameraman. Turning around, the hero replied that he was and thought that he was the man. Joop, the monster streamer. The guy pointed at him, saying that he was the cameraman who killed any simian, right? Hands took out a camera from his bag. A few days ago, Gang Shik was a nameless cameraman, and today, Joop himself, the famous MS, recognized him, so strange. Standing in front of the camera, the blonde said that he accidentally met a famous person who made a splash in the news recently. Pointing at the brunette, he said that he would take a short commercial break, let them not turn off. Gang Shik thought that he was a typical streamer. Joop frowned, calling out to the guy. He looked displeased, saying that he was ready to die, if only to catch monsters and get more views, right? The brunette said that it was not so, and thought to himself that they say the truth. As soon as the camera turns off, the true nature of streamers comes out. The blonde squealed discontentedly. What kind of tone? He knows who he is talking to. He is Joop, the most popular streamer, Joop. Gang Shik tiredly asked what he wanted. The streamer got angry, asking what he said. The brunette asked how many viewers he has now. Confidently putting his hands on his hips, Gang Shik asked, does not understand that the number of viewers is now greater than his. What is he trying to achieve? The older one raised his finger, asking how dare he talk to him like that, remind him that he can't even use superpowers and only pretends to be cool. His popularity was just luck. Gang Shik thought it was true, but not 100%. Pointing his finger, he calmly asked why he shouldn't worry about himself. It seems like commercial breaks are never long. The blonde turned away, saying that they were. Joop turned to his cameraman with a shout, asking displeasedly why he was daydreaming. The commercial was over, so he should have warned him. Let him start over so he could cut it out. Words were heard for him not to be too hard on himself. The viewers wouldn't get bored anyway. Pointing his finger at the camera in his open backpack, the hero said that unlike him, he continued broadcasting. A frightened blonde man was visible on the screen. The commentators laughed at their favorite. A scream was heard demanding that the tablet be handed over. Gang Shik stretched out his hand, thinking that it was awkward. An excited Joop held the gadget in his hands. Gang Shik held the camera, saying that he was an MS operator who always got into trouble. It was quite unexpected to see Joop's real face. The window notified that a certain god had entered the broadcast. There were 4 viewers. The hero's fist glowed blue. Thanks to the blonde, his broadcast attracted gods. It was worth it. Joop pointed his finger, exclaiming that it was just a sarcastic and witty advice from an experienced streamer. This is a small misunderstanding. Gang Shik with a monopod smiled, saying that strategic recommendations exist for a reason. They usually help avoid such misunderstandings. Did he know? The blonde man confusedly replied that he knew, but the hero imagined the image of Toxic and the silhouette of a monster. The vast majority of monsters do not exchange information with each other, but humans not only exchange information, but also create strategies. Although, there are people who prefer to remain silent, and not all monsters can be strategized. Nervously, Joop bit his finger and thought that he should calm down. He would not embarrass himself in front of anyone. The essence of the MS broadcast is to fight monsters. You just need to destroy a few monsters and the audience will be his again. Pushing the dark-haired man with his shoulder, he told him to get out of the way. He will show how a first-class MS works. Gang Shik asked, did he want to kill the monster himself? A glow appeared around the smug blonde's hand. He asked, is he afraid? It is clear, he is a hero only on the screen, but in life he is a coward. Gang Shik with a monopod indifferently wished him luck, thinking that he has a completely simple character, but his skills are obviously a level higher than Ilum. Joop cursed discontentedly. The cameraman filmed him walking forward. The hero thought that perhaps he needed to find the monster that destroyed his house. He thinks that this way he can attract the gods. He has already left, no one is in sight. Gang Shik looked around, thinking that here he can hide anywhere. Suddenly, the guy abruptly turned in the other direction. A brown monster appeared among the rubble. It was muscular and its eyes were glowing. The monster opened its mouth, surrounded by blue lightning. Joop with lightning around his palms turned around, asking if he was too slow. This is the basics of the basics. Gang Shik frowned, shouting that he was behind. The yellow-eyed monster flew at the blonde from above. He said that his patience ran out, and then he screamed in fear, struck by an attack from behind. A heavy stone flew into the back of the blonde's head. Gang Shik frowned, thinking that his own pride had destroyed him. Talented people are so careless. A huge red-haired monster towered over the brunette, who thought that it looked like it was the one who destroyed his house. While fixing the camera on his shoulder, the hero confidently said that didn't he know what happened to his friend's butt. The monster bared its teeth. The hero ran away from it, thinking that even if his strength had increased, he couldn't say what exactly he had improved at. The window notified that there were 4 viewers. The hero ran to a dilapidated church building, thinking that he needed cover to protect himself from the monster's attacks. With a determined look, the brown-haired man ran forward. Joop held his head, saying what a shame. Where did any Simeon and that kid go? Suddenly, he turned around, asking what that roar was. The blonde ran to the same building, shouting not to tell him that they were really fighting. He opened the door, asking if he was alive. Suddenly, Joop's gaze became shocked. Gang Shik was standing next to the monster struck by the cross. A question was heard, how is he? When the hero turned around, it became clear that he was stained with blood. His lips stretched into a smile. He asked, did God help him? A wooden cross stood near the wall. There was a crack at its base. The monster screamed loudly. He took out an object from his eye. Then he looked around. The guy hid behind a column, thinking that he had lost it, but it would not be for long. He needed to think of something else. Gang Shik carefully looked out. He noticed the cross and decided that this would do. The monster turned around when it heard the hero's scream. Raising its muzzle, it saw him above, holding a large cross. Gang Shik managed to grab it in his hands and jumped on the enemy. As he fell, he screamed if it was him that it was looking for. Someone ran inside, wondering if they were really fighting. The blonde opened the front door wide. His mouth dropped open in surprise. Gang Shik stood in front of the defeated monster. He turned around when he heard someone behind him. This should prove that his victories were not a fluke. The blonde was indignant, shouting at the hero why the hell did he use the cross, but he only cared about the public's reaction. On the screen was a graph showing the rise in revenue and the overall balance. The graphs are going up. The desperate story of an ordinary person with no abilities. There is nothing more exciting than this. Holding the camera in his hands, Gang Shik said that he managed to survive this time too. This time, it was easier due to the increase in the viewers of the gods. He was broadcasting live, saying that isn't it all thanks to their support. Let them stay with them and watch the progress of the MS operator. His comrade touched his shoulder when new reports appeared that a certain god was interested in him. A certain god asks if there is a plan, another was amazed at the shamelessness. The blonde guy angrily pointed at the hero, saying that he was just distracted. That monkey wouldn't have done anything to him anyway. Continuing to point at Gang Shik, the guy with blonde hair said that he had a great idea. They would decide who was stronger. The hero thought about why he would even fight him, but since he started it first. After which a camera appeared in front of the blonde guy. Confused, Gang Shik asked what he was doing. It turns out that the hero was pointing his camera at the guy, acting out that they were fighting monsters together, so why bother? He asked him not to do that, but then smiled and spread his hands, saying that he wanted to invite him to a collaboration hunt. Raising his finger, the blonde guy explained that next week there would be a collaboration hunt with the best MS in Korea. They would determine who was the strongest there. With a smile on his face, the hero asked again about MS, thinking that even if his interlocutor called her the best. Joseph put his hand on his chest and said that he was sure that the other person had heard of her. The hero only asked for her name. A silhouette of a person appeared and new messages saying that a certain god was also interested, and another one greeted him. The total number of viewers was 5. The MS with the most outstanding skills and talents, Soyun. Gang Shik frowned, thinking that if it was really her, then just being able to broadcast with her was already a huge success. He replied that they had agreed. Later, he walked along an empty road. A newspaper stuck to his leg. He looked to the side, saying that this was the place he called Jin Chang. In front of him was a large building, the danger zone of Gimpo Airport. The hero lowered his eyebrows. He remembered how he looked at the destroyed street as a boy. Now he was also looking at the airport. Joop raised his hand and called out to him, asking why he stopped and told him to follow him. Later, they walked past large tents. What equipment? They stopped, and the comrade awkwardly scratched the back of his head, asking to forgive him for being late, sister. The newbie poured into the abandoned building. The girl said with a smile that everything was fine. The guy noticed that her feet did not touch the ground, she was floating. The girl folded her arms across her chest. A real superpower. Using the gift in everyday life, and even more so continuously, takes a monstrous amount of strength. She really is very different from the other MS. Looking at the hero, the girl asked, is he going to stare like that without saying hello? Rude. The blonde looked at Gang Shik with a smile when he apologized. The girl interrupted him, asking, are you an operator MS? And saying that she was MS Soyun. She hoped that he was not a fool and would not call her sister or goddess. Frowning, she decided to get down to business and said that this program lasts 3 days and 2 nights. If he thinks that you can't handle it, let him go home now. Joop opened his mouth in surprise, repeating about 3 days and 2 nights. The hero thought that he had already given up. Extending his hand to the girl, the hero said great. Still holding her hand, he added that he would not let her down. Then they shook hands, and she said that she hoped these are not just words. New messages appeared above the girl's head, saying that a certain god's heart was sweetly cracking. The god was worried and ready to wait. There were people standing near the entrance to one of the tents. 2 days later, the girl stood holding a tablet in her hand. She was definitely different from Joop, with a professional approach and a carefully planned schedule. There was a mannequin nearby with a coat on it. Is it because she is from the army? Then the girl turned to the others, asking if Gang Shik wanted to become a soldier. It suited him. The hero replied that he would think about it. Joop was very surprised to hear from the girl what if she made it so that he would work under her command. But the guy refused, saying thank you for the offer, but he is more of an MS than a soldier. Sitting at the table, the girl said with a smile that she was sorry, she thought that he would agree. Then she folded her hands and said that then they would move on to the plan. The number of Boinals at Gimpo Airport has increased critically. This situation had only recently begun to reach dangerous proportions, so few people knew about it. Joop turned to her with a wide smile, asking if she wanted to monopolize the hunting grounds. But she asked him not to twist her words. She was not trying to monopolize them. So Yoon looked at the blonde with displeasure, saying that a similar statement had been postponed because a thorough investigation was required. Then our hero noted that the investigation was now complete. The girl turned her gaze to him, saying that there were currently about 100 Boinals. Her team had been working non-stop all this time to find out if there were any more unpleasant surprises in this territory. Gang Shik turned to the people behind the cameras, thinking that the cameraman must have a hard time. He remembered the guy with the mohawk on his head, thinking that he remembered how he, too, had to risk his skin when Ilum sent him out to scout. Then he stood on the edge of a cliff, climbing the rocks all alone, looking for those damn bullies, and almost died. Gang Shik looked ahead, saying that he was sure everyone knew that hunting bullies was very dangerous. He pictured several horned animals, saying that it was because of the rampage they cast on each other like a buff on a teammate. The bully itself looked no different from a regular cow or buffalo, but the more of them there were, the harder it was to deal with them. Gang Shik looked askance at his interlocutor, saying that they needed to force them to cast rampage on one bull and take advantage of the opportunity while they were exhausted from casting the buff. And then the blonde said that this was why it was so hard for people without experience to deal with these little ones. Did he even know the real danger of a herd of bullies? With confidence, he turned to the girl, asking if it wasn't better to kill one bully after another with long-range attacks. Thinking that Gang Shik, a bastard with no superpowers, should sit quietly, So Yoon turned to the blonde, saying that it was too slow. If they took them out one by one, other monsters would appear and the situation would become complicated. Then Joop said that one shot from him would kill one bully. It was not a bad strategy if it was related to the firepower of these two. Surely So Yoon herself suggested to Joop that they hunt together. Looking away, So Yoon continued, saying that it would be difficult for Gang Shik to participate in it then. Gang Shik said that it was okay, thinking that he was going to act as bait, but everything had already been decided for him. The collaboration broadcast seemed to have ended, so he would do it his way. During the battle, So Yoon summoned several black spheres. Her gorgeous appearance and hunting ability are two of her main advantages. The two guys were holding their phones. One of them asked if he had seen MS Gang Shik's broadcast. The second was surprised and asked again, was the operator MS there? But is it possible to hunt with the same strategy over and over again? Looking into the camera, our hero said a big thank you to everyone for coming to watch the stream. After which he thought about how unpredictable his broadcasts were. Turning off the camera, he decided that his hunting methods were very different from those of regular MS. This could attract even more viewers. New messages appeared that some god had come on the air, the god lingered and became interested. Turning around, Gang Shik thought that the viewers' gods also wanted something new, and he added out loud that the viewers' gods also wanted something new. So far, there are two big problems. He imagined the heads of animals and auras of different colors, saying that, firstly, these are buffs of the bullies. One bully can't buff itself, but it can easily focus its rampage on another individual. Gang Shik was dragging something heavy across the field at the time, saying that the herd could buff one individual at a time. It was unknown how powerful a monster would be if the rampage of 100 bullies was cast on it. Secondly, due to a recent territorial skirmish with another herd, they were constantly on guard. Raising his head, the hero noted that, as expected, his intuition was correct. And, lifting the door of the plane, he addressed the audience, asking if they were ready to join the hunt with the desperate operator MS. Today's lesson, watch your back. Later, he was already running quickly with the door in his hand. At that moment, the girl attacked the beast. People, don't worry about them, the hero said. The blonde also used his abilities in the fight. So Yoon and Joop are experienced hunters, veterans among veterans. They are doing great. Continuing to broadcast and holding the door, the hero also said that instead of worrying about them, don't they want to worry about their operator MS? Dots of different colors lit up on the animals. System messages indicated an increase in endurance, intelligence, physical strength, frost resistance, and gravity resistance. The buffaloes opened their mouths and roared, increased fire resistance, increased electrical resistance. After which one of them increased in size, the girl shouted for everyone to get ready. Is it dangerous? Covering himself with the door, Gang Shik asked the viewers, wondering why he took this big door. Well, a surprise event. He will send a gift to the viewer who guesses the purpose of this thing. But the prize is one, and it will only go to the one who sends the correct answer first. After which the hero looked at the phone, thinking about the chat rushing at a crazy speed. Will he have time to see? There was a chat window with different messages. Well, do you have the right answer yet? Seeing the answer he needed, he said that there was a winner. The answer is camouflage. The viewer must unsubscribe and leave their email address. Thinking that the polka dot princess is an interesting nickname, raising his head again, the hero said that he would send a buffalo horn as a gift. Unless, of course, he dies. He asked if they wanted to know why camouflage. Several animals gathered in one place. The hero told them that they had put buffs on one buffalo and they themselves were resting behind him. He drew attention to one of them, saying that buffaloes are anatomically built in such a way that they always look at the ground. Because of this, they develop astigmatism. At that moment, the animal vaguely saw the door. The hero noted that if he covered his body and approached them from the front, they would take him for part of the landscape. After which he accelerated towards the animal, thinking that it was a one-star buffalo monster. It's the size of a small bus, but only because of the buff. In fact, it's just a big buffalo. Jumping high, he raised the door above his head, thinking that if he could handle a monkey, he could handle a cow, and he struck with such force that he broke off the horns. But the animal only squinted a little. Incredibly, the blow didn't kill him. Teeth flew out of his mouth in different directions when our daredevil hit him with a cry of "Here we go again." Afterwards, he stood in front of his body with the door in his hands, thinking that although it hasn't been scientifically proven yet, modern high-tech weapons of mankind are powerless against the core. Only such direct attacks and the hunter's superpowers can destroy the core. The screen showed the defeated animal and the chat. The hero said that this method was barbaric, but effective. But he thought that in fact the situation was not the best. The girl and the blonde were fighting another buffalo at that moment. He had only knocked out one bully, and both MS would soon be completely exhausted. Their key was the power of So-yoon and Joop. He imagined himself surrounded by animals, knowing that if they retreated, the bully would definitely trample him. He had to hurry. New messages appeared that a certain god was annoyed, asking if the hero could fight all the animals at once. Some gods said that Gang Shik was too weak. Looking ahead, the hero thought that only he had the right to be annoyed now. If he ran away, he would lose the audience. He needed to think of something. A method, a strategy. A new message notified that a certain god was making a serious decision. Donation received. Gang Shik raised his head in surprise. Then he noticed something shiny appear on the animal's corpse. Walking over, Gang Shik bent down and reached out his hand. The broadcast showed the hero taking the shovel in his hand, wondering if this was a sacrifice. But out of surprise, he slammed it on the ground, asking why it was so heavy. New reports appeared that some gods were laughing, saying that it was supposed to be like this. Gang Shik lowered his eyebrows and asked if this was an ordinary shovel. Gritting his teeth, he raised it above his head, shouting that he would see what it was good for. It was shaking in his hand. The hero said that this wasn't a video game and this shovel wouldn't turn into a sword. Then, turning his head, he realized what it meant. There was no other choice. He would have to kill the bullies with a shovel. At this moment, his comrades used their abilities. They were both already very exhausted. So-yoon hoped for reinforcements, but they would not arrive here anytime soon. They were just competitors to them. Hiding behind the door again, the hero said that he would try the shovel on these guys, and he charged at them. Holding the shovel, he pulled it aside and put it in front of him. It dealt a serious blow, drawing blood. Gang Shik looked at it in surprise, asking why it was so sharp. The screen showed a broadcast. Some god proudly puffed out his chest, another raised his finger up. Number of viewers 6. Putting it on his shoulder, the hero said that it was an excellent thing for digging up beds. We must speed up. And he charged again. It pierced their foreheads with one blow and split red stones. Gang Shik swung it deftly and frowned, looking at the rest of the enemies. The power of this shovel can destroy an entire herd. Gang Shik advanced, leaving corpses behind. Looking around, he said that a gap was already visible. There were still many buffaloes ahead, and these small ones would be easy to deal with. The biggest threat was eliminated. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the herd. Joop turned around and saw a wall of ice. The girl calmly turned her head. Gritting her teeth, the blonde said that these were reinforcements. They could have taken their time, and he would have definitely died here. Armed people appeared nearby. Yes, the situation really almost got out of control. The hero raised his head, seeing new messages about a certain god looking for popcorn. Some were worried, and another was sweating nervously and wondered why such a reaction. Suddenly, a sound was heard behind him. He turned around, wondering what it was. The soldiers were being cut apart. A scream was heard for them to run. Something tall and white was delivering slashing blows. It had 2 pairs of red eyes. This monster towered over the ground. On the table lay an open book with a note about researching monsters. Monster Research Note 22 has a body, rampage buffs, usually no different from normal animals. Since it lives in herds, it gets the buffs of the bulls from its relatives. The more of them, the more dangerous and stronger it is, like any herd. If there is a special sword, use it to attack. He still couldn't forget that day. The boy entered the apartment and said that he was home. A woman was standing by the stove, who greeted the child and, hearing the question of what was for dinner, answered that it would be his favorite pork cutlets. His sister, who always greeted him with a smile, ran up to him and said that Daddy bought her a dress and asked if it was beautiful. A man approached her and asked her to be careful. This is their kind dad, everything is as usual. Later, he was on the street, raising his head to the monstrous grinding of metal. People ran in different directions. Thousands of blades fell from the sky. They wiped out an entire city and disappeared. He held a dead girl in his arms, asking her to wake up. A 5-star monster took his family. The boy clenched his teeth and looked up. A transparent vision that he would never forget. This boy was Gang Shik. The white monster hung in the air. He looked at them with red eyes. New messages informed that some god promised to remember him and offered to order cremation for his remains. The broadcast showed how Gang Shik lowered his head and laughed. He spread his arms out to the sides in front of the monster. Isn't it obvious why he was laughing? Then he took off from the ground, leaving a mark. Pounced on the enemy, saying that he had been waiting for this moment his whole life. And he made a sweeping blow. But something surprised him. The enemy made several dashes back. Then a blade appeared above his head. It headed forward. But the hero was able to dodge, telling him to try harder. They're not playing around here. The blade was shining brightly. The hero ran quickly, dodging the attacks. The cuts left blood on his skin. He thought about how he lived only for the sake of revenge. He remembered his father and sister, and in anger, he shouted that he would destroy the enemy. Continuing to move forward, he wished for him to die. He brought his hands together, avoiding the attacks. A thick layer of dust rose behind Gang Shik. He thought that everything was fine. This wound is nothing. A simple scratch. In front of him stood a white monster. The Zero Blade not only looks like a human, it can also think and learn. The hero knew that it would not be easy. Rushing forward, Gang Shik dodged the attacks, thinking that he designed countless simulations of it and will use everything he learned right now. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that the enemy will die by his hand. New messages appeared. Some god covers his face with his hand and sighs heavily. He is rooting for the hero and asking if he is a maniac. Gang Shik looked at these messages, thinking that they are bothering him now. The blow left a bright mark and a blood stain. The hero who received it dropped his phone. It fell to the ground. Raising his shovel, the hero thought that this is a 5-star monster Zero Blade, which creates as many blades as there are enemies in front of it. Theoretically, it is impossible to kill it. After which he struck his enemy, thinking that he will change this theory. There are only 2 of them here, but the enemy crossed his blades. Gritting his teeth, the hero looked at him with big eyes, after which his attack left a bright mark. Meanwhile, his phone was lying on the ground. The broadcast showed how the monster was hit by this attack. Gang Shik looked at the shovel in surprise. It works. With this shovel and God's support, he will succeed. A new message that the god is proud of himself and the hero. The monster turned his head. He saw a shovel. Then he jumped. Gang Shik, who remained on the ground, shouted at him that he was a coward. The guy sitting at the laptop was shocked. Zero Blade is running away. This is not fake. Our hero chased after him, shouting that the monster that killed so many people is now running away from him. Then he raised his head and laughed ironically. Joop was standing nearby. Lightning appeared in his hands. He shouted that he would kill the enemy. The hero looked at his comrade in surprise, asking what he was doing. Surrounded by lightning, the blonde asked again, is it really only he who is allowed to fight him? Then he called himself the Korean Thor. The monster raised his head, seeing a glow above it. Then he was struck by a large lightning. Joop held his hand in front of him with a smile, asking how does lightning taste. But he was surprised by what he saw. The monster remained unharmed. Gang Shik clenched his teeth again. He realized that Zero Blade was now fighting 2 at once. So 2 blades appeared behind the enemy. They immediately headed for the hero, but he was able to dodge this attack. Leaning on the shovel, he watched what was happening. His comrade again tried to hit the enemy with lightning. The hero was nervous. Drops of blood fell under his feet. Joop, a little nervous, looked at the phone screen, worried that he could ruin everything. There was dissatisfaction with his actions in the chat. Then he just threw up his hands, saying that he thought they worked well together. He was scared when he saw Gang Shik walking towards him, saying that next time he would definitely succeed. He looked stupid when he said that he did not want to and asked how about compensation. If anything, they could collide again. The next moment, he received a punch in the face. Gang Shik stood over him, replying that the bully's shit smelled better than his stinking mouth. More reports of some god shrugging his shoulders, disappointed. Another god joined the broadcast, 11 viewers. The bright sun was shining on the city street. The guy was lying on the hospital bed. He remembered the monster and his weapon, thinking that he didn't think they would meet so soon. Apparently he wasn't that strong. He also remembered its red eyes and how it ran away from him, thinking that thanks to the shovel that God had given him, he would definitely destroy it. Getting out of bed, he asked why the crows were screaming so loudly early in the morning. There was a book on the table with an image of a white monster, a note on the study of the monster. The number of blades increases with the number of its relatives. In conditions of limited contact with enemies, the monster becomes stronger and more dangerous. His thoughts were occupied with only one thing: to destroy the monster. After all, he knew that with such a powerful shovel and God's support, he would succeed. In surprise, he looked to the side and asked again if it was an oracle. There are two types of monsters in the world. He thought about the monsters he had already fought and called them dangerous. Then he imagined the crows, calling them harmless. The second type is not particularly interested in people, so such monsters are called harmless. Like, for example, this Akarkul. A two-headed raven sat on the window. Akarkul, a fortune-telling monster that reads the fate of the area. It opened its beak and made a loud noise. The cry of the left head means trouble, and the cry of the right head means prosperity. People on the street watch the bird. Fortunately, the right head is screaming. There were reports that a certain god was bored. Another god suggested that the others leave the stream. Gang Shik was lying in bed, thinking that they were acting just like ordinary viewers. Suddenly, he looked away with concern, asking what happened to his equipment. Opening the nightstand, he was happy, calling it his precious. Taking the tablet in his hands, the hero opened the news, surprised that Zero Blade had fled to the south. Gang Shik remembered the scene of the battle at the airport. It has a bad reputation for good reason. Hunters like Joop, who wanted to do everything big and with pomp, were destroyed on the spot. A simple operator fighting this thing was unprecedented. But despite it escaping in the middle of the fight, Zero Blade was still a monster that humanity couldn't defeat. He recalled their battle, thinking that without the help of the gods, he would have probably died without achieving anything. Then he recalled the blonde man, realizing that the situation had become much more complicated when Joop Han entered the battle. But even without him, he would have probably lost. The hero looked at his hands in surprise. But even without him, he would have probably lost. The next thing he did was move his legs. Not to mention, he wasn't that hurt. Suddenly, the hero frowned, wondering where his shovel was. A message appeared, saying that the god was surprised that the hero remembered it. Gang Shik raised his head, apologizing and asking where it was. A new message informed that the god was offended. Another patted him on the shoulder. Another one sneered and suggested that he look for a shovel himself if he really needed it. Reading these messages, the hero realized that it wouldn't be easy. His phone was on the shelf. Gang Shik decided that it would be better to change the environment. On the broadcast, Gang Shik could be seen sitting in front of the camera. After greeting them, he said that he was the operator of Top MS. Wow, what a stormy start. He was surprised by what was happening in the chat. With a smile, he replied that it seemed like they had a lot of questions. The guy would answer the most common one. Looking away, Gang Shik imagined his enemy behind his back, saying that he had no superpowers. The reason he was able to fight Zero Blade alone was because all this time he lived only for the sake of revenge. He calmly told them his past, remembering his dead sister in his arms, and what helped him live on, and he remembered how angry he was at that moment. He was not the only one who lost loved ones because of monsters. That's why he did not give up. Clenching his fist, he said that everyone who hears and watches him should never lose hope. Then he raised his hand, waving off the messages of the gods, saying that he is the same ordinary person as they are. If he could do it, so can they. They asked if he had a conscience. Another called him an actor. Gang Shik thought that, of course, he did not tell about this thing with the gods, they still would not believe him. At that moment, someone opened the door to the ward and said that the hero did not dare to call himself normal. The man in glasses looked at him and apologized for interrupting the broadcast. The hero thought, a doctor. Did they really find something? Did the intervention of the gods change his body? Coming closer to Gang Shik's bed, the doctor said that he was definitely not ordinary, because how can you call a person ordinary who attacks a monster with only a shovel? Looking at the patient, he also said that there was nothing wrong with his body. He was well trained, but he did not have any superpowers. Looking at the camera, the doctor pointed at the hero, saying that they were now in a special hospital for monster diseases. Gang Shik did not understand what was happening. He looked at the doctor with displeasure when he said that they took excellent care of patients thanks to 15 years of experience, excellent equipment and friendly staff. After which the man smiled awkwardly, asking if he had overdone it. The hero ironically replied that he was glad that he noticed, and then the doctor said that he hoped he would understand. He was not just saying this. Looking at his patient, the man asked, is he completely okay? So the doctor can talk to him seriously. Many people want to perform an autopsy on the hero. The boy turned around at these words. He decided that this couldn't be left to chance. Then the doctor remembered Gang Shik during the examination and said that they had run some tests, while he was sleeping. At the same time, the other doctors looked at the results. The results showed that he was an ordinary person, but their friends from the government didn't really believe it. Messages appeared over the head of the disgruntled Gang Shik that God was offering to deal with the doctor. Another asked if the hero would be taken away. But turning back to the doctor, he asked if he knew where his shovel had gone, to which the doctor replied that the government was interested in what kind of object it was, so he sent it to the lab. Then Gang Shik remembered the past, thinking that the damn government never changes. Instead of rewarding him, they took his shovel. Already leaving, the doctor looked at the hero again, about to say something else. He looked him in the eyes carefully, saying that they did find something unusual. The hero also looked into the doctor's eyes and asked again. Then the man took out a round object and asked, "Is this a processed core?" Why? Visualizing, the doctor imagined silhouettes of people, saying that the core can be called the foundation of a monster. People who can resonate with it and extract energy from it are called superhumans. The hero remembered how he was given an injection as a child. He knew that he was tested for this. The results showed that he was ordinary. Each superhuman has a monster core that suits him. He imagined Ilum and Joop using their skills. They can only use the power of one type of core. Then, he figuratively swapped their cores, saying that if the core type is not suitable, then the superhuman cannot use his abilities. The screen showed the search results. The doctor said that naturally, everyone knows which core corresponds to him, but none of the known core types suits the hero. In other words, the core of a monster that has never been killed yet might suit the topic. Looking at Gang Shik, the doctor asked if he was intrigued. The guy replied that this was usually called giving false hope. But the interlocutor asked again, didn't he want to become a superhuman? The doctor thought the guy was taking revenge for his family. Gang Shik remembered his enemy again, saying that superpowers were just one of the ways to destroy him. And it's not like superpowers helped much. Turning his head, he added, asking that in any case, can he already be discharged from here? Taking his hand away, the doctor replied that he was absolutely healthy, so yes. But let him come back for a follow-up examination in a month. Even if he had to search through all the databases in the world, he would definitely find a core that suited him. Taking off his hospital clothes, the hero asked why he insisted on it so much. The hero was already leaving when the doctor said that he had incredible hidden potential. What would happen if he received superpowers? To which our guy replied that he was not interested. The man scratched his head in confusion and wondered if there was no sense of romance. Then he noticed a shovel in the room and asked if it was his. Gang Shik turned around and was surprised because it wasn't there. A new message appeared, saying that God was shrugging and advising him to be more careful next time. Another one suggested going on an adventure. Another one had just joined. There were 12 viewers. Putting it on his shoulder, the hero said that he would be back in a month. From a great height, there was a view of the city. Uido, the center of Seoul. The sun was reflecting off the glass of a tall building, the Korean branch of the Monster Fighting Association. Our hero was walking towards its entrance. The Monster Fighting Association, an international organization created by humanity to fight monsters. When he entered, he saw many people inside. He often came here when he worked with Ilum. Usually, after battles, there is loot that can be processed and used in everyday life. The hero imagined the meat and clothing that came from the death of animals. For example, bones and skins, which are used as equipment for hunters. Even the meat of monsters can be edible and used to make food. Gang Shik approached one of the information windows, thinking that he could make good money on killed monsters. The girl behind the glass looked at him when the hero said that he was here to collect his reward. In surprise, she opened her mouth and asked again, is he an MS operator? The others turned in his direction in surprise. Gang Shik turned around and looked at everyone. This guy is an MS operator. Everyone gathered behind the hero. The man in the gas mask pointed at him, saying that he is somehow too normal. Someone asked if this is definitely not a fake. Gang Shik looked at them tiredly, thinking that there would always be at least one such bastard everywhere, and answered, yes, he was a very normal, ordinary operator. The girl behind the glass asked with a smile how she could help him. Turning to her again, the guy said that he would like to receive payment for the killed monsters from his recent hunt, and the girl replied that she would withdraw his share right now. Gang Shik sighed heavily, seeing new messages that the god was terribly bored. The other asked him to hurry up and thought that he needed to live on something to stream. At that moment, the man in the gas mask touched his shoulder, demanding to look at him, but the hero replied that he was busy. Then he and the guy in the bandage looked closely, asking, was it he who scared the shit out of Zero Blade? This was clearly a lie. Gang Shik put his hand in his inside pocket, thinking that this was annoying, and took out the camera. Then he pointed the lens at the people and asked, my gods, why are they so suspicious? Are they 5 years old? Then his irritants raised their hands, demanding that he turn off the camera. Turning away from them, he thought that those people were just worthless. Several windows were visible on the screen. The hero said that this was the Monster Fighting Association. He was now waiting for his reward for the mission with the bullies and Zero Blade. While Gang Shik stood with the phone in his hand, the men behind him were discussing leaving. If they screwed up, public opinion would tear their reputations to shreds. At that moment, the girl handed over several papers and apologized for the wait. This was his lot. The hero took these papers in his hand and looked closely. Looking up, he asked again if she knew how many monsters he killed. Was there really no mistake here? He would not mention that there was nothing written even about a shovel. Awkwardly looking away, the girl wanted to tell about her boss, to which the guy promised not to complain about her. Do they want to take a swipe at his award? He won't allow it. Taking out his phone, he pointed it at himself, saying that it looked like the Monster Fighting Association had changed its standards. All that was left of his award was a puff, after which, a bag with a shovel was visible on the broadcast. The hero said that they didn't even include the shovel. He thought they wanted to take it away from him. There were a lot of angry messages in the chat. Wow, someone is translating me into English. Gang Shik was surprised. There were even more angry comments in the chat. The hero decided that these reactions should be enough. Someone shouted asking him to wait. Turning around, Gang Shik saw a man in a suit and asked who he was, to which he received the answer that he was the manager's assistant. The assistant recalled the soldiers on the battlefield, saying that he knew. The hero thought that the reward was unfairly small, but most of the income from that hunt was sent to the families of the hunters who died that day. Awkwardly waving his hands, he said that the association did not commit any corrupt acts, it was a necessity. But the hero replied that the calculation was incorrect. Holding the phone in his hand, Gang Shik also said that compensation to the families of the deceased should be managed by their internal funds, who gave them permission to take his honestly earned share. Very nervous, the assistant tried to mention the comrades who fought with him, but received the answer that the hero did not know them. Then the man looked away, thinking that if he made a mistake now, he could say goodbye to his career. Manager, what should he do? The camera was pointed at the interlocutor when the guy said that he was waiting for an explanation. But he turned around when he heard himself called a kid hiding behind a camera. The man in the military uniform looked at him, asking what he had done to the sacred place that protects Korea. The assistant bowed to him, calling him Jin Chang. The gray-haired man opened his mouth wide again, asking if they couldn't stop this riot. The other people behind him were happy. One of them said that the man would show this asshole some class. More messages from the gods appeared in front of the hero, asking who he was. Another offered to beat him up. The hero thought about how he now had two sources of headache. Gang Shik looked at the man who pointed at him, and thought about how he was not a streamer, but a pure monster hunter, quite average in skills, but there was something special about him. Then he imagined an older time with large-scale destruction, realizing that the man belonged to the generation that witnessed the very first monster invasion, one of those who survived a much more cruel nightmare than what was happening now. Jin Chang stood in the ruins, addressing the people. He led a new generation of hunters so that the past would not repeat itself. He is currently the spiritual leader of the hunters. Looking at his interlocutor, Gang Shik asked what the problem was. Then the man started shouting again, asking what the hero meant by that he only survived until today by his own efforts. In response, Gang Shik laughed, which angered Jin Chang even more. The hero said with a smile that not a single person stood up for him when his family was dying. Asking reproachfully, does he even know what the government did that day? Looking at the people in front of him, the guy told him that they dropped a missile right on where he lived. To which the man awkwardly replied that there was a good reason for this. Gang Shik remembered himself as a child, saying that it was because the Zero Blade creates new swords when it encounters a large number of enemies. The government's response is one powerful blow. That's how they justified themselves. The hero remembered the powerful explosion, saying that because of them, his house became a storm of fire. And he remembered the white monster, saying that the high-tech weapon did not leave even a scratch on Zero Blade. After which Gang Shik remembered his fight with him, thinking that in the end, the best way to destroy him is a one-on-one fight, which was proven on his stream. Looking at his interlocutors, he ironically asked if they understood, would they deign to leave him alone. Jin Chang lowered his eyebrows, answering that he understood, but would not back down. Dead people appeared before the guy's eyes again. The man said that he said it right, the response to Zero Blade's attack was wrong. But what will change if the hunters repeat the same mistakes? Then Gang Shik frowned and replied that he is not a hunter. He is an ordinary person without superpowers. A shocked Jin Chang pointed at the guy, repeating about Blade Zero, but the guy calmly replied that it was because he, unlike him, was persistent. Turning to the assistant, the hero said that as a reward, he would only take the shovel and one of the bull's horns. And he warned him not to even try to do anything weird because of his shovel. But the man looked at the bag in shock. A shovel was sticking out of it, and the man wondered what Himasu was doing here. The shovel was shining against the man in the black uniform. In order to immortalize the greatness of the shovel that struck Blade Zero in the jaw, the association christened it Himasu after the great ancestor. Why the hell is Himasu here and not in the lab? Taking out his phone again, Gang Shik asked what was wrong. It seemed like he was surprised that his shovel was here, to which the assistant replied no. Looking down, he thought that if he answered incorrectly, everyone would understand that they were trying to take this shovel. Who was calling him and why now? Then he picked up the phone and saw that it was the manager. Holding the phone to his ear, the man tried to stop Gang Shik. Nervously, he touched the hero, saying that the manager wanted to meet him in person and he would receive his reward, but the guy replied that he did not have time. The messages from the gods were about when new adventures would begin. Another complained that they would have to wait again. Frowning, the hero thought that it was almost over, if they could just wait a little longer, but his thoughts were interrupted by the shout of his name. He turned around in surprise. The tall man was pushing people aside, telling them to move. He clenched his teeth tightly. Ilum was approaching him, repeating the hero's name. The hero turned around at Ilum, who suddenly appeared. He was just in time. He would help make the stream even more interesting. The former partners stood across from each other on the street, with spectators watching from the sidelines. The hunter exclaimed that he would never believe it. The man frowned and said that there was no way his former cameraman would scare off the Zero Blade. People in the comments were actively condemning the streamer's behavior. Some restless god was slightly interested. Some god brought popcorn. The viewers perked up, and the gods calmed down. The brunette smiled and thought that this fool was raising his views. Ilum extended his hand and said that maybe it was true. He couldn't help but believe the stream. However, the man was sure that it was all thanks to the shovel that was in the hero's bag. The other hunters were talking with interest, discussing how interesting everything was unfolding. Gang Shik took the tool in his hand and asked what of it. The interlocutor shuddered and asked again. The operator grinned and wondered if the man really came here for this. The hero went to the hunter, saying that he definitely had balls of steel since he came to his death just to say a few words. Ilum jerked in fear and shouted at him not to make fun of him. The man was scared and thought that the guy had never been like this before. If you think about it, can people do such things just because of a shovel? It must be something else. Gang Shik pointed the gun at his interlocutor and asked if he was ready to go to hell. The opponent quickly jumped back and yelled for him to get away from him, otherwise he would not vouch for himself. The brunette looked at him irritably and suggested that he at least do something, and not run away, as he had then abandoned the cameraman. The interlocutor shouted that it was already in the past. Ilum had been to court, and he had been given a suspended sentence and a huge fine. Moreover, now he was being forced to marry some girl he had never even seen. The hero exhaled and muttered that his former partner was, after all, a freak. The hunter smiled nervously, poking himself in the chest, and said that the court had found him innocent, so he was pure and blameless. People in the comments were actively discussing that, apparently, Ilum came from a rich family that bought the judge. The rumors about him were true. Gang Shik pointed the camera at the interlocutor and asked if he really hated him. The man answered in the affirmative. The hero put the phone on a tripod and offered to fight like real men. He stuck a shovel into the ground and said that he would not use it, and his opponent would not use his superpowers. Only fists and nothing more. The hunter tensed up. A certain god doubts your morality. A certain restless god claps his hands. A certain god is shocked by your decision. Viewers, 12. The brunette grinned. His physical abilities are enhanced, so he can deal with his opponent even without a weapon. The main thing is that the gods do not let him down. Ilum frowned and exclaimed how it is possible to fight without using the core. He suggested that they both use superpowers in battle. The operator put his hand on his hip and asked again. The man nodded and said that these abilities were innate. The hunter squeezed the stone in his pocket and thought that he would not win without the core. He would not be able to win in hand-to-hand combat because the hero had real muscles. They stood opposite each other. The streamer asked what Gang Shik decided. The guy agreed that of the two of them, only he would fight with his fists. The interlocutor exclaimed that he could also use his superpowers if he could. The brunette grinned and agreed. Ilum squeezed the fire core in his hands and said that he would put an end to the protagonist's lies, and he would immediately understand why he was called the fire sniper. The man frowned and threatened that his opponent would die immediately. He swung a fireball, confident that victory was in his pocket. The hunter attacked with flames, exclaiming that this would be the guy's last stream. Gang Shik smiled and muttered that he hadn't changed at all. The brunette slipped through the fiery gusts. The man's mouth fell open in surprise, seeing how his opponent had managed to run between two streams of fire. It seemed impossible. The streamer smiled, reassuring himself that they had only just begun. Two red flashes appeared in front of the hunter. Takiba's fire. The spheres were approaching the hero from both sides. The opponent screamed that he was finished. The explosion illuminated everything around. Ilum grinned and said that no matter how hard he tried, he would still remain a simple cameraman. He intended to destroy both him and his camera. At that moment, the main character appeared above him and swung his fist. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he had worked for this man for 3 years and knew his fighting style by heart. The hunter, frightened, covered himself with his hands. Gang Shik hit his opponent on the cheek. Blood spurted from the man's nose, and his tooth hurriedly left its home. This blow was perfectly captured on the stream. Users were amazed to hear how the guy deftly dodged the fiery attack. Some god feels refreshed. Some restless god enthusiastically chants something about cruelty and violence. A certain god is no longer bored. Viewers, 12. The brunette frowned and thought that this was exactly what he needed from the gods. Ilum was thrown back. The man landed on his back in a not very manly pose. The hero shook his hand and said that the girl this hunter marries is unlucky. He added that the rival should not even hope to shake money out of him for new teeth. Ilum was passed out on the grass. The other hunters looked at the cameraman in confusion, not believing what had just happened. Did an ordinary guy really beat the fire sniper with his bare hands? Gang Shik looked at the camera and said that this is the lesson he taught Ilum. The guy reminded that he will send the reward to the winner with the nickname Polka Dot Princess tomorrow. Several feathers fell from above. The hero turned around, seeing that something landed on his shoulder. The brunette jerked, noticing a two-headed chick. On the stream, they were discussing that this is a small Akarkul who can predict. Gang Shik looked at the bird and asked what it was doing there. He stroked one of the heads and thought that this cry must mean good luck. Something good is definitely waiting for him. The cameraman smiled and noted that this monster is much cuter than these picky gods. Plus, he is never wrong. An agency employee peered out from behind a tree, shocked by how the hero was knocked out by Ilum and became friends with Akarkul. The man clenched his fist and thought that he couldn't just stand there and watch. He had to detain the guy. Gang Shik turned around, hearing someone asking to talk to him. The brunette pulled out his shovel and asked what else was needed, since the worker had already said everything. The man looked over the shoulder of the operator cleaning the shovel and said that the association was not interested in insulting him. He added that the situation with his shovel was a mistake and the culprit had already been severely reprimanded. The employee wanted to apologize, but the hero turned away, calling the whole thing a waste of time. The interlocutor extended his hand, trying to stop the guy. He ran closer and said that he heard that the operator was having problems with housing and was sleeping in the bathrooms of spas. As an apology, they could provide him with a place to live. The brunette looked away and asked if he knew how much he earned. The guy wanted only one thing from the association: the Horn of Buenal. It needs to be sent to the winner of the stream, the Polka Dot Princess. The office worker continued to run after Gang Shik, saying that the more income, the higher the taxes, and they can help. The interlocutor replied that he was not chasing money. A large fortune would not help him defeat the Zero Blade. The man sweated and exclaimed that he understood everything. He asked to accept at least a house, promising that the association would not ask for anything in return. The chick shuddered, and one of its heads began to caw. This head is responsible for bad predictions. Akarkul senses something bad from the house offered by the association. The hero frowned, looking at the monster, and thought that he was told that these birds only predict events that will happen nearby. He turned around, thinking about what bad could happen. The guy frowned and thought that he was already tired of constantly getting into trouble, and he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The brunette decided that he just needed to stay away. At that moment, something was rapidly approaching him from above, and the next second, something hit the ground right next to him. Gang Shik squinted, looking there. Winged monsters were hovering in front of him. One of them growled aggressively. They were pig wings. The soldier pointed to the building and ordered everyone to quickly run to the shelter. The Monster Fighters Association was protected from monster attacks, but only by about 50%. The hunters ran away in fear, but the creatures had already managed to grab someone. Most of the superhumans were currently outside the city. Without them, even the association could be dangerous. People stumbled toward the shelter. The doors slammed shut. Everyone was only concerned about their own safety, and they left everyone else here to die. The crowd was pounding, demanding to be let in. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that nothing was changing. A girl screamed. She lay there and called for help while a pig wing was flying at her. The clawed paw reached out to the victim, but then the hero managed to jump up and cut off the monster's paw with a shovel. The enemy fell to the ground. The girl looked at the savior in confusion and thanked him. The brunette picked her up and hurried her to leave faster. The girl turned to the hero, who advised her to run to the forest because it was unsafe near the shelter. Gang Shik smiled and turned on the camera. The guy looked forward resolutely, and the chick landed on his shoulder. Here is the second part of the stream. The shovel was glowing. The commentators on the stream were discussing why the pigwings came out during the day and where the rest of the hunters were. The hero said that he is MS, who fights for the lives of ordinary people. Some god got confused. Some god got popcorn. Another god has come to visit you. Viewers, 13. The brunette swung the tool and called on viewers to like, comment, and subscribe. He pushed off and jumped towards the monster. The shovel sank into the enemy's head. The guy struck his back again. He landed and turned to the flock above his head, thinking that he could not cope with so many monsters. Each of them was the size of an elephant. The monsters bared their teeth and flew to attack. It would be difficult to kill them one by one, so he needed to find their weak spot. The nose of one of the monsters twitched. Pigwings feed on waste and can smell odors even from a great height. The flock was flying towards the standing cameraman. He dodged and delivered a slashing blow to the paws. If the hero cut off at least one paw from each, it would make his job much easier. The monsters growled, receiving injuries. Gang Shik looked in surprise at the trembling shovel in his hands, which allowed him to easily chop the bones of the pigwings. The heavy bodies of these creatures maintain balance thanks to their massive paws. By depriving them of support and balance, they can be neutralized. The camera showed a severed limb. The enemies will need time to recover, and this plays into the hero's hands. The brunette frowned and thought that the sedentary pigwing did not pose a threat. Gang Shik jumped up and cut another enemy. He needs to keep up the pace. The audience was discussing how easily he was chopping down monsters. The guy looked at the chick flying above, which began to caw. Its left head warned of some kind of threat. The brunette slowed down, and at that moment a pigwing attacked in front of him. The hero smiled and praised the chick for its incredible accuracy. Someone's voice called for help. The cameraman frowned and looked in that direction. Ilum stood and fought off a flock of monsters, shooting fire at them. The hero thought that he had long since escaped. Some god, lying on his side, propped his cheek with his hand in interest. One god smirked. Gang Shik looked there questioningly, wondering why so many monsters were circling the hunter. He narrowed his eyes when an idea occurred to him. A sweaty and scared man was fighting off enemies. Perhaps the garbage lovers appreciated the smell of this garbage. The brunette pointed at his former rival and shouted that even the pigwings realized that he was a first-class piece of shit. Ilum frowned and asked him to do something instead of talking nonsense. The creatures were attacking him, and people in the comments were discussing that the monsters sensed that the man was rotten. The hero smiled and leaned over. An idea came to him. He took the stones in his hand and threw them. The shells hit the pigwings, and they were immediately distracted from their victim. Ilum was surprised that Gang Shik saved him. The guy was smiling, holding a shovel. The man hobbled towards the shelter, not understanding why the brunette helped him out. The monsters turned around and growled threateningly. The hunter quickly ran up to the association. The people inside panicked and asked why he was running to them. Ilum began to pound on the doors and asked to let him in. The soldier replied that there was no room and he should look for another shelter, especially since he was the main provoking factor. The man turned around when his interlocutor said that something was behind him. A pack of monsters was rapidly approaching him. Gang Shik grinned and noted that he was right, and the creatures really did fly after that hunter. Now the bastards who forgot their hunting duty will get what they deserve. The monster crashed into the wall. The pigwings broke through the defense while the soldiers tried to repel the attack. As expected, even without normal protection, the building was still holding. But the monsters will break through, it's only a matter of time. The phone camera recorded everything that was happening. The hero suggested that the viewers thank the brainless Ilum, who lured the monsters to the shelter. He ran forward, intending to help those who could not get into the shelter. The stream showed how the hunters hid behind the wall, fighting off the monsters. The spectators were discussing that the cameraman was too nice a man and that he should leave. Ilum got up from the ground, muttering that he was still alive. He looked up and thought that he should take advantage of the chaos and get to the shelter. The man got up, not noticing the approaching pigwing. There was a scream. Gang Shik raised his head in surprise. He stopped, noticing how the monster was carrying Ilum, who was captured again. The man screamed in horror and asked to save him. The brunette jumped up and advised the hunter to prepare for landing. The interlocutor shuddered in fear, realizing what he was about to do. A slashing blow cut off the legs, and the man fell down with a scream. Gang Shik landed on the ground, and behind him, the lucky guy fell right on the pigwing. Ilum groaned, rolling his eyes. The wounded monster screamed in pain. The hero turned around to see the people behind the wall begging to be let into the shelter. The brunette thought they were all already inside. The operator frowned and assumed that no one would open up to them voluntarily. This could result in a real disaster. Some god advises you to drop everything and run. Some god is bursting with laughter. The one-legged pigwing flew towards the guy. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, but immediately grinned, realizing that this was his chance. One of the people knocking on the shelter turned around. Gang Shik was quickly running to the entrance, and the monster was flying after him. The brunette frowned and shouted for everyone to disperse. The crowd screamed in fear and parted. The monster narrowed its eyes with a roar. At the last moment, the operator jumped back, and the monster crashed into the wall, breaking through it. The pigwing lay on the rubble. Gang Shik climbed onto the enemy's body and shouted for everyone to quickly run inside. The people rushed into the shelter without asking any unnecessary questions. The man in the suit pointed his finger at the brunette and asked what he was doing, because all the monsters would rush here now. The hero grabbed his interlocutor by the jacket, not letting him finish. The guy looked at him sternly and demanded that he get down to business and help the people. The operator turned to the hunters and shouted that they still had a chance. The pigwings were too big, so they would climb one by one. There were a lot of superhumans here, so they would be able to deal with the monsters. The hunters grew bolder, looking at the hero, and agreed that they could easily deal with them one by one. They began to attack the pigwing, which climbed into the hole. Gang Shik smiled and noted that although they were not field hunters, they fought well. The guy looked at the monster flying above. They lacked firepower, so he would have to take care of the rest of the monsters himself. The woman hugged the child and screamed, noticing a winged creature flying at them. The brunette deftly jumped and cut the enemy, protecting the people. The woman smiled with relief and thanked him. The viewers on the stream discussed how the operator was an incredible man who could do absolutely everything. Gang Shik thought they were happy, so everything was great. The Zero Blade becomes stronger the more enemies surround it. You only need to fight it one-on-one. The brunette ran up, thinking that he needed a strong base so that no one could get between him and the Zero Blade. People watching his heroism would raise society's faith in him and become his strength. The guy stood in front of the civilians, armed with a shovel. He pierced another monster, then pulled out the tool and asked if the same would work with the rest. The brunette looked thoughtfully to the side, but then someone turned to him. A woman with a child came up to him and said that she was very grateful. The hero scratched his head in embarrassment and replied that he was just doing what he had to. She continued that if he hadn't broken through the wall for them, they would have died already. The hunters, who were initially hiding in the shelter, looked at him with irritation. The brunette smiled and said that he was glad that no one was seriously hurt. He mentally noted that this slight note of humanism would break the stream into the top. The chick on his shoulder caught again. The hero cautiously thought that it was the left head again. A large pigwing was flying at the hero from above. The brunette turned around in shock. Blood splashed, and the guy gritted his teeth. The monster's claw inflicted a wound on the hero. The guy gritted his teeth and grabbed his chest. Gang Shik swung his shovel at the pigwing approaching for another attack. He delivered a slashing blow, but missed. The brunette looked up in surprise, realizing that his opponent had dodged. The monster struck again, and the hero barely managed to dodge. This monster was different from the others. It must be their leader. The pigwing glared at the cameraman, flying forward. The guy blocked the blow with his fangs using a shovel. Gang Shik grabbed one tusk, then hit the enemy on the head. The hero exclaimed that to him the monster was just a fat boar. The monster roared, and the brunette hung onto the tusk. The cameraman frowned, and the monster broke through the wall, flying up. The guy screamed, realizing the height. They were hovering above the shelter dome. The hero looked down in horror and screamed that this couldn't be happening. The monster quickly flew down through the holes made in the floors. There was a thud. Debris fell to the ground among the stones. People carefully peered out from the upper floors to look into the hole. They stood on the edge, wondering if the hero was dead and how long the basement had been there. Gang Shik pulled his hand out from under the pile of stones, then crawled out himself. The guy frowned, realizing that he couldn't keep his balance. The viewers of the stream saw his shaking hand and discussed that he must have hit his head. The body of the monster appeared from the rubble. Pigwing jumped out with a roar. The brunette saw a clawed paw approaching him and begged his body to dodge. The blow was getting closer, but the body did not obey. The monster clenched its claws, but there was no one in them. Gang Shik looked up at the familiar voice that noticed the guy was in trouble. The woman focused energy in her hand. So Yoon hovered above, not letting the monster move. She asked if the operator was going to dump all the work on her. The girl looked down carefully and muttered that she hoped the interlocutor was not one of those men. The commentators perked up at the sight of their favorite huntress. The hero swung his shovel and grinned. So Yoon clenched her fist, and the monster growled in pain. The brunette delivered a slashing blow to it, cutting through the flesh. The girl crossed her arms and said that now they were even. Gang Shik threw the shovel over his shoulder and agreed. The heart of a certain god fluttered sweetly. A god broke into a smile. One god was very pleased with the created atmosphere. The guy frowned and thought that they were at it again. The hero turned around when he heard the girl say that she didn't expect to see him here because there was information that he was hospitalized. The brunette smiled and said that he was recovering very quickly. So Yoon flew closer and muttered that the guy was good. Gang Shik looked at her questioningly and asked what was wrong. The brunette turned away and said that her younger brother was a fan of the guy's streams and did not even watch hers. The cameraman's eyes widened, surprised by such a viewer. The girl flew higher, explaining that her guys were upstairs waiting for orders. The hero raised his head and said that he would get out of here himself. He looked after his colleague flying away. The brunette turned around and, looking at the cabinets in the basement, thought that the rumors about the association keeping secret documents in the basements were true. He walked along the rows, surprised at how much material there was. Suddenly, the guy looked to the side, noticing something. The rescue squad was busy helping the wounded and neutralizing the monsters. Gang Shik looked at the camera with a smile and announced that the stream was over. He had been beaten up pretty badly and now needed treatment. The guy also added that he remembered about the Polka Dot Princess prize. The viewer was happy and wrote that she was looking forward to it. Some restless god wondered if there would be anything else interesting today. Some god is rushing you. The hero thought tiredly that he needed to heal, not just entertain the spectators. However, if it weren't for the gods, he wouldn't have achieved all this. He wondered how much stronger he could become. The adventures that the gods so desperately await will still happen. Some god squealed. Some god jumped with joy. Viewers, 13. The hero turned around, hearing someone call him. The man in the cap pointed at him and asked if he really thought he could do everything since he had cool gadgets. It looked like he was one of the hunters outside the city. The brunette picked up the tool and said that it was a shovel, not a spear, as the interlocutor had said earlier. The man waved his hand and said that he would pay for it. Gang Shik sighed in irritation, not understanding why fate always threw him such guys. He mentally asked the gods what he should do. The adventure will be a little delayed. Some god rolls his eyes. Some god thinks. Some makes a serious decision. You have received a donation. The guy frowned, surprised that the gods were serious about a new adventure. He clenched his fist, thinking that this time, so far, nothing new is in sight. The interlocutor poked his finger almost in the hero's face and said that he wants to resolve everything in a good way. The guy replied that the shovel is not for sale. The hunter grinned and reminded him that he would pay any amount of money, adding that he would treat her better than the hero himself. Gang Shik took the phone and warned that he would turn on the camera if he did not leave him alone. The man winced and exclaimed that he did not care. The brunette said that he was glad that he did not mind. A man approached them and asked what he was doing there. The hunter in the cap turned around. The second man frowned and asked if he was really trying to take things from the cameraman. The hunter looked at him tensely and began to make excuses. The man turned his gaze to the hero and began to say that it was because of guys like him that the reputation of hunters was ruined. He mentally noted that this was the same famous shovel. The protagonist just thought that everything was getting better, but judging by their looks, it only got worse. The guy twirled the tool in his hand and realized that he would have to get out of this himself. Gang Shik forcefully stuck the shovel into the ground. He was surprised to notice a handle with a ring that had appeared on the tool. Apparently, this was a donation. Some god is asking if you like it. The brunette looked closely at the new thing and thought that it should do something, and not just be a beautiful addition. He spread his arms, addressing everyone around. The hero exclaimed that many people had their eye on his shovel. The guy said that he would give it to the one who pulled it out of the ground, like in the legend of Excalibur. The cameraman smiled and added that this should be done with bare hands and without superpowers. Gang Shik frowned and said that whoever couldn't would kneel and beg for forgiveness. The hunters jumped up from their places, trying to get the tool first. The brunette grinned and turned on the camera. The others immediately froze, covering their faces, and exclaimed that it was unfair to turn on the camera. The hero grinned and asked if they were planning to run away after the failure. There will be a recording for just such a case, so those who are afraid better not even try. The hunter in the cap flexed his hand and declared that he would do it. He grabbed the handle with both hands and shouted that it was his now. The man clenched his teeth and began to pull with a cry. The hunter threw his head back in confusion and wondered why the shovel was so heavy and did not even move. His comrade pushed him in the shoulder and shouted for him to get out of the way. The new contender also could not pull it out. The blonde with the ponytail told him not to waste time and move on. The hero frowned and thought that they could try as much as they wanted because it would not work anyway. The hunters crowded, lining up, and tried to get hold of the tool. They looked at the brunette with displeasure and said that he was leading them by the nose, and there was probably some kind of tricky mechanism there. The people offered him to pull it out himself. The guy sighed and agreed. Some god is grinning. Some restless god is about to explode from suppressed laughter. Some god can't hold back a grin. The hero frowned and wondered why this reaction. Was it possible that even he couldn't pull this shovel out now? A blue glow emanated from the tool. Some god said that only the pure in soul would give into it. The brunette took a few steps, wondering what that meant. He took hold of the handle and looked at it carefully. The hunters grimaced, muttering that this was the end for him, because if they couldn't do it, then he couldn't do it either. The guy grinned and said that his shovel was just too heavy, there was no cheating involved. He took hold of the handle with both hands and, counting from 3 to 1, pulled it out of the ground. A vibration spread out from him, and the hunters fell from the earthquake. Some god is laughing loudly. Some restless god is wondering what you think. The hero gritted his teeth and squinted, not understanding what was going on. They used to say that Korea was immune to earthquakes, but with the arrival of the monsters, everything changed. He laughed awkwardly, looking at the shovel, and realized that the shaking seemed to be entirely his fault. The man in the cap pointed his finger in his direction and shouted that the ground had split right where the shovel had been. The brunette furrowed his brows and thought that, fortunately, there was no major damage in sight. He supposed that this ring was causing the earthquakes. One god said it was a surprise. On the contrary, some god finally calmed down. On the contrary, some god, lying comfortably on his side, congratulates you. On the contrary, the guy grimaced and thought that these gods were something else. The hunters frowned, discussing how this earthquake started when the hero pulled out the shovel. Gang Shik adjusted the camera and decided that in such a situation, the main thing is to behave impudently and loudly. He looked into the lens and said that it was very lucky that the earthquake happened right now. What amazing timing. But, if you think about it, was it just a coincidence? The streamer offered to stay with him if they wanted to get to the bottom of the truth. The commentators perked up. Gang Shik zipped up his bag, and the disgruntled hunters stood behind him. The guy thought that this place was cursed and it was time to get out. He raised his hand and looked at the flying chick, suggesting that he leave here. Night fell on the city. The hero got himself a snack in the store and sat down at a table on the street. Gang Shik tiredly leaned back in his chair, glad that this day had come to an end. He thoughtfully looked ahead and muttered that now it was so quiet and calm, as if nothing had happened. The brunette twisted his hand, surprised that he had recovered in such a short time. Ramen was brewing on the table. The guy thought that he would have been dead long ago if not for these forces. He frowned, wondering why he was lucky. His stomach rumbled. The hero opened the noodles and decided that it was time to eat. The gods would not tell him anything anyway. Some god laughed. The man at the next table glanced at the boy. He was looking at the recent news about monster attacks on his tablet. The reporter said that this afternoon dozens of pigwings attacked the hideout of the Monster Fighting Association. The hunter who contributed the most to the victory was the popular MS operator. The brunette calmly ate his noodles. The voice continued that the young hunter did not have superpowers, but he was incredibly agile and strong, and used a monstrously destructive shovel as a weapon. They would be keeping a close eye on him. The boy swallowed the broth. The reporter asked if this was really an act of heroism or just a show for the crowd. Everyone was curious about what the new hero was hiding. One god tells you to get moving. Gang Shik frowned at the fact that he was not even allowed to eat. Some god invited a friend. Viewers, 14. The brunette shuddered when he saw another god appear. He jumped up, deciding that he couldn't just sit there then. The hero threw his bag over his shoulder and said with a smile that it was time to go. The polka dot princess should be waiting for him. This road is dedicated to the hero Kim Mu-shin, who died with the word soul on his lips. Kim Mu-shin Avenue. The Monster Fighters Association is very close, you can even see it from here. That's why it's safe and quiet here. Because of this, real estate in this area is considered the most expensive in Korea. The hero turned around, surprised that the polka dot princess lived somewhere around here. He approached the building and thought that you need to be an oligarch or a child of a national hero to live here. Someone shouted at the guy to stop and asked who he was. The brunette turned around. Security came up to him and threatened him not to hang around here. Gang Shik covered himself from the sight with a shovel and exclaimed that he didn't intend anything bad. The soldier pointed his gun and shouted that the unknown man was armed. The guy frowned, looking at the tip of the tool, and then he was pierced by electricity. The guards supported the hero and apologized for not recognizing the MS operator. The man asked how the brunette was feeling. The hero smiled and replied that everything was fine, and he would have done the same. Gang Shik thought it was better not to make a scandal out of this. The guard smiled happily and said that he was a big fan of his. The operator smiled and said that he came here on business and needed to come in for a while. The guard asked what he was here for. The hero showed the bull's horn to the soldier. The man looked at the guy and remembered that this was a prize for the winner of the stream. The guy scratched the back of his head while the interlocutor admired the streamer, who, like a good person, personally delivered a package for a fan. The soldier put the pass to the door and said that it was not allowed, but for the hero who saved people from the invasion of monsters, he would make an exception. The brunette went up in the elevator, smiling, realizing how much his life had changed since his own fan helped him. The guy looked around in admiration, walking down the corridor. He muttered if this was really an apartment building and not a palace. The hero stopped near apartment 801, wondering what his fan looked like. Some god is waiting for romance. The heart of one god fluttered sweetly. The brunette frowned and muttered to the gods that they can't fool around here, otherwise everything can end with something more serious than a shocker. The guy pressed the doorbell, deciding to just leave the gift and leave. He threw the tusk and turned to look around the corner. A voice was heard, and someone came out into the corridor. The brunette looked at the person in surprise. The girl looked around before she noticed the package. She picked up her prize, surprised that the streamer actually sent it. The hero blushed, thinking that the nickname Polka Dot Princess suited her very well. The girl was very beautiful. Akarkul suddenly began to croak. The fan turned around. The guy clamped the chick's beak, hissing what it was doing. The girl looked in their direction and asked who was there. She looked around the corner, but there was no one there, although the sound came from there. The guy ran away, not understanding why he was doing this, because he could have said a few words of congratulations to her. The guard waved his hand and asked if he was already leaving. The hero thanked him for his help and, turning around, asked not to tell anyone that he was here. Some god is laughing at you and saying that you will never find a girl. One god sighed sadly. They were just making fun of him. The guy fell, colliding with someone. Gang Shik looked up with displeasure and saw So Yoon standing in front of him. The woman was standing in uniform and looking down at him intently. She furrowed her brows and asked him what he was doing there. The hero stood up, grabbing the bird, and noted that she was taking too much interest in him. The huntress pointed a finger with dark energy at him and said that she lived here, so he should stop fooling around and answer, because trouble always followed him. The guy held his hand out in front of him and explained that he came here to give a prize to a spectator. The brunette was staring at him, so he asked her not to look at him like that. Gang Shik walked past. So Yoon turned around and said that when the guy met the Zero Blade, it seemed like he didn't care about his life. She sees people like that disappear too often. The girl advised him to be careful. The brunette frowned and replied that he would try, mentally adding that if he had a choice. The hero looked forward resolutely. Akarkul, which he was clutching in his hand, grunted in displeasure. The guy covered himself from the chick's blows, apologizing. He noted that the monster looked somehow different, it was practically shining. The operator looked at the pet and wondered what to feed it at all. The brunette asked if it wanted sausages. He also noticed that the monster's core had disappeared somewhere. Some god says that it is definitely not an Akarkul. Some god shifts the blame to another god. One god refuses to answer without his lawyer. Dang Shik looked irritably at the chick, who pretended not to hear anything, and asked who he was talking to. Akarkul fluttered up, and the hero shouted in displeasure at it to quickly spit out the thing that costs a lot of money. He frowned and threatened that he wouldn't get off that easy when the guy caught him. A girl was watching him from the window. The loudspeaker announced the alarm and asked everyone to evacuate to the nearest shelter. Monsters were circling above the city. A woman with a child ran to the shelter, begging them to wait, and people hurried her because the doors were already closing. She stopped when she saw a pig wing in front of her. The monster was sitting right on the roof of the shelter and growling threateningly at her. She crouched, clutching the child. Something flashed in the sky, and the hunter plunged his weapon into the monster's head. The woman turned around when the man asked if they were hurt. It was Operator MS, the main character. The viewers of the stream rejoiced at his spectacular appearance. Akarkul hovered above, filming everything on camera. The chick proudly croaked. One god hopes that this is not the end. Some god wants more cruelty and violence. The guy frowned and muttered that they were very impatient. Other monsters flew up to the hunter, and the brunette advised the gods to prepare their donations. He squeezed the handle and swung the bloody shovel. The monster stream begins. A gray-haired man in glasses looked at the hero through the screen and asked what was wrong with him. His subordinate frowned and said that he was a walking problem, plus he was impudent, arrogant, and too popular. The man turned around and added that he was also too strong and not a member of the association. Also, the shovel they were trying to take away was definitely not an ordinary one. The interlocutor jumped up and exclaimed that it needed to be taken away. The man interrupted him, asking what kind of expressions he was. He raised a finger and reminded them that they were not villains, and it was better to reward the hero who saved their city. The employee frowned and muttered that he did not understand anything. The interlocutor grinned and said that they would reward him and return the shovel. Residence 44 in the hunting city is a house that does not accept people. The bespectacled man stood up and asked if this was not the best reward for a hero. Who knows what could happen to him there, but it will not be their fault. Seoul, Sector A Defense Line. Squad C, entry permitted. Opening Passage B3. The hunters stood in front of the entrance, impatiently demanding that it be opened and not forced to hang around here all day. The red-haired man threw his head back and muttered that they were lazy bastards. The soldiers glared at them, but kept their cool since there was nothing they could do anyway. The soldier looked ahead and said that if it weren't for their superpowers, he would have taught them a lesson in good manners. He heard that the scouts had found traces of the expositors. The man asked with displeasure why this had happened a week before his service ended. The soldier turned to his colleague and asked what was going on. The guy frowned and asked where that cloud of dust was coming from. Announcements were playing. The Seoul Assault Squad was looking for healers. The Sun Assault Squad was planning a military operation on a 3-star monster in District 8. The hero walked down the street, admiring the situation. The operators were sitting and broadcasting an announcement that due to the expositors, Gata was raising the alert level to level 2. Due to the absence of the first squad, they were requesting more reinforcements. They were hoping for responses from the hunters. The man with glasses looked at the tablet and said that there were no 1 stars. They wouldn't even cover the cost of the equipment. Gang Shik looked at him and thought with a smile that nothing had changed. Gangnam was the same as before. 24 hours ago, the reception room of the Monster Fighters Association. The hero frowned and asked again if they were really giving him a house. The man sitting opposite him nervously gestured and said that they wanted to give it to him as a reward. Moreover, every hunter dreams of such a thing. The guy frowned. The man sweated and said that his luxurious new house was in the new city of hunters, Gangnam. This place is perfect for exchanging information and purchasing first-class goods. The brunette narrowed his eyes, thinking about the proposed new building. Gangnam was originally a prosperous county of Korea, but its location on the plain made it easy prey for monsters. Hunters began to flock here to protect it. The guy frowned and thought that this was too generous a reward. The office worker opposite him was waving his arms and insisting that the house was very big and beautiful. The cameraman had no doubt that they were up to something. Gang Shik looked at the paper and decided to see what kind of suspicious house they were offering him. Some god was looking forward to a new adventure. One god had excited eyes. Some god was shouting go. The guy frowned and asked if he could at least find his own house. He smiled and asked if they had prepared housewarming gifts. Some god said that it was okay to dream. Some god said that you should search your conscience. Someone exclaimed in surprise from behind, and the guy turned around. Joop extended his hand with a smile and said that this was an amazing coincidence. He invited the viewers of the stream to meet the hero, Gang Shik himself. The blonde hugged the hero and, looking into the camera, said that he behaved bravely in the battle with the pig wings. People in the comments wrote that Joop is a true pro streamer without a drop of shame. The man looked at the brunette and offered to stream with him in a spa. Gang Shik thought that only 10 seconds had passed and he already wanted to punch him. The blondie stretched his shoulders and said that it was a pity that he was busy then and could not help the cameraman. He added that he heard that the hero was moving here. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew. Joop pointed to the girl with the camera and said that his little sister was a real information maniac who knew all the rumors about hunters. She blushed and, turning away, muttered that she was pleased to meet him. Joop exclaimed that the girl covered the lens with her hand. The hero bowed and said that she probably had a hard time with her brother. The blonde put his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked if he wanted directions. Gang Shik asked what he was up to. The other guy took the piece of paper and said with a smile that he shouldn't be rude to someone who wanted to help him. He might not trust him, but the streamer knew this place like the back of his hand. The hero followed his companion, and the girl with the camera ran after him. The brunette noted that it was somehow empty. The man explained that many had gone to strengthen the city's defenses because of the VRZ Raidor offensive. The blonde was called out too, and he shuddered in fear. Joop turned to the girl and asked her to quickly turn off the camera. A man in a hood approached them and called the blonde a freak. The red-haired man grimaced and asked if he was still doing this. The streamer smiled nervously, greeted him, and asked how things were outside the city. The man frowned and said that he was not his friend, and it was high time to quit these clown streams and join the assault squad. The blonde pointed at the main character and said that he already had a deal planned with this young man. Gang Shik looked at him in bewilderment. The hunter came closer and asked with a grin if he was also MS, fooling around on camera. He asked to show him his hunter card. The hero frowned and asked why he would do that. The interlocutor grinned and noted that the guy was impudent. The red-haired man shook his head and said that just a couple of victories over small-time monsters, and they already think of themselves as cool. He put a knife to the guy's neck. Gang Shik looked at the blade. The hunter bared his teeth and asked the guy if he thought that they, clowns killing small fish within the city, could compare to real hunters. The man suggested that he stop being impudent, because he could only film his streams thanks to their squads. The hero interrupted him and suggested checking. The interlocutor asked again. The brunette moved the knife away and suggested finding out which of them was the clown. The opponents glared at each other while the blonde sweated from the tension. They were called out, and the military woman in glasses ordered them to quickly disperse. The red-haired man smiled tensely and justified himself by saying that he was just having a nice conversation with a colleague. Stormtroopers are groups of hunters who deal with monsters that cannot be killed alone. They say that they are fighting for justice, but in reality they are no better than thugs. The hero exchanged glances with the red-haired man, and the blonde suggested that he leave already. The trio stood in front of a large house. Joop noted that it was just right for one to live here. He chuckled and added that if he had killed Zero, he would have lived on Kim Mushin Avenue. The hero turned away, thanked him for his help, and said that they could go. The interlocutor asked if he would at least offer them some tea. The brunette turned around and irritably asked if he should knock out his tooth. Joop smiled and called the hero a comedian, but obediently said that he would drop by later. Gang Shik looked ahead and asked Akarkul, who was flying above, what he would say. The chick frowned, but remained silent. After that, his left head began to scream. The hero looked at him in surprise. Dark energy emanated from the house. The guy smiled and muttered that he thought so, that this was not an ordinary house. The operator went inside, armed with a shovel. He carefully peered around the corner, and then, screaming, burst into all the rooms in turn, looking for the mysterious threat. Finally, the hero leaned back on the bed and exhaled. The chick turned to the owner, who called him. The brunette frowned and said that he had looked around the whole house, but had found nothing. He asked why he was yelling and scaring him like that. The monster stared at the guy, after which the left head croaked again. The hunter jumped up and asked him to stop. Gang Shik got out of bed and asked him to watch the house until he returned. The chick flew up and started screaming loudly. The guy waved him off and asked what it was this time. He noticed lights in the window. An alarm was broadcast over the loudspeaker about a breakthrough in the city's defense line. All hunters were ordered to prepare for battle. One god's eyes lit up with anticipation. Some god prepared snacks. Some god took out binoculars. Spectators, 14. The brunette gritted his teeth and thought with annoyance that he had only just arrived, and there were already monsters there. He armed himself with a shovel and turned around abruptly. There was an explosion. People were shouting that the expositors were already within the city limits and they had to be stopped. The rescuer looked through the crack and exclaimed that there was a wounded man. He lifted the plate and looked at the lying protagonist. The guy opened his eyes while the man asked if he could get up. The second rescuer ran up and shouted for them to quickly prepare for evacuation. Gang Shik got up and assumed that the explosion was because of the expositors. He looked around the wreckage of the house. Akarkul continued to scream, holding the camera. The hero turned around and asked in despair if another misfortune was really going to happen right now. The clatter of hooves, and here the monster appeared above the hunter. It opened its mouth, in which a flame was burning. The guy looked at it in confusion and muttered that they had just met, and they could first get acquainted and shake each other's paws. The monster shot at the hero, throwing him back. He stuck the shovel into the ground to slow down and grabbed it. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said he couldn't do it anymore. Akarkul flapped his wings above his head. Gang Shik watched in surprise as the chick created a protective field. He frowned, assessing the wind dispersal from his pet. It may be a chick, but it's still a 2-star monster. Brunette smiled and asked the bird to keep up the good work. Akarkul didn't let the expositor attack. The monster closed its mouth, then slashed its enemy with its paw. The feathers slipped from its grip, and the chick flew out. The guy asked where the enemy was looking. The monster turned around, and immediately received a slashing blow from the shovel. The expositor screamed, receiving another wound. The hero shouted what kind of house this was. The monster fell on its back. Brunette jumped above it and plunged the weapon into the enemy, exclaiming that this was for almost killing him. Blood dripped from the shovel. The hunter was breathing heavily. He frowned and screamed in despair that he had just moved in, and his house was destroyed. The guy picked up the golden crystal that fell from the monster. Gang Shik handed the trophy to Akarkul and thanked him for his help. The chick's eyes flashed, and the left head started croaking again. The brunette turned around. Several explosives were running towards him. This was too much. The man looked through binoculars and said that there was a crowd of monsters running towards the MS operator. Perhaps today he would finally die. The other guy turned off the camera and said that he had enough. The hunter frowned and shouted at him that the most interesting part was beginning. The operator replied that it did not matter now, and he needed help. The streamer exclaimed that the interlocutor had gone crazy because there were 3 2-star monsters there. They would not last even a minute. He snatched the camera and added that you can't take someone else's prey. The operator asked what kind of strange logic this was. The hunter in the cap sighed and said that with such attitudes the guy would not live long. The young man caught the camera thrown to him. The streamer pointed his finger and advised him to shut up and film. The only thing more interesting than the birth of a hero is his fall. Akarkul scattered the air, protecting the host from attacks. One god says you were a good guy. One god hopes to meet you in the next life. One god says he pities you. The guy mentally condemned them for already throwing him awake. The brunette gritted his teeth. He ran, asking if gods could be so heartless. Gang Shik said he would deal with each of them one by one. A silhouette flashed above him. The monster struck him from above. The hero frowned and muttered that it really was a close call. One god thinks you've had enough. One god is waiting for the valiant hero to arrive. The brunette gritted his teeth and said they weren't helping. One good god scolds the others and says such behavior is unbecoming of gods. The hunter frowned and thought that this was the first observer to side with him. One good god says you've almost unlocked the effort bonus. Viewers, 14. The guy looked at the notification in surprise, holding a shovel in his hand. They had donated a shovel to him back then. There was no way he could pass up the opportunity to get something else. The brunette smiled and encouraged himself. The guy leaned on the shovel and shouted that he would fight to the last, and they would still see who the grave awaits here. Some god joined. Viewers, 15. The MS operator grinned and was glad that his chances of survival had just increased since another one had joined. The hero and his pet rushed forward. The guy asked the Akarkul to stop their breathing attack for at least a second. 3 monsters hung over the hunter. Energy accumulated in the monster's mouth. The brunette gritted his teeth and rushed into the attack with a scream. One good god invited a friend. Viewers, 16. You have reached the maximum number of viewers, receiving an incentive bonus. A blue light appeared around the guy. He looked up in surprise. Akarkul and even the expositors froze. Gang Shik looked around and assumed that time had stopped. 2 flashes appeared in the sky. They were cubes with several faces. The brunette looked at them questioningly. They began to quickly circle around the guy's head. The gods offer you to choose a number. The gods are terribly interested in what you will wish for. The hunter looked at the cubes in surprise and made a decision. A light came on in front of him. Dice 8. He covered himself and noted that what he had wished for fell out. A bright pillar of light pierced the hero. He screamed, throwing his head back. Energy also emanated from his shovel. A certain god is lending you his powers. You have temporary access to chakra. Gang Shik grabbed the handle with a smile and smiled, feeling the strength in himself. The guy chuckled and said that he was simply overflowing with energy. He felt that he could do anything. The hero looked at the monsters standing in front of him. First, he needed to deal with them. The brunette slashed at one of the monsters, piercing its stomach. With one swing, he cut the enemy in half. The remaining two explositors howled. They surrounded the hunter. Gang Shik squinted and realized that he could see their every move. The guy dodged, admiring his new skill. He landed and frowned. The MS cameraman smiled and shouted that it was time to end this. The monsters moved towards him. The hunter and his cameraman, watching from the side, did not understand how this was possible. The young man with the camera waved his hand and said that MS Ding-a-ling was blocking the people gathered behind from watching. The hunter asked if this was a dream. The protagonist jumped up and delivered another slash to the enemies. Then he turned to the remaining explositor. The monster opened its mouth to attack. Gang Shik frowned and advised him not to resist, but to go to hell to his friend. The brunette swung his tool. The enemy's body fell in half behind him. The guy turned around, breathing heavily. He slung the shovel over his shoulder, glad he had made it in time. The chakra had expired. The hero looked around and noted that the hunters were gathering here, which meant the entire area had already been cleared. The soldiers looked at the guy in amazement, not believing that he had defeated the exploding bulls single-handedly. One god was preparing fireworks. Some restless god was yelling at you to be ready. Some god was going for popcorn. Gang Shik frowned and muttered that they were completely nuts. Ding-a-ling looked at the hero from the side with displeasure. He touched his chin thoughtfully and thought that hunters had the same defense as normal people, so everyone followed the rule of safe long-range attacks. One blow from a monster, and you're dead. But Gang Shik used a close combat technique against the exploding bulls. He's just crazy, and since the guy killed a 2-star monster himself, his level must be at least above average. Ding-a-ling doubted that he was an ordinary person. The hero looked at the debris that remained of his house. The brunette looked around for Akarkul. The chick was picking at the corpse, trying to steal a core for himself. The hunter put his hand to his head and muttered that he did not feel very well. Apparently, he overexerted himself. The guy frowned and felt the ground slipping out from under his feet. And it didn't even seem that way. Right in front of him, a building began to grow out of the ground. Gang Shik fell in surprise and stared ahead, seeing a fortillery. In front of him stood a large tower with hundreds of weapons. The brunette looked at it in confusion and muttered that it was too big. Probably that's why Akarkul was shouting. The hunters shouted to use formation C. The soldiers put up barriers and prepared to fire. The hero turned around and shouted in displeasure, telling them not to provoke her and just go away. The hunters smiled greedily and wondered how much they would get for her. The muzzles on the tower turned to the enemies. Gang Shik shouted for them to run, because this was no ordinary 2-star fortification. Some god said it was too late. One god prayed quietly. Some god was waiting for the outcome. The monster opened fire. The soldiers looked up in fear. They tried to run away from the enemy attack. Several shells were approaching the main character. He clenched his teeth and cursed. The guy ducked, then turned around, surprised that they flew past him. A soldier in a beret was running and calling for help. He saw an approaching shell out of the corner of his eye and screamed. There was no impact, and the man cautiously opened his eyes. So Yoon was hovering in the air, stopping the enemy attack. The soldier was glad to be alive. The girl put out her hand, using her abilities to stop the attack. The people around rejoiced that the goddess had saved them. The brunette said that she would not hold them for long and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. The soldiers turned around and hurried to run. So Yoon waved her hand and said that she would return the monster's trinkets. The shells turned around and flew back to the tower. The smoke cleared, but the fortillery was intact. The girl shuddered, noticing that there was not a scratch on the enemy, as if it had not even been hit. She waved her hand and shouted at the protagonist to get away from here. The young man frowned, trying to understand why the fortillery did not attack him. Akarkul was flying above him. The soldiers looked out and assumed that they had run out of ammunition since the shelling had stopped. They took a step forward, deciding that they could attack. The guns jerked toward them again. The man let out a startled cry, and they turned back, realizing that the tower was in combat readiness. Some god had prepared his observation log. One god was telling you to touch it. Another god wanted you to fight. Another restless god was very curious about what would happen next. Gang Shik looked away and realized that the monster was not targeting him. The hero appeared differently on the crosshair than the others. The chick landed on his shoulder, and the right head caught. The brunette was surprised that Akarkul was predicting a good omen. One of the soldiers pointed and shouted that the operator was heading for the fortillery. The guy was approaching, and the others wondered what kind of tricks he was using since the tower still did not attack. The hero came close to it, and the chick hovered nearby. The hunter was not at all interesting to the fortillery. He scratched his chin, trying to figure out the reason. Suddenly, the tower in front of him opened, revealing a passage. One god is impatient. Some god is rushing you. Gang Shik looked ahead in shock. Akarkul was filming everything with a camera. The guy turned around and addressed the viewers, saying that now they will see for the first time what is inside the fortillery. The commentators were amazed, noting that the streamer does not have any quiet days. The brunette smiled and stepped inside. In the darkness, he asked if the viewers could hear it. Fans were texting him to turn on the flashlight. The hero picked up his phone with the flash. He was standing among various mechanisms. Gang Shik raised his head, amazed that he could see the inside of a fortillery. The guy sweated, trying to figure out how to explain it, because he couldn't just stand there and be silent during a stream. The brunette smiled tensely and exclaimed that he was inviting everyone to visit him to his sweet home. The viewers guessed that this was a bit far from the truth. However, the easiest way is to exaggerate. Some god is delighted. Some god invites everyone to make themselves at home. One god wants to look around. The hunter smiled, then looked to the side. To the side sat a round jelly-like monster, processing wood chips. The hero looked at it and asked if this was really the two-star monster, the fortillery. The guy looked at him questioningly, trying to understand what he was doing and why there was a house there. The brunette stood in front of the building, not understanding what kind of monster it was. Gang Shik looked into the camera and said that this thing looked a lot like his house, which had recently been blown to smithereens. He offered to check what was inside. People in the chat perked up. The hunter looked into the rooms, realizing that this was no different from what the government had given him. Did they really think seriously about settling him here? The brunette smiled and admired that the Fortilleria had recreated an exact copy. Some god says that you are very stupid. One good god says that it is because of chakra. Some god asks others not to prompt. The guy raised his hand, from which a glow emanated. Human energy is the main food of the Fortilleria. The hero smiled and assumed that she responded to chakra, his incentive bonus. Gang Shik addressed the viewers, noting that it was getting late, so he was ending the stream. Let them like and subscribe if they wanted to know all the secrets of this place. Some restless god was bored. Some god was singing a lullaby. The hunter lay down on his bed and fell asleep, and Akarkul settled down on the pillow next to him. While Gang Shik slept peacefully inside the fort, some changes were happening to his body. Donations are something that gods give out on a whim. But a bonus for effort is a more serious act on the part of the gods, putting their pride and honor on the line. The guy opened his eyes. The last gift. Gang Shik stared at the mirror in shock, examining his body. He had experienced the power of a god, and his body was transforming to accept the power of chakra. The brunette stretched and muttered that he thought the incentive bonus had worn off, but apparently not quite. He picked up the box of ammunition and lifted it easily with one hand, under the surprised gaze of the monster. Gang Shik clenched his fist in joy and exclaimed that his body was unrecognizable. Before leaving, he turned around and asked the residents of the fortillery to watch over the house as before. The jelly-like ones looked after him. The brunette smiled and asked not to let him down. On the street, people with cameras immediately surrounded him, asking if what happened on the stream was true. It seemed like they had been watching him all night. The hunters frowned and apologized that he had nothing to tell yet. The guy turned around and thought that he needed to get out of here. He could no longer use all the power of chakra like during the battle with the expositors, but his body still remembered that state and could repeat some things. The hero deftly slipped between the people. The hunters turned around in surprise, not understanding how the cameraman got there so quickly. Gang Shik smiled, not expecting it to be that easy. Suddenly, he bumped into something and, apologizing, looked up. In front of him stood a tall, long-haired man with scars on his face. He shook the hero's hand and apologized. The man smiled and said that his name was Kang Ho Young, the deputy commander of the Soul Capture Squad. The hunter looked at the hero and said that he had an offer. He offered to give the guy equipment made from a 4-star monster in the position of commander of the Capture Squad. In exchange, the guy would join them. Ho Young frowned and asked what he thought about it. The people standing nearby were amazed at such a generous offer, especially since the invaders already had a decent salary. They glanced sideways at the guy, envying him and not doubting that he would definitely agree. Gang Shik frowned and thought that such equipment was priceless, but it was just toys compared to his shovel. Besides, he would have to be alone to kill Zero. He walked around the man and said that he was grateful for the offer, but he had to decline, explaining that he had to act alone to defeat Blade Zero. The onlookers stared at him in shock, not believing that the operator had just renounced his title as the leader of the capture squad. Ho Young smiled and, looking after the guy, muttered that he thought like a real hunter. A month ago, Seoul City Hall. The doors opened and a man entered the office. A man was sitting at the desk and his subordinate was next to him. The guest with the soldiers behind him smiled and suggested that they get straight to business. He sprawled leisurely on the couch and asked how everything was going. The man in glasses smiled tightly and said that, thanks to their secret cooperation with the Ministry of ZIT, things were going well. The man at the table added that everything was going according to plan, but they were worried about something. The man chuckled and said that they were just 3-star evil carps. He asked if they didn't trust the assault team. The bespectacled man sweated and assured the Ilak commander that they didn't. The gray-haired man frowned and said that according to intelligence, they were showing both mutation and strange behavior. In addition, their size had increased by 2-3 times. The commander raised his eyebrows and replied that this was still within their expectations. He added that the minister's main task was to prevent information from spreading. It was a good deal, especially considering that hunters who refused to cooperate with the government were becoming more and more numerous. Also, individualists were even more dangerous than the monsters themselves. It threatened a rebellion. The bespectacled man looked at the minister and said that recent events were proof of that. Independent hunters were becoming a problem. They could reduce their numbers. Ilak smiled smugly when he heard his interlocutor express his joy at being in charge of this operation. The minister leaned on his arm and said that they would make sure there were no problems. The man with glasses grinned and added that they would rely on the captain. The red-eyed man smiled and advised them to prepare hymns of praise. Akarkul hovered in the air with the camera. The hero waved to the viewers and greeted them, delighted that something unusual awaited them today. There was a notification on the phone from the Monster Fighting Association, which had given the task of destroying mutant fish in the upper reaches of the river. The streamer asked if the viewers remembered last summer. The commentators clarified whether the guy was talking about the carp festival. The car drove in front of the hunter. He said that every year around this time, 3-star evil carps go out of control. Subscribers wrote that many hunters were already there, and the guy should hurry, otherwise all the fun would go to others. The brunette said that he was not interested in carp. He smiled and said that his main task was to learn to cope with 3-star monsters alone. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind him. The spectators came to life. Yang Shik turned around at the sound and saw a car driving towards the river. The brunette's eyes widened, not understanding why it was rushing back. Monsters were crawling in their direction. The soldiers were shooting back at the school of fish. The men frowned, not understanding where these creatures came from, which should have been at the headwaters of the river. The monsters continued to advance. The hero grabbed a shovel and shouted what was going on. He moved towards the car and thought that this was the only thing he could do to stop this invasion. The driver turned the wheel and shouted for the guy to get out of the way. Yang Shik pushed off the hood and jumped. He swung his weapon and decided he had to activate the ring. The hunter stuck the shovel into the ground, and the monsters squealed from the shaking. The brunette sighed, glad that the earthquake worked. One god asks you not to underestimate his donation. Some god consoles him. The guy turned around to see the monsters running towards him. There were too many of them. The protagonist looked to the side. A whole crowd of monsters was rushing towards him. A glow began to emanate from the shovel. System notifications appeared. Some god decides to send him a donation. The donation was sent. Some god asks him to answer the phone. Yang Shik swung his shovel, wondering what kind of call and why they were kidding. The protagonist plunged the shovel into the monster's head. He cut the monster in half, asking how he was supposed to do it in such a position. The protagonist looked behind him in confusion. Some god says it's urgent. Some god asks him to look at the handle. A blue glow emanated from the handle. Yang Shik asked where this thing came from. The aura came from a huge pillar. The protagonist answered the phone. A red light appeared from the camera. The blue slime looked at the screen. She was sure, looking ahead. Then she pressed the red button. The protagonist gritted his teeth, asking what now. Yang Shik looked to the side, noting that the phone was on the shovel handle, asking how he could hang it. Yang Shik looked at the light in surprise. A powerful stream of energy hit the ground at the moment when Yang Shik dodged. Yang Shik looked up in irritation, asking what a fortillery it was. From the powerful attack, the monsters fell to the ground. The protagonist said that it still helped. The protagonist looked at the handle, saying that it meant that he now had a connection with it, and this was an excellent donation. Cannons were visible from the wall. Yang Shik said that it would help him more than once in the future. The brunette looked behind him with a grin, saying that if there was such an invasion in the city center, then he was sure the situation by the river was much worse. Yang Shik asked what if the MS operator showed up in the middle of the battle and saved everyone. The guys looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The blonde asked what was that and where the shells were flying from. There were corpses of monsters lying in front of the guys. The blonde said that this guy was just leaving. The brown-haired man asked that he would not take anything, saying that maybe the explosions had dented the monsters, but they were still worth something. A living monster was still visible on the ground. The blonde said that there was another living one there. The brown-haired man smiled widely, saying that this one could help them earn some change, asking what he thought. The blonde looked at his partner, telling him to leave him and get out of there since he had a bad feeling. The monster continued to move along the ground. He crawled up to the dead monster and bit it. The monster's head grew bigger. The monster's paws transformed. The monster transformed its image, opening its mouth wide. Bubbles were visible under the water. The monsters under the water with glowing eyes were looking up. Explosions were visible behind the river, the upper reaches of the Han River. A crowd of monsters was moving forward. So Yoon was hovering above the ground, creating purple spheres. The guy said that they had never had anything like this before. So Yoon bared her teeth, saying that it was very strange and they were several times bigger than last year. Monsters with sharp fangs were running towards the guys. The girl said that she had never seen such varieties of these strange mutations before. So Yoon looked down, where Ho Young was visible. The brunette said that they needed to destroy the bulk of them before the situation got even worse. Ho Young put a shield in front of him, moving towards the monsters. He furrowed his brows and opened his mouth wide. A red aura began to emanate from the shield. A huge barrier was created in front of the monsters. Ho Young held the shield in front of him, telling his squad to hold their formation. The monsters were moving towards the boys. Ho Young thought that they were much easier to deal with last summer. He looked back at the boys, thinking that at this rate, their squad would fall first. The hunter looked at the boy, asking if they figured out what was going on. The boy said that the government's answer was the same as last year. The hunter looked at the boy with annoyance, asking what this meant. A monster was devouring another monster. Ho Young told them to look at it. The monster with the red horn was moving forward. Ho Young said that it was enough that they were evolving, devouring each other, but high-speed species appeared. The attack hit the monster's forehead, bouncing off to the side. Ho Young noted that defensive types had also appeared. The monsters were moving forward relentlessly. The hunter noted that there were more and more new mutations. The blonde looked away in horror when the monster attacked his comrade. The guy asked for help. The blonde looked up, seeing the monster's mouth. He covered his face with his hands. So Yoon threw the guy aside with her power. The brown-haired man looked at the girl with a wide smile, thanking her for saving his soldier. So Yoon grinned contentedly. She looked ahead with a serious look and created a magic sphere. The brunette said that there was no time to hesitate any longer, after which she gathered the monsters in the air. The girl folded her hands in front of herself, after which the monsters exploded in the air. Ho Young watched what was happening in surprise, saying that it was incredible. The guys looked away in bewilderment. The crowd of monsters continued to move towards the guys. The guy in brown boots walked on the ground. The guys looked back at the guy. The guy said that so much effort in the fight against the daddy of the fish, noting that it was a pathetic sight. Ilak grinned maliciously, spreading his arms out to the side. He asked, "Are they worthy of fighting under the banner of Seoul after this?" The brown-haired man looked at Ilak with displeasure and said that he was a scoundrel. Ilak grinned maliciously. He raised his hand, ordering the assault squad to sort things out. Huge machines began to raise their cannons. The soldier shouted to the artillery missile system. Fire appeared from the cannons. The soldier ordered to shoot. Shells appeared above the heads of the monsters. Shells pierced the monsters' heads. The soldiers stretched out their hand in front of them. Ilak ordered the lightning squad to attack. The monsters opened their mouths, after which lightning fell on them. Lightning moved along the shells in the monsters' heads. The soldiers used the chain lightning skill. The soldiers were dragging boxes out of the trucks. A fighter attacked a monster with lightning. Ilak watched with a wide smile. He said that these hunting grounds were now under the control of the assault squad and 80% of the spoils would be given to the assault squad. Ilak and his squad stood in front of the guys. He repeated that 80% of the spoils would be given to them. The guys looked at the guy with displeasure. The blonde asked if this was a joke. The brown-haired man asked if he knew how many casualties they had. Ho Young bared his teeth in displeasure. The brunette looked away when Ho Young called out to him. The brunette grinned maliciously, asking what was going on and that he wanted to thank him for saving him. Ho Young grabbed the guy by the shirt, asking that he knew about everything in advance. Ho Young glared at the boy, telling him to answer. Ilak smiled maliciously, saying that this was a ridiculous idea. There were military vehicles nearby. Ho Young asked what he could explain then, why he needed military equipment and if there was too much of it. The soldiers stretched out their hands in front of them. Ho Young noted that especially for a simple annual hunt for evil carps, and this is a huge number of lightning hunters. The brown-haired man glared at the boy, noting that it was impossible to prepare so quickly without knowing the scale of the disaster in advance. The boy slapped Ho Young's hand away from himself. He said that talented people are always envied, adding that he should not compare the assault squad and his clumsy thugs. So Yoon flew up to the guys. Ho Young asked what he said. The girl told them to stop. She squinted in front of her, saying that now was not the time for quarrels. The soldier approached the commander, saying that everything was ready and they were waiting for the order. The commander walked away with a confident smile, saying that it was time to lure out these monsters. Ho-young shouted that he was not done with him yet. Soldiers appeared next to the commander. Ilak said to act according to the plan. Monsters appeared from the water. The soldier attacked the evil carp with lightning. The soldier entered the water. They bent down slightly. Ilak said to get ready. The soldiers lowered their hands into the water. Ilak said to begin. A bright light appeared under the water. Monsters jumped out of the water at the soldiers. The soldier said not to get distracted and focus on their mission. The soldiers shot lightning at the monsters. The soldier said that they would be covered from the rear. Lightning embraced the monster's body. The monster's fin appeared from the water. The soldier shouted to concentrate. A huge monster underwater was approaching the soldiers. The soldier said that the water was already warm enough and would appear soon. A splash of water appeared in front of the soldiers. The soldier said that here it is. A huge monster with glowing eyes stood in front of the hunters. The soldier said that it was the leader of the evil carp. Ho-young and So-yoon looked at the boss in shock. Ho-young said that this was their main target. The leader bared his fangs. The commander looked at the monster with a bloodthirsty grin, telling the assault squad to move on to stage 2. The soldier took out his weapon, telling them to prepare the reinforced harpoons. The soldiers fired their weapons when the soldier ordered them to shoot. The leader held his hand out in front of him. The harpoons pierced his arm. Then other harpoons attacked his body. Ho-young watched in confusion, asking what they were thinking. The soldiers held their weapons in their hands, standing in the water. Ho-young said that it would not help to buy time and the mutant would simply drag them underwater. There was a lightning sign on the box. The commander grinned maliciously, using the lightning discharge skill. Lightning attacked the leader. So-yoon's eyes widened in surprise. She said that they would fry him with electricity sent through the harpoons, but it would not be enough. Ilak began to gather energy in his hand. He said that he would show them the power of the storm. Ilak put his hand in front of him, emitting a red aura. A huge energy column pierced the monster's body. The guys looked at what was happening in shock. Ho-young asked, did he always have such destructive power? So-yoon noted that she thought he was using some kind of equipment to temporarily enhance his abilities. Ilak looked ahead with a serious look, telling the troops to take out the core before the regeneration began. The commander turned his attention to the brown-haired man. The man said that the situation this year was very different from the last hunt for evil carps, and maybe there was more than one such giant. The commander smiled maliciously, asking what other news, noting that they knew about it. A huge monster appeared from the water. The soldier shouted that the second one had already appeared. The commander looked behind him with a sly grin, telling him to just stand and watch. The monster opened its mouth, moving towards the guys. Ilak grinned maliciously, thinking that here are the second, and everything is going according to plan. The comments of the viewers were visible on the screen. Viewers wrote that their training was impressive, but they were usually not that tough and that their group had recently completed a 4-star operation. Ilak was seen smiling on the broadcast. Comments were visible under the video that this was the pride of Korea. The commander raised his hand with a sparkling ring. He thought that he had shown his strength to the masses. The brunette grinned nervously, imagining the image of a man. He noted that in order to gain recognition from his father, it was necessary to prove that the second squad was doing a good job even without him. The soldiers picked up their tools. The soldier told them to quickly extract the core before regeneration began. The commander looked at the commander, calling out to him. The commander put his hand on the commander's shoulder, saying that he was leaving them to him and everything should go smoothly, adding that they should just follow the plan. The commander looked at the commander with a serious look. Ilak told them to show the other squads that they were no match for them. The fighter raised his hand above his head, telling the second assault squad that they were under his command from now on. The commander approached the car, saying that he wanted to get away from this stench as soon as possible. The man asked where to take him. Ilak looked ahead with a serious look, saying that he wanted to meet his father. A brunette was visible in the car mirror. The man said to accept his congratulations and was sure that the lieutenant colonel would be pleased with the results. The brunette looked at his phone. He put an earphone in his ear, telling them to report the situation. The soldiers were extracting the core from the monster's body. The commander said that they were currently working on extracting the core of the first evil carp leader and the second mutant was almost defeated. The commander smiled maliciously, saying that it was a good job. The commander looked away, thanking Ilak. The soldiers fired harpoons at the monster. The fighter shouted that the second leader was ready. The commander extended his hand in front of him, telling them to take care of the core and to be careful, because while it was there the monster was still alive. The monster fell in front of the soldiers. The soldier said that he was a tenacious bastard and was still moving. A monster appeared not far from them. The soldier asked that the second unit would now represent the entire assault squad. The commander told him to stop chatting and concentrate. The soldier took out the stone, saying that the extraction was complete. The monster appeared behind the soldier, opening its mouth. The soldier looked at the monster in horror, asking where another one came from. The monster swallowed the soldier in its mouth, after which it rushed towards the soldiers. Ho Young and So Yoon watched in horror. The commander looked away in shock, asking where the core was. The soldiers ran from the huge monster. Ho Young widened his eyes, saying that the leader had evolved. So Yoon's eyes widened. A huge monster appeared in front of the boys. The commander looked at the monster, telling the soldiers to gather and attack it. The soldiers fired their harpoons. The soldier told them to fire. The harpoons bounced off the monster's face. The soldier looked at what was happening in horror. The soldiers stretched their hands out in front of them, emitting lightning. The commander told the lightning squad to attack. Yellow lightning enveloped the monster's body. The soldier screamed for it to die. The monster's eyes widened. Then it swung its paw at the boys. The soldier fell to the ground, looking at the flying heads. The monster opened its mouth wide. The soldier looked at the monster in panic. He looked behind him in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Ho Young appeared in front of the soldier, holding his shield out in front of him. The hunter told him not to give up. He bared his teeth and said that he could only hold it back. Brown-haired looked at the soldier, telling him to join forces with the remaining soldiers, adding that he would try to buy them time, and they might still succeed. The soldier looked at Ho Young in bewilderment. The monster opened its mouth, showing fangs. The soldier said that they would never cope with this thing. The fighter ran to the side, saying that if he wanted to, then let him stay. Ho Young looked back, shouting for him to come back. The monster clenched its paw into a fist, swinging it. Brown-haired opened its mouth wide. The monster hit Ho Young's shield. The man was thrown to the side from the blow. The monster gloated, baring its fangs. So Yoon appeared behind the huge monster. She gritted her teeth, noting that this is how powerful evolved mutants are. The mutant looked back. He spread his paws out to the sides, screaming loudly. So Yoon looked at the mutant in confusion, wondering how he broke free from her telekinesis. The monster's claws appeared next to the girl's back. The monster's paw appeared in front of the girl's face. She thought he would get it. Blood sprayed in the air. The protagonist cut off the monster's hand with his shovel. So Yoon looked away in surprise. The protagonist smiled widely, asking that he is the second core chief of the Karpov. The chief grabbed his hand. Gang Shik told the dear viewers that they had waited long enough. The protagonist smiled maliciously, holding his shovel in front of him. He said that the MS operator was finally starting the hunt. Ho Young, holding his head, asked how long he had been unconscious. So Yoon approached and answered that it had been about 5 minutes, and heard the question, how did he survive? Gang Shik swung his shovel next to the huge fish-like monster. He looked ahead confidently, thinking that his body moved differently, maybe his chakra had returned. The information window said that a god was surprised that his body remembered this power. Some god was impressed. Some god shrugged. Attacking the monster from behind, the hero thought that this was a little different from last time. He frowned, shouting in war. The monster with a bloody limb opened its mouth. The severed arm of the beast fell to the ground. Gang Shik waved his hand, saying that this was more than enough. The monster's eyes glowed yellow. In place of the severed one, a new huge arm had already appeared. The hero exclaimed tensely, "What kind of monstrous regeneration is this?" The leader of the monsters was eating the dead little one. The guy thought, why is he eating them? Maybe cannibalism speeds up his recovery. Looking ahead confidently, the guy decided to check. He swung the shovel again, and with all his might he plunged it into the ground, destroying it. The monster turned around questioningly. Huge earthen spikes pierced its body. Blood spurted, and the beast roared. Gang Shik exclaimed contentedly, asking how he felt about that. Suddenly his gaze became surprised. The wounded monster began to eat its relatives again. The holes in its body were tightening. The guy said that with each regeneration it was becoming more dangerous. Air swirled around the wounds. Gang Shik looked in surprise and asked what was that. Instead of arms, the monster had a toothy fish and a spiky skeleton. The hero said that the fish-headed one was starting to get impudent. Looking at the body of the monster lying behind him, the hero thought that he was at too much of a disadvantage. He needed to change his position. The monster swung a skeletal limb, and then he struck, but the guy managed to block the attack. Gritting his teeth from the tension, the hero complained that he did not even have time to think. He looked to the side. A round part glowed on the handle of the shovel. He thought that maybe that thing would help him. Fortillery. The blue teardrop-shaped creatures in front of the screen looked at each other. One of them made an alarmed sound. Opening its mouth, it turned to the screen. The creatures looked at the projectile that appeared on the installation. Gang Shik screamed, waving his weapon. His blow left a bright mark. The skeletal limb was smoking. Looking at it carefully, the guy said that its regeneration was extremely fast, and wondered if he was too far from the fortillery. A camera was shining on the neck of the two-headed bird. The screen was broadcasting a fight with a fish head. The commentator wrote, "He will not die." The other was happy about this opportunity. Kroakle opened his beak, screaming loudly. Gang Shik, standing below him, asked that this was a good omen. A huge fish monster was approaching him. The brown-haired man raised his head, looking up in surprise. A blinding explosion rose from a bright beam. Ho Young asked So-yoon, hovering nearby, where did the projectile come from? Gray smoke rose everywhere. Gang Shik leaned on a piece of stone, saying that he almost died. Exhaling, he said that the fortillery attack was different from the last one. Perhaps it depends on the distance. He turned his gaze to the monster rising behind him. There were red scratches on his body. The hero said that he seemed to be injured, but the monster's eye glowed yellow. Gang Shik looked at him resolutely, saying that he thought the explosion had only bought him time. He thought that in order to finish him off, he imagined a powerful beam piercing the enemy and thought that he would need the power of the core. Looking ahead, the boy wondered if he had power like her. In the blue window, there was an inscription that a certain god advised to remember the action of chakra. One god said to concentrate. Some god joined. Spectators 17. The boy looked ahead. Images appeared in his mind as a glow surrounded him. He thought, remember. He remembered how he swung the weapon. Flashes appeared around the handle. Gang Shik thought that the feeling he had experienced then. The blue monster attacked, screaming loudly. The hero frowned at it. He put out a shovel and his other shining hand. Surrounded by a glow, he screamed in war. A bright beam of light swiftly pierced the monster's body, tearing it apart. A wind of energy fluttered around the fish head. There was a huge round hole in the monster's body. A blue crystal shimmered in the center. Ho Young saw it in surprise, saying, "What is this?" So-yoon was amazed, continuing, "What is this MS operator's true power?" The hand in the black glove was surrounded by a glow. Looking at his palm, Gang Shik said, "It was incredible." The screen showed bloody traces near the remains of the monster's body. The impressed commentators discussed it. There was a blue core lying on the ground. The bird took it in its beak and ate it, while Gang Shik shouted that it dared not eat it. The second head looked at the full one in surprise. In the book, there was a note on monster research with information about the carp chief. Among the trees, there was a gray building of the central headquarters of the assault squad. The man sitting at the table asked the commander of the second squad, "What happened?" Ilak looked ahead and apologized. The man moved his fingers in displeasure, saying that he seemed to have misunderstood his question. The brunette frowned and said that there was some unexpected factor. He remembered Gang Shik smiling. Sitting at the table, I Wang, the head of the assault squad, said that many people were involved this time. He had a rather pathetic excuse for the disaster that happened. Ilak gritted his teeth angrily, thinking that this meant that his father already knew everything. Behind the head, there was a pink-haired girl with glasses. It was Myeon, the commander of the assault squad. Ilak was sure in his mind that it was her who reported. The man looked at him, saying that it seemed like his post had become a burden. He thought about it. Gang Shik's image appeared on the screen. The man asked, "Is this the operator MS? Right." Ilak's mouth dropped open in shock when he asked, "Can he replace him?" Throwing his hands up, the brunette shouted at his father that he was the one who had tarnished the name of their unit. I Wang's eyes glowed red, and he angrily ordered him to shut up. Knocking the boy down with black and red beams of power, the leader said that he was the only one to blame for their shame. Surrounded by flashes, Ilak heard that he had dragged in so many soldiers. Not only had he destroyed everything, but also had staged a whole performance. The boy closed one eye and apologized. Myeon glanced at the man in embarrassment and thought that even when he was angry, he was so good. Moving closer to his ear, she asked if he thought that Ilak had already realized everything. The girl with glasses turned to him and said that he was good at cleaning. The boy angrily clenched his teeth, thinking that he hated her. The fingers clenched into a fist. The man said that he had to take measures so that nothing more would be damaged by the squad. The brunette walked away furiously, mentally cursing that they would still have to watch. The father sighed tiredly, saying that Ilak had a long way to go. His pride would still respond to him. Myeon asked, did he want her to clean up? On the screen in front of them was an image of Gang Shik. Yui Wang said that there was another task for her, and the girl clarified, related to him. The brunette put his fingers to his face and asked to find out everything about the guy. It would be better if he was their ally, not an enemy. The pink-haired girl glanced sideways at the head and said that it seemed that he thought highly of him. Yui Wang smiled a little and said that perhaps he reminded him of an old colleague. Myeon was surprised, thinking that it couldn't be. He meant Mushin. Since the guy doesn't have superpowers, it means he can kill a 2-star monster with just his combat skills. There was an image of Ilum with a prison number on the screen. The man said that it would be good if they involved his youngest son as well. He would handle the matter separately. In the city, there was a glass skyscraper of the Monster Fighters Association, the Korean branch. The man stood behind a podium in front of a crowd of reporters who were asking if it was true that he knew about the mutations of the evil carps. Did the Fortaleria really drop a bomb on the Han River? The journalist held out a microphone, shouting what he was planning to do with the Fortaleria. The man surrounded by microphones asked him to calm down and ask questions one by one. The man with glasses whispered that it seemed like the MS operator had cut off the connection and was not answering the calls. The gray-haired man replied that he could not approach him because of the Fortaleria, and he did not deign to answer. He clenched his teeth in displeasure, mentally asking what he was thinking. Among the gray parts and shells, words were heard that here was the special edition of the stream they had been waiting for. It was time to get acquainted. Gang Shik pointed at the blue teardrop-shaped creature and said that their hero of the day was a Fortaleria. The commentators admired and envied. Poking his finger, the hero said that this cutie was not only soft. More of the same monsters became visible on the screen. Words were heard that he also had a whole squad of clones. Gang Shik took it in his hands and said that if he turned it. Gang Shik took the phone in his hand, asking him to wait, and thought that he had only allowed notifications with the urgent mark. His gaze became amazed. On the screen there was an image of the news with a monster that appeared in China. The hero thought that he had finally shown up. Zero Blade. A caption appeared in the blue window that a certain god was packing for a trip. One god is looking for his passport. Some god is going to change currency. Looking at Croakle with a camera, Gang Shik said that it seemed like plans had changed. He had to go to China right away. He imagined a map with a crossed-out arrow and thought that because of the monsters, traveling abroad was severely restricted. Aircraft had become a rare first-class pleasure. Looking determinedly ahead, the hero said that he needed an airplane. Pointing his finger at the camera, the hero enthusiastically exclaimed that those who could help him with the flight faster than anyone else. The girl in front of the monitor looked at him in surprise. Resolutely pointing his finger, the guy said that he would invite them here, to the Fortalery. The girl in the shirt said that she would never miss such a chance. Gang Shik looked at the phone, thinking that maybe this was too much, although there were not many aircraft in the country. His gaze became surprised. A user named Polka.Princess wrote that a friend said that the government was trying to meet with him. Maybe they could come to an agreement. There was a notification on the screen about 26 missed calls. The guy thought that he didn't pick up the phone because he didn't want to get involved in more problems. But how did she know? Touching his chin, Gang Shik decided that she really was an unusual girl. The gray-haired man got angry when the guy on the screen said that the government's interested parties should contact him. He said that he was an impudent boy. Waving his hand in displeasure, he asked the brunette to say something. Did he think there was any sense in this? Ilak answered displeasedly that the assault squad takes full responsibility. He hung his head sadly, while the elder told the secretary to call the impudent guy. The man held the phone to his ear and said that he was talking to him, but the hero interrupted, answering that they would skip this part. Gang Shik, phone in hand, asked if they had a plane. The silver-haired man grew angry, saying that he didn't think the boy understood how the world worked. Did he even realize the magnitude of his request? Ilak abruptly snatched the phone from his hand. Holding it in front of him, he said that the plane would be provided by the assault squad. Gang Shik frowned, recognizing that voice. His fingers clenched into a fist until they trembled. The brunette thanked him for helping him that time. He owed him a favor. Could they come to an agreement? Gang Shik looked ahead resolutely and said that it sounded great. The helicopter was flying in the sky above China. The pilot turned around and said that he saw the destination. Let him be ready. He said this to Gang Shik, who was resolutely sitting behind him. Looking out the window, the guy thought that this meant that this was China. The helicopter was flying in the sky, painted in the colors of the sunset. The hero thought that it was very different from what he knew about it. Looking closely, he thought that he did not expect the assault squad to provide him with a helicopter. It seems that they want to save their reputation after the recent events with the carp. Ilak was talking to him on the phone. Touching the suborder, Gang Shik thought that it was not important. The main thing was to get to the goal. The hero's eyes opened wide with realization. He said stop, let him wait. Gang Shik stood in an empty field, turning around in fear, and asked, is he sure it's here? There's nothing here. The pilot looked out of the cockpit and said that everything is according to the coordinates. When he's done, let him contact him, he'll fly in. Looking at the helicopter flying away, the hero asked, he'll be back, right? In his hand was a phone with an incoming call. The guy said, as scheduled, a Chinese number. He looked at the number, saying that he felt like if he answered, there would be a lot of trouble, so he'd just start streaming. Waving his hand to the bird with the camera, he said hello. The man on the horse heard that he had flown to China. The cameraman came out into the light. Pointing his finger at himself, the brown-haired man said that he would go anywhere for the Zero Blade. Gang Shik turned around, hearing the order to stand where he stood. Behind him was a horse, rearing up, with a rider. The long-haired man ordered in another language to answer, what family are you from? The hero gritted his teeth, saying that he almost killed him. He did not understand anything. The stranger resolutely shouted that this was the last warning. The system window said that some god was indignant. one god decided. He received a donation. The round base of the handle lit up. The man shouted, demanding to report his affiliation. Gang Shik looked surprised, saying that he understood him. He thought that it seemed that the gods were a little angry. The long-haired man took out a sword from behind his back, saying that he would have to eliminate him if he did not introduce himself. The guy began calmly, he thinks. Resolutely squeezing the shovel in his hand, he continued, can he? The stranger's gaze became surprised. Putting the weapon behind his back, Gang Shik said that he was only here to deal with the Zero Blade. He is not his enemy. The man on horseback asked, is he talking about the devil of heaven? His clothes and speech, he does not look like a man who knows martial arts. Looking at him, the boy asked him to just believe him, and thought, what does it mean that they call him the heavenly devil? The long-haired man laughed, asking how he would fight a monster. Nonsense, but he had zeal, his only fighting skill. He remembered the silhouette behind the fan, who said that a man from afar would soon arrive. Let him be prepared to meet him, and thought, is this the one the leader spoke of? On the hero's shoulder sat a two-headed bird with a camera. The Chinese thought, isn't this a fortune-telling bird that they revere? Sitting on his horse, he asked if he could offer him something. His clan listens to the predictions of these birds. If it predicts their fate, he will do everything possible to find the devil of heaven. Gang Shik thought sullenly, he is offering help, is this a trap? The boy's hand took out a sword from behind his back. Looking at him, the long-haired man said that he understood that it was difficult to trust him like this. He apologized in advance, he just wanted him to help them. A round pendant shone on his neck. The guy swung his shining sword, using the skill of the flaming sword Sura. A bright explosion scattered debris in front of him. A green crystal shone among the stones. Gang Shik stood with an inscrutable look while the stones were flying at him and said that it was clear this was the power of a two-star monster, Tulsta. Holding the shining blade, the guy said that if he, Jin, wanted to get rid of him, his sword would not have left a trace of his body. There was no point in him plotting. Gang Shik looked at him resolutely, saying that it would be difficult to search for the Zero alone in the desert, he would just end it quickly. With a wave of his hand, the guy with the bird introduced himself. On the screen was a picture of a guy who folded his palms, saying that he was the 13th son of the Na clan, Jin. The commentators were discussing him. Gang Shik stood there with a confused look, thinking that it couldn't be. He was told something completely different. He turned to the guy walking in front of him with displeasure. Gang Shik looked around, asking, is this really China? In front of him stood a guard in traditional armor. The hero thought that there were primitive buildings, weapons, and armor that did not correspond to their generation. People looked at him pitifully. He thought about these looks, full of fear of foreigners. The broadcast screen showed ruins of buildings. The commentators also did not understand what was happening to China. Jin smiled at the woman who said that the young master had arrived, and the hero thought that no matter how you look at it, it will be hard. Words were heard that they were there. The long-haired man turned around saying that the pride of the Na clan had existed for 500 years. They were standing in front of a tall traditional building illuminated by the sun's rays, the Royal Flame Pavilion. Gang Shik gaped in amazement, saying that this was a completely different world. Jin waved his hand, answering the guard who asked who it was with him that he was their honored guest. Gang Shik with Croakle with a camera on his shoulder listened as he added that he would like to meet the chief. The guards looked at each other awkwardly, hesitating. The hero pointed his finger in displeasure and asked if they wanted to make him wait. They said no in fear. Jin turned around when he heard a voice telling him that of course not. A girl in a traditional costume opened the door telling them to go through. The chief allowed them to enter. It was Namgung Yunran. The heroes followed the girl into the building. Gang Shik looked around, thinking that it was so amazing inside. He saw a girl in colorful dresses and thought, are all the girls in the village here? Yunran stopped at the elevator door and asked to come in. Jin asked in amazement, did the leader allow them to use this? The escort pointed her hand, saying that of course he was an important guest. Yunran looked happily at the discouraged hero, exclaiming that it seemed like he was really special to him. Very few people had seen this thing, and he was going to ride it. Gang Shik shifted his gaze. Yunran was looking at the handle behind him with a stern look. The number 15 appeared on the elevator sign. Gang Shik stood in front of a rich door, hearing that he was expected here. The luxurious doors opened for the heroes. In the rich room, a fat man sat on a throne, who greeted them with a laugh. The man with the thin mustache smiled and welcomed Chang into the world. He waved his hand and sent the two away, saying they could go. Yunran and Jin bowed, agreeing with the master. Gang Shik stood on the carpet with a stern look. Chang touched his chin, saying that he had not been nervous for 60 years, but now he remembered what it was like. The hero looked at him, thinking, 60, he seems quite young. The rich man smiled slyly, saying that he was surprised that he looked so much younger than his age. He imagined various monsters, saying that the core of the monsters was not just the source of superpowers, it was the monster itself. The man waved his hand with a ring, saying that if you process it, you can unlock the abilities of your own body along with other powers. Imagining a man in a suit, he said that Wang from his edges looked like him. Gang Shik frowned, thinking about what it meant. He controlled all the information and managed the village. With a determined look, the hero said that he would ask directly, could he locate the Zero Blade? He thought that this was the most important thing for him now. Hu Chang turned away, snapped his fingers, and said that it was true. He was in a hurry, he was too careless, he forgot. The gloomy brown-haired man heard that his soldiers were looking for him now. They would arrive soon, let him wait a little. Pointing to the girl standing next to him, the rich man said that he was sure that the road had tired him. His daughter would take care of him, let him rest comfortably. The girl opened her eyes and, after greeting him, introduced herself as Hu Lin. She pointed with her hands and asked him to come here. Gang Shik glanced sideways at Hu Chang, who asked if a good rest was not important before an important event, and thought that he did not know what he was planning, but he would play along. The guy frowned, thinking that he was ready to do anything to catch the Zero. The fat man smiled slyly, looking at him. The girl was sitting next to the hero, who had his head down. He glanced at her and thought, is she going to sit here like that? Turning to her, he said that he wanted to be alone. Hu Lin turned around in fear and exclaimed that she, looking at the hero with trepidation. She said that the leader had instructed her to take care of him with warmth and asked not to drive him away. Gang Shik turned around displeased and said that this was too much. The brunette's eyes widened. The girl, surrounded by a pink glow, asked the young master to look at her. He was surprised. Rays of energy were approaching him. The girl looked at him with pink eyes. Taking the guy by the chin, she hypnotically ordered him to show her the secret that he was hiding. Gang Shik repeated, a secret, and then exclaimed discontentedly, asking what nonsense she was talking about. Why would he suddenly tell her anything? Hu Lin looked at him in amazement, not understanding why she could not read his thoughts. The blue window notified that some god was furious. One god said that she needed to be reprimanded. Some god advised her to concentrate on her chakra. Gang Shik thought with a serious expression that it seemed she was trying to get into his head with her superpowers. Rising, he said that she had better explain herself. The long-haired girl hesitated. The hero was surrounded by blue flashes. Hu Lin was surprised to see how they reached for her. The blue circles were approaching her forehead. Hu Chang turned around, telling his daughter to just bring him a shovel. They had put all their resources into bringing him here, so there was no miscalculation. Hu Lin looked down, saying that she was done. The man approached angrily, asking if she didn't care about her starving people. Did she think her naive brother would survive? The girl closed her eyes, hearing that it would be better if she made the right choice. In her mind, she prayed for someone to save her. Gang Shik looked at the girl in shock. Hu Lin looked at him in surprise. The guy thought, what was that just now? Did he see her memories? The notification said that some god said that he used her power. Some god said that chakra is all-powerful. Looking at the brown-haired girl sitting in front of him, the guy thought that this was the ability of chakra. Besides, if those memories were true, Gang Shik asked firmly if it was time for them to have an honest talk. Hu Chang turned around when he heard his name being called. Gang Shik stood in front of the sad heroine, saying that he wanted an explanation. The fat man raised an eyebrow, asking what he was talking about, and thought to himself, did it really not work? Reaching his hand into his collar, he said that it seemed that his daughter's hospitality was not up to his standards. Gang Shik exclaimed as a shining beam flew by. The same one flew by the surprised Hu Lin. Hu Chang held his gun with a smirk, saying that he no longer needed to be polite since he understood everything. Gang Shik frowned, thinking that he fired without reason. This was too much. Extending his shovel forward, he angrily said that he started it. The fat man standing opposite said that no matter how strong he was still a man. One bullet and he was a corpse. He made a motion with his fingers and ordered the shovel to be given to him. The hero, holding out his hand, asked, did he think a shovel would solve all the problems? Hu Chang angrily shouted at him to shut up. He had seen it all with his own eyes. There was no more hope here. He remembered the tortured poor, saying that this land abandoned by the state would soon be taken by starvation. He remembered standing in front of the table with the officials, saying that they had tried to negotiate with the government, but it was not profitable for them to support them. He remembered how the hero fought the monster and said that if they had this shovel, they could defeat the devil of heaven, then they would hear their requests. Hu Chang smiled wickedly as he said this. Gang Shik looked at him indifferently, asking, was this why he spread false information that a monster was here? Hu Chang angrily shouted in confirmation and said that if he didn't want to die then. He fell silent when he heard the guy say that he would give it to him. The fat man frowned, asking incredulously. Gang Shik threw him a glowing shovel, warning that it was a bit heavy. The glowing blade pierced the man's leg. The rich man's eyes bulged and he yelled. Pointing his gun, he called out to the hero in displeasure. But the hero attacked, hitting him right in the fat man's face. It dented inward, like a doll's. Hu Chang was thrown back far by the punch, and he hit, leaving a bloody mark on the throne. Hu Lin looked surprised, calling out to the leader. Jin opened the doors, shouting that he was worried when he heard the noise. He looked ahead in amazement, right at the rich man lying on the throne and Gang Shik with a shovel. The guy screamed in surprise. There was blood from Hu Chang smeared on his back. Gang Shik gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that the situation was becoming problematic. Hu Jin held the sword, angrily telling the young master that he trusted him. He should not hope to return alive. The young man with the shining sword gritted his teeth, shouting that he had no excuse. Flames flew towards Gang Shik. He looked at it tensely, thinking maybe he should just knock him out. Hu Jin angrily said that he was indeed a cold and frightening head of the family, but he was still his only father. Sharp stones flew forward from the attack. The guy wished death on his father's killer. Hu Lin rushed to cover the hero, stopping her brother. He looked at her in shock. The tip of the sword fell to the floor. Gang Shik and the girl looked at the hero. Long-haired shouted, asking what she was doing. He was the sworn enemy of the head of their house. She sided with this villain. The girl looked at her brother, calling out to him. She stepped forward, telling the confused boy that his father was not a good man. Surrounded by a glow, the girl touched his face and asked him to look at her. Her eyes glowed pink. Gang Shik looked at this in surprise, thinking that this was incredible. She could not only read thoughts, but also transmit them. Hu Jin's excited face was covered in sweat. He lowered his head, asking, is it all true, what he saw, all his evil deeds? The sister sitting next to him said that how he tried to rule the village and how he wanted to kill the young master. It was all true. Long-haired raised his head, addressing Gang Shik, and then bowed deeply, saying that he was very ashamed. He was indebted to him. Red clouds floated next to the majestic building. The man fell, pierced by the sword. Yunran stood before the people in black cloaks, saying that this was a rebellion. She and the Black Wolf troop had rebelled. The girl looked forward resolutely. Hu Jin ran to the balcony, asking in surprise what was happening. Gang Shik asked who these people were. The long-haired man clenched his teeth and replied that they were the personal guards from the family, the Black Wolf troop and Yunran, but why would a stepmother rebel? The girl stretched out her palm, telling the stranger that he already knew what they wanted. Let him give up the shovel, and they would spare him. Gang Shik reached for the handle behind his back and asked if everyone really considered her their property. What confidence? Hu Jin said that he would try to keep the escape route open. The heroes heard the question excitedly. Why didn't he stay to protect his only sister? Gang Shik gripped the shining weapon firmly and said that they were the top of the house. It was too dangerous. Let them trust him. He extended his hand with the shovel and said that if they still had doubts about him, then a bright blue beam threw the cloaked men back under the guy's order to just watch. They flew back screaming. Hu Jin opened his mouth in surprise and asked what kind of power this was. Gang Shik turned around with a smile and answered that if he wanted to get rid of it. He remembered how the hero pointed his sword at him and asked if he could guess what would happen. The hero jumped up, saying that he was going, a lot of things to do, let him protect those dear to him. The guy, surrounded by the glow, smiled. The cloaked men tried to pull the shovel out of the broken earth, shouting at each other, and saying that it did not even move. Gang Shik landed, throwing them in different directions with powerful energy. The Black Wolf warriors stared in shock. One asked who said the boy had no powers. The other added, how could it be without superpowers? They clutched their rectangular swords, determined to deal with him mercilessly and cold-bloodedly. From all sides, they rushed to attack, wishing for his death. Gang Shik waved his shovel with a smile, saying that this was self-defense now. Yunran looked at this, saying that she thought the leader was bluffing. Was it true that the boy had fought the devil of heaven? Hu Chang bit his tongue with a dent on his face. The children looked at him. Hu Jin told the girl that it was not safe, they should leave quickly. She did not look at her brother, who said that he knew how she felt, but they did not have time. The stone in the man's ring glowed brightly. Hu Lin exclaimed that its core was glowing. The guy exclaimed in surprise, which means he didn't die, but how? Veins bulged on his thick palm. A sharp claw burst out of the man's body. The bone limbs were covered in blood. The monster had several pairs of red eyes. The claws stepped on the floor. Instead of the head's body, there was a gray spider with sharp limbs. A scream was heard. The true form of the core was a devourer. Did he use the head as a vessel to awaken? Hu Jin covered his sister with his hand, ordering her to quickly hide behind him. He was squeezing the sword with his hands, saying that it had just hatched, which meant it had not yet reached full 3-star power. The huge spider quickly attacked. The guy gritted his teeth, not expecting this. The claws strike through him back. Hu Lin turned around and screamed, calling out to her brother. He was breathing heavily, trying to get up. The devourer was approaching the frightened girl. Hu Jin screamed, calling out to his sister. The pendant on his neck glowed bright green. Hu Jin quickly swung his sword, protecting the girl crouched behind him. She turned around, looking at him in surprise. Blood was dripping from the severed claw and the wound on his forehead. The hero held the sword wearily, thinking about what power. The flames were much stronger this time. There was a round pendant hanging on his neck. The guy thought that it seemed like his connection with the core had strengthened. Was this the true power that the leader was talking about? Blood was flowing from the monster's mouth. He was screaming wildly that it was painful. Holding the flaming sword, the guy said that until it had recovered. He rushed to attack the devourer, screaming that he would kill him. The monster jumped back in a zigzag, leaving a bright trail. He jumped straight out into the street, repeating how painful it was. The bloody monster said that he would definitely kill them. But first, the monster flew over the rebels surrounding Gang Shik and continued that a new vessel needed to be found. Palku looked at them and thought how painful it was. Then he started falling down. He needed to recover. He needed a new vessel. At the same moment he noticed the girl and thought that this was the same vessel. She raised her head and he looked at him. Then there was an explosion. Everyone began to fly apart in different directions. And the spider landed safely. Then men flew up to him and started shouting that their mistress was attacked. The young man also rushed there and asked if this was really a devourer. Where did it come from? Then the girl was already rolled into a web. She just raised her head and asked for help. And literally a second later the spider flew back up. It seemed that she could not be saved. Her body was completely immersed in a cocoon. But one of the soldiers raised his hand and shouted that they needed to pull themselves together. Apparently, there was a devourer spider in front of them. Then he looked at him and added that there was no need to be afraid. I don't know where it came from, but he had a huge wound. Another also raised his head and shouted that therefore now it was possible to catch him. We must not miss the opportunity. Meanwhile, the spider looked at them and thought that he needed time. So he pushed off better and flew away. And the young man stood aside, tried to stop his comrades. He needed to think about something. He frowned and shouted that these people were just going to chase him without thinking of plans. That was stupid. Meanwhile, the soldiers were still running after the spider, finally found his cave. They went in there and shouted that maybe this was a 3-star monster, but now it was weak and it could be killed. Suddenly, some kind of web began to fall on them. It was unclear what was happening. This web was a strange red color and very strong. Less than a minute passed as these threads compressed and shackled them, not giving them the opportunity to move. One of the soldiers looked at this with fear and asked where the monster got such intelligence from. His comrades were already unconscious at that moment. The spider also did not waste time, immediately caught his prey so that it would not be saved. Only it was an unusual spider and with a human head. The monster looked very scary, a human head and paws body like a monster. People looked at it and said that it just can't be. The lady they knew became a monster. Then they rushed at her and decided that they still had to attack. The woman got very angry. Then, literally with one blow, she was able to kill several people at once. Their blood flew in all directions. One of the soldiers managed to get out of there after some time, almost saved. But at some point, a spider grabbed his leg. The guy turned around and fearfully began to beg for help. It was at that moment that someone heroically cut the web. The main character appeared there, who protected him and shouted that he knew it. Croacle was flying over his head. The guy raised his head and shouted that this creature did not look like an ordinary devourer spider, and wasn't this that bitch. A familiar woman appeared in front of them, and the commentators wrote that this was the same Nemnum. At the most inopportune moment, the young man's phone rang. He didn't understand who was calling him. It turned out that it was other soldiers who were already approaching him in helicopters, and they shouted that the stream had to be stopped immediately. How could some streamer from a tiny state disgrace their huge nation? The guy picked up the phone and asked why the hell these people were distracting him at such a moment. And the bird began to scream furiously. Then the young man raised his head and said that during the battle with the carp they didn't shout about the bad flag. Is it really even worse now? But he didn't manage to communicate with the bird for long because the spider immediately attacked him. Then he covered his face and thought that it was great that the monster dealt with the rebels. He didn't even have to do anything. Then he looked at the helicopters. This trunk, the Red Dragon, the 4th in the world strike force statistics, already familiar to him. There was not one helicopter there, but several at once. He saw the show and thought that it was better for them guys to mind their own business. The man looked at him from above and thought that this man hung up, so he would be next after the monster. Then he turned around, looked at the soldiers and ordered them to listen to him. While one of them was getting out of the helicopter with a special glove, he shouted that it was necessary to quickly eliminate the monsters and take the shovel from this impudent bastard. Bright spotlights immediately appeared above the spider, shouted that the target spider eater was established, and waited for the order. The man smiled and shouted that it simply did not matter, that this was a 3-star monster, a bug could not dig them out of the air. And the other one, meanwhile, stretched out his hand and immediately received the order to open fire. Shells flew straight at her from several points at once. The spider at that moment tried to hide from there. The monster saw the shells and activated the crystal on her chest, which was supposed to help save her. Suddenly, a serious explosion occurred right below. The soldiers saw it and began to scream loudly. The captain was pleased, thought that everything was over and said let him try the power of a great country. That brat must have died too. But literally a moment later he saw how one of their helicopters was literally torn apart in the air. He turned around and asked what was going on. It turns out that this spider monster from the ground was still able to attack them. The woman launched something like laser projectiles from her chest, and the main character then hid nearby and just watched this. Was this really a shockwave of storm bulls? The monster began to scream and continued to attack them. She shot in different directions indiscriminately. Nevertheless, she shot down the helicopters one after another. The commander looked at all this and shouted that this was a shockwave of storm bulls. What kind of creature is this? Then he looked around and shouted that they needed to disperse and do it quickly, dodge the shockwaves. Nevertheless, the spider was not going to give up and continued to strike. Thanks to her web, she grabbed one of the helicopters and pulled it down. The helicopter blades, although spinning, could not stop or cut her web. Right inside this helicopter sat the commander, who began to scream loudly. Then literally a moment later, they smashed on the ground. The bird was watching what was happening all this time and screamed loudly, and the guy looked at her and asked her to be quieter. In what place does he see a good omen here? He imagined the enemy and thought that the monster used the ability of a storm bull. Perhaps the absorbed girl had the same power. In addition, this spider is endowed with intelligence. He understands when and how best to use his skills. And now the monster was attacking the soldiers, and the guy thought that he simply had no reason to fight this creature. He turned and shouted that they must run. Then he received a notification that some god was asking if this man was joking and was expecting the revival of martial arts. The brunette raised his head and shouted that he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it this time, not some philanthropist. Immediately after, he received another notification that one god had prepared a donut. The guy saw it and frowned. Then he smiled and said that this was unprecedented generosity. Now it's a different matter. He stood up, looked at the spider and shouted that the collaboration of the Korean with the monster trimmer was starting. Meanwhile, the commander managed to get out of the fallen helicopter. He barely raised his head and thought that this simply couldn't be. All the helicopters were suspended before his eyes, and the crew members were captured using a cocoon. The Red Dragon's strike force was destroyed by one monster. People were shouting suspended upside down. Despite all the power of their squad, the reason for the defeat was Namgoong's mind and memory. About this girl's combat skills, like a person with superpowers and knowledge of modern technology, helped now as never before, and they had no chance against her. The female monster absorbed her abilities, was incredibly happy about it. Then she heard something behind her. Suddenly, a young man attacked her, but the monster managed to bow, and the guy turned around and thought that he wanted to quickly destroy her core, but apparently it did not work. The woman got even more angry and asked what kind of sensations this was. In the hands of the main character was a shovel that caused these sensations. She cannot fall under its blades. Then the woman looked at the survivors and thought that she would first invite them to become stronger and could not leave alive those who harmed him. At that moment, she remembered her recent battles with the man. Therefore, now she frowned and smiled sarcastically. She immediately pounced on the guy, but he was able to jump back. The young man looked at her and did not understand what was happening. And the spider jumped off the ground, pushing off with its own projectile. Someone raised his head and thought that things were bad. Right before his eyes, the prey was running as far as possible and was heading towards those two survivors. So the guy clenched his teeth and thought that he had to run after it faster. He also turned around and asked what was going on. Something was wrong with his shovel. The brunette looked at it and did not understand why the shovel had become heavier, and his hands were shaking, and the handle had become longer. He got this time. Even with chakra it was not possible to move it from its place, then mentally asked to become its usual again. Suddenly a miracle happened. The shovel really decreased. Because of this, the main character was very happy and thought that it worked, returned to its size, but then something else happened. Some strange icon appeared on the handle. The guy picked it up and thought if this is the same donation, apparently now he can control the length. His commentators at that moment were watching the stream and writing whether the others saw it. The handle really decreased. They immediately said that this shovel is a legendary weapon. Others asked to tell more about this spider devourer. The main character immediately drove the shovel into the ground. Then he pushed off from it and said that since it can be shortened, it can also be lengthened. Then she thought that the shovel should lengthen and it will reach them in a matter of seconds. The guy and the girl were trying to escape at that moment and were shouting that they had to run in the same direction. The brother pulled his sister along with him and added that they had to leave immediately. But it was not to be. An enemy suddenly appeared above them. The guy flew back, and the sister looked at him and started screaming in fear. The monster decided to destroy the man first, so she was approaching him from behind. But something suddenly distracted her. It turned out that the main character appeared right behind her. The woman certainly did not expect this. She turned around and asked what was going on, how this bastard got here. The brunette at that moment was only thinking about the need to destroy her. Thanks to the shovel, the young man really got there in literally a matter of seconds. The spider did not even have time to realize what was happening. She began to think about it. However, this did not last long, because a moment later she received a shovel right in the core. And thus, in the note on monster research, the 51st monster appeared, the spider devourer, and all the information about it. At that moment, the spider raised her head and began to scream frantically. Suddenly, another helicopter appeared above her body and the monster was already destroyed at that moment. Behind the main character, the brother and sister came up and said that this young master was just in time. The girl was scared and asked if this guy was really leaving already, and he turned around and answered that his work here was over. He was deceived, and because of this he was trying to understand what to do next. The monster introduced and added that he learned new information about the awakening of the core, gained good experience in the battle with the intelligent spider, and so cruel is the moment when his shovel acquired new abilities. He frowned and thought that there was something else. He looked at the icon on the shovel, which continued to ring. Maybe something happened to the fortillery. Then the little girl came closer and said that she would like to go with him. The young man looked at her and said nothing. Then he came closer and turned to the girl. He put his hand on her forehead. Suddenly a bright light appeared, and in her eyes, as if a vision. In these establishments there were different people, some family and monsters. In addition to this, a little boy who lost someone close. Suddenly, this same boy acquired abilities and began to scream that he would simply kill him. All this sharply spun in the brunette's head. She jumped back and did not know how to cope with what she saw. And the guy lowered his head at that moment, apologized to her, said that the path he was taking was not worth her company. Then he turned around and said that therefore he would act alone. Night fell. A helicopter was flying over the sea, in which they announced that they were starting the broadcast with unexpected news. The top 5 rating had changed. And inside, the main character watched the news, where they reported what they thought. The main reason was the recent incident that happened with the strike forces. The red dragon was called the spider, and how she killed many soldiers. They said that despite the fact that the dragon, number 3 in the top, did not participate, the consequences of failure could not be avoided. One of the reporters then said that bad for one, good for another, we need to consider their updated rating. After that, several players were shown on the screen, including the main character. The woman looked up and said that the first place, of course, belongs to Captain Africa. This man actively fights all the monsters, is a great hero of his continent, fights the army of Meropov alone. As people often say, without him, all of humanity would soon become food for these monsters. Then she introduced another, said that the second man with the nickname Man, Army, the strongest man in Russia. Then came the third player, who had a mask on his eyes, Master Johann, the leader of the strongest strike forces 6 stars. Thanks to his data, it was he who was able to unite this famous squad. And finally they showed the last one, Yamato number 5, the strongest swordsman, capable of cutting through anything with his 2 swords. After that, the woman raised her hand and said that she was finally ready to introduce the last one. She showed the main character, called him the one because of whom the changes in their top occurred. It was the game operator. They immediately showed footage of the young man killing the spider and said that he had done something that even the red dragon could not do. The guy had destroyed a monster with a supernova mutation. The host then raised his hand and said that he would like to watch his power from a different angle. They also showed his shovel on the screen and suggested that it was a monster. The woman replied that she did not understand what the co-host meant, and he imagined a tower and explained that the earth is filled with many monsters and many are inorganic creatures, so his Lapota could well be one of them. He also added that the Lapota is unusually heavy and no one except the operator can carry it. And do not forget that it was this tool that injured the Zero Blade in that very battle that took place not so long ago. After the man added that everyone recently learned about the new ability of the shovel to stretch in size, the young man at that moment was carefully watching the news. Then he heard that the fertilizer oracle, which followed him everywhere, could be unknown and monsters. It was at that moment that the guy decided to turn off the news. He looked out the window and thought that it sounded logical, and while he was flying, he reasoned that aggression in this case was not the worst solution. Then he was worried about only one question: are helicopters currently flying over the Sea of Death? The brunette looked at his bird and thought that the oracle had greatly helped him get to China in one piece, as always. Suddenly, new notifications appeared above his head that some god was wondering if the young man was ready. Another said that if you ask again, then a different saw, and one god was in anticipation. What do they already want to tell him with this? Just at that moment the oracle woke up and started screaming. Now this too, which means you definitely need to prepare for something. Literally a moment later, a notification appeared on the map that someone was below them. The helicopter was flying right over the sea, but there was something else above, some kind of huge bee or beetle. The pilot immediately saw this monster and shouted that something was moving towards them. Something had to be done urgently. Renat turned around and asked if this was really happening already. Meanwhile, the monster grabbed the helicopter with its little paws, and then these paws were inside the cabin, breaking the windows. It took this beetle a few seconds to rip the door off and try to get inside. The young man immediately took out his shovel, and having looked at it closer, he realized that it was a Morop. He did not hesitate and immediately tried to hit the monster. Because of this, the huge beetle flew straight into the water. The guy looked at it from above and shouted, "How did this creature from Africa end up here?" It seemed that everything was over because the beetle was already practically near the water. But at the last moment, it was able to stay in flight and flew up. When the main character swung and shouted that it would be bad if they broke something else, he had to finish him off with one blow. Despite the loss of one of the Cossacks, the monster was approaching him at an incredible speed. In his eyes, this guy was a rather strange tint and radiated bright energy. Suddenly, a bright beam of energy appeared from somewhere above. The brunette raised his head and wondered what was happening. Did the monster really run away? It turns out that the beetle collected all the remaining energy from flying right above him, and the guy landed back on the floor and said that he had already decided that he was finished. Then he turned around and asked what was that all about. After some time, the helicopter was above the city, finally almost arrived at the place. There were people standing nearby on the roof of one of the houses who were discussing that Gang Shik would arrive soon, and in response from the second they heard that they knew, he already said. There was a rather dissatisfied man standing there, who was clearly waiting for the main character. Finally, the main character landed on one of the sites. He scratched his head and thought that he almost died, but it was not even a zero blade. Then a man shouted at him and said that he saw here he managed to survive the road through the sea of death. The young man looked at him and asked if it was really his friend, asked what he was doing here, and what kind of clothes were those. Then he came closer and noted that although the man denied it, he really was the youngest son of the head of the assault squad, wasn't he? In response, he heard why he suddenly started talking about this. Then Ilum looked at him and said that a car was already waiting for them. They needed to go to his house. In response, he heard why he should go with him. It was better to stop talking nonsense. The man got even more angry and asked how he was going to get to Seoul at such a time. And the guy turned around and said that it was none of his business, so it was better to leave him alone the easy way. When he heard this, he simply became furious. He immediately imagined the woman and thought that if it weren't her order. Then he looked up at the main character again and shouted that he was ready to take him home in a limousine, stop resisting and get into the car. The brunette turned around and got even more angry, asked if this guy had really gone crazy. Then he went straight towards him, said that he was really trying to lure him with a limousine. What was he planning? The man got a little scared and hesitated, and the main character took out his shovel and said that they needed to lay it out while he was still kind. Ilum decided not to play with fire and immediately said that he didn't know anything. He was only ordered to help the commander of the second squad. The young man frowned and asked the commander again. Then he imagined that man and thought, is it really about him? What's on his mind? Suddenly his shovel began to emit some bright light again. The boy frowned and thought that he couldn't linger here any longer, so he turned around and ran in the other direction, shouting that his time was up, he had to go. Of course, Ilum tried to stop him and shout that everyone was on the roof now, but it was too late because the youth jumped straight down. He looked at his shovel and ordered it to activate the extension. Immediately, the weapon began to increase in length. Then it stuck into the facade of the building, which allowed him to push off. It was clear from the eyes of the protagonist that he was not afraid, noted that it was necessary to move forward and immediately flew there. His goal, while flying over the city, was the fortification. Like an arrow, Brunette flew over the city. This is a combination of the ability of the shovel and chakra, a unique way of movement especially for him. Even while flying, he thought that chakra allows you to develop high speed, reducing air resistance, like a real person a bullet. It was then that notifications appeared above his head that one god closed his eyes, and another god once, and the third is very pleased with what is happening. After some time, the young man finally landed next to the tower. Moreover, he landed quite successfully, without damaging himself. He raised his head and looked at everything that was happening. For some reason, there were many cannons sticking out of the tower. What was going on there? What the hell was going on? The young man thought. And someone's scream was heard right from the depths. At that very second, a man with a monster on his head fell out and asked for help. This man crawled even closer and began to ask to save him, promising that he would never appear here again. The brunette looked at this and did not understand what was happening. There was some kind of big drop on his head. It seems it was an assault squad. After some time, everyone gathered in one room and the guy asked to clarify everything again. In front of him sat the roll of soldiers from the assault squad who came here to find a rare iron core dungeon. Then he stuck a shovel into the ground and added that then his little friends caught them and almost killed them. Then the guys looked and asked for forgiveness, also asked to remove these huge drops. The main characters then raised their heads and thought, so this was their task? Is this how they try to achieve cooperation? Immediately he imagined his new girlfriend and thought that the ability to read thoughts was impressive. So he looked at the soldiers and said that he understood everything. The guys can go. In response, he immediately received a surprise question. Is he really going to just let them go? The soldiers immediately began to bow to him and thank him. and the oracle just flew above while the brunette told them to take care of themselves in the future. But that was all, because the guy smiled and thought that now a debt was being paid for them. He looked at the slimes and thought what to do with them. It would be bad if these guys did something because of hunger. Suddenly one of the droplets touched him from behind. At first the young man turned around and asked what was going on. And then he saw a bright light. Apparently it was attracted by chakra. And then the droplet began to increase. The monster grew 3 times larger, and the main character understood that it increases when it absorbs chakra. Then he picked up the phone and thought that today was the day of the polka dot princess's visit. It was immediately decided that it was necessary to meet her. Some time passed. A research group appeared on the helipad. People looked at the severed fang of the monster and said that the pilot was right. They had to scan this part of the creature and concluded that more detailed research was not necessary, but it was undoubtedly a murop. If you imagine their habitat, then these monsters are ants, but not at all the workers that were known before. The task of these monsters is to enslave people. Their reproduction is simply incredible. If you imagine a map, then the ants have long turned Africa into a real hell. And now they have reached their continent, and a mutation in wings has appeared. This means that a new queen has appeared near the border of Korea. It seems that the city is now in danger. Who was So Yoon there at that time, who was then fighting monsters? She received a new notification on her phone that all hunters and assault squads had to go to one place where monsters were found, presumably Neurops. The same notifications were received by other heroes, that all registered squads and hunters must respond to this message. This is a first-degree emergency. The main hero also received a notification. It repeated that all hunters must respond to this message. The young man at that moment flew up to one of the buildings. Soon after that, he landed. He looked around and thought that he was here again. Suddenly, from somewhere behind the bushes, he heard a question, why so long? He managed to bend down in time and spy on what was happening. There were people standing there, already familiar to him. The only question was, what are these people doing here? One of them suddenly raised his head. Then he looked around and asked why so long. Did the guys at least know what was going on here? It was a high-ranking hunter, Mansu. The girl who was standing next to him smiled and asked why this man was so nervous again. Thinking that the world would fall apart without him, it was already a mid-ranking hunter, Lee Mio. And finally the third, the blonde, raised his head and said that he clearly hoped that the situation would play into his hands and become like his idol. Suddenly there appeared a brunette who apologized for the delay, asked how long they had been waiting for her. Her look was filled with indifference, said that the conversation with her younger sister had dragged on. At that moment, the other girl tensed up a little and said that she considered herself cool, and the blonde shouted that she had simply spoiled her little sister. Then he threw up his hands and shouted, since everything is in place, we can move out. He also turned and addressed his girlfriend, said that we are moving forward. This is what he heard. He knows that for her there is only gangshik. This news did not please him. The man got angry. Then he began to shout that his little sister had also fallen in love with him. Why is everyone crazy about this here? This is the answer he heard, that he just needed to shut up and get into the car. The young man had been watching them from the bushes all this time and thought that these people were going to get the ants. Well, they'll probably figure it out themselves. That's why he had to head in another direction while he was thinking about what he had to do. Finally, he found himself on some balcony, thought that he was feeling like a raven. And then he got 2 more notifications that some god's palms were sweaty, and another's pulse cleared. He raised his head and thought how noisy these guys were. There was no point in making things up there. At that very moment, some girl opened the curtains and said that there was someone there. She was surprised when she saw a familiar person, and the brunette got scared and started shouting that he was not a robber. But suddenly, something slammed in front of him, and from there, a quiet voice was heard. Are they understanding correctly that this is gangshik? The young man was a little confused and answered that yes, the situation was quite awkward. The little girl behind the curtains was also very embarrassed and answered that she didn't think she would be here so quickly. She would come out to him as soon as she was ready. And the guy came closer and said that in general he got to her in an unusual way and even apologized for scaring her. Suddenly the girl finally looked out and asked what unusual meant. What kind does he mean with a shovel? He looked at his weapon and replied that it was. Immediately a question came up whether she really had such an ability. She only knew about stretching. But then the little girl jumped up and shouted what she was even thinking about. She needed to get ready and go out. And while she was running, she asked what to do, what to wear, and the brunette just stood on the balcony. He smiled and thought that the girl reminded him of someone. She runs like his little sister, who shouted that she could not find her things and was already late. These memories made him sad. But then the words that his companion was ready made him return to reality. The girl went out onto the balcony and said embarrassedly, I wonder if the ant he fought was very strong. Gangshik was surprised and said that he did not expect such a question, and the girl was embarrassed and answered that she was really interested in monsters. Then she raised her hand and said that since this was the same operator who defeated the spider devourer with one blow, In her eyes, he was like Apollo, and she decided to ask a question, must it have been easy? And the young man simply lowered his head and said that all this was not easy. When asked to explain, he came closer and said that even such striking forces as the red dragon could be easily defeated by an unknown type of monster. Then he leaned towards her and said that this is precisely why, no matter the situation, one can never be sure of the outcome of the battle. And in the eyes of the little girl, this guy was a real humble hero. At that moment, notifications appeared above his head again, that some fussy god was asking about plans for children, and another god recommended a son, and a third confidently declared that a daughter was better. This fact irritated him. After she turned around and said that, as promised, they should go to the tower, and the girl looked at the shovel and asked if she really had to use this thing. Then he grabbed her by the shoulders. Then he smiled and said that she better hold on tight. That's exactly what the girl did. And a moment later the boys flew forward thanks to the extension. The princess was not ready for such an outcome of events and was very scared. But nevertheless, they moved around the city very quickly, and the girl shouted that she did not even think that this was possible at all. In response, he asked if she was scared. So Yoon held on tightly to him and answered that a little, but it was so exciting, it was the first time for her. And then she looked around and said that it hurt all the time, so it was difficult to leave the house, and thanked him. But the only thing the main character thought about then was that if her sister were alive, they would be indistinguishable from each other. Indeed, the babies were very similar in appearance. Suddenly, the oracle began to scream loudly. The brunette looked at him and thought, is it really bad luck? Something was approaching their direction. Literally a moment later, a bright light appeared there, which carried everything almost a centimeter from them. Because of this, the boys began to fall, and the brunette immediately saw his opponent. It was that same ant. Meanwhile, the monster was approaching them and was clearly attacking. While the guys were falling down, the young man was wondering where this monster came from. Then he noticed that the ant was almost flying up to them. The guy managed to stretch out his hand at the last moment and stop it with his shovel. Then he gritted his teeth and thought that if he fell, the polka dot princess would suffer. He had to quickly kill him and land. Then he got angry and suggested that they check who was stronger. Then the perfect idea came to his mind, to use the extension to tear the monster into pieces. And surprisingly, it worked. The ant lost consciousness for a while and flew down, but something in it sparkled brightly. At that moment, the young man already understood that it was the core. He pulled out his shovel and pierced it, shouting that he was finished. Then the shovel stuck into the ground with all its might. Gang Shik then looked around and thought that they had succeeded. And the polka dot princess stood next to him all this time, looking at him with tears. The girl smiled and said that the operator was simply the best. But it did not last long, because the oracle almost immediately began to scream again, some kind of failure again. The brunette looked up and asked if there was anyone else left here. The question was who did the same thing in the little girl. At that moment, a whole group of monsters was approaching them, and the main character said that he was going to go crazy because of this. Then he pushed his girlfriend back. He took out a shovel and thought what the hell was going on. The monsters were running at him with incredible force. It seemed he was in deep trouble. Now they were talking about fighting several enemies at once. Because of this, the guy tensed up and turned to the girl. Then he looked to the side and said that when he gave the signal, he had to hide behind the waves next to them. The little girl turned around and asked what about the operator, but he stood at attention and replied that he had other things to do. The ants were already too close at that moment. The brunette saw this and shouted that they had to act. Then he pulled out his shovel and activated the expansion. Thanks to this, the weapon flew right into the mouth of one of the monsters, and thus cut it in half. Then Gang Shik took hold of the handle. Then he swung well, and then with one blow he destroyed 3 at once, cutting them in half. He smiled and said that 4 were ready, and he frowned and added that the last one remained. But surprisingly, this monster just flew over his head. The young man turned around and did not understand why he was ignored. But a moment later it became clear that the ant was not going to attack the guy. His goal was the polka dot princess. At that moment, the girl raised her head and saw the monster above her. Immediately, the main character Rinusa went there and thought why the monster flew to her, immediately applied the expansion. But only the ant was already too close to its target. It was too late. Suddenly, the monster exploded in the air for no apparent reason. It turned out that it was slimes that shot at him from a cannon while in the tower. The brunette looked there and thought that these guys were just jacks of all trades. Then he turned around and heard screams. It turned out that the ant was still alive, and the little girl was standing nearby. Gang Shik realized that it was difficult to kill even with a fortillery weapon. After that, he threw his shovel right into the ant's core. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to neutralize it. And so the guys stood on the battlefield. It seemed that they were finished for now. The boy looked at his friend and asked what to do. He was so sorry that his invitation turned into this nightmare. And the little girl came closer and said that everything was not so bad. It was an incredible battle, and she also saw it live. She also added that she now understands what the day of the strongest hunter looks like. But Gang Shik was embarrassed and said that if he continues, he will start to be embarrassed even more, and in general, enough about it. He looked at his friend and said that maybe now they should go to him. After some time, the guys found themselves in the tower. The girl looked around and said that it was just lovely. In her hands was a large droplet, so soft and cute, but there was little time, and she had to go after her comrade. Finally, these two came to another room where there was so much space. Dammit turned around and said that this would be the first person here, not counting himself, so they need to look around. Then he took her to another room and said that this is his room. The girl was very surprised. She was surprised that it was even better here than his last stream, and in response she heard that it was all thanks to the small droplets. After that, the guy raised his head and said that there was a shower further on. Suddenly, a huge wall fell between the guys. The brunette raised his head and asked what was going on. When did they manage to install this? Their guest might get scared. And there was a sign above the door that men were not allowed in there. The young man found this easier and was a little surprised. Then he got really angry and asked who these bastards took him for. Then a notification appeared that some god was shouting that this was sexual harassment, and another was already calling the police, so it turned out that these guys were there too. But he still came closer to the door and apologized if it scared her, if she needed anything. The slime would be her servant, and the little girl replied that she was not scared and thanked him. Then she began to squeeze the slime and replied that this baby was so wonderful, she wanted to take him home. Kapelka just smiled happily at her in response. The main character at that moment was standing behind the door and reasoning that since he didn't know what to expect, it would be better to stay here. Then he remembered the last victim and thought that for some reason that ant suddenly flew after her, although he thought that they initially needed him. The baby at that moment stood surrounded by slimes, and Gang Shik thought that if he was not mistaken, this girl. It was raining. Thunder and lightning were right above the headquarters. There, inside, a man was studying the questionnaires and said that, as he thought, his theory was confirmed. The doctor carefully studied everything that was on the screen, and then he picked up the phone and said that all this was connected. Then he called someone and said that he would like to meet at the hospital tomorrow. On the other line was the main character, who said that tomorrow would hardly work out, besides, he had a personal schedule. The man continued to look at the monitor and said that he simply could not refuse. On the screen in front of him was a strange man who touched on the story about him and the Zero. Finally, the storm died down, and the main character still decided to come to the meeting. But nevertheless, he was a little angry and asked where the hell he was. Then a man entered the room, who apologized for making him wait. The guy raised his head and said that he hoped this was really worthwhile information. In response, he heard that he should not be so angry with him. The doctor sat down and said that it was difficult for him to describe all this in a message because it was too amazing a discovery. Opening the folder, the guy was also surprised and asked what it was. Before his eyes was something terrifying. There was a dossier of some strange people. The young man read carefully. These were people who survived the attack of the Zero. He immediately imagined this monster, and the man then raised his hand and said that the place and time were different, but all people had once survived an encounter with him, to be more precise. Then he said something that really scared the guy, these people, whom the Zero Blade simply allowed to live. He clenched his teeth and said, "Does the doctor really want to say that this monster took pity on him?" And the professor leaned over and answered, "Did the young man never think that it was strange?" Damn, he listened carefully as he asked how he managed to stay alive then. At that moment, memories of losing his little sister immediately began to surface in his head. How the little boy sat and said that the girl simply could not die. And a bright light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Mom and Dad were not around either. One of them literally protected the boys with his body. Then the boy turned around and realized that it was his father. The man began to bleed and immediately turned to his son. Then he turned around and said that he must survive at any cost. And literally a moment later he was torn to pieces. All this happened in front of the son, who was very shocked. And now this man has become a hunter, brave and fearless. The guy clenched his fist and replied that his father blocked his attack. And the doctor raised his head and asked if he understood correctly that he stopped this bastard, who was able to cut steel like paper. Then he said that even if so, why didn't he get rid of him right after that? This information made the protagonist think. After which the young man clenched his teeth again and said that he didn't understand why all this was said. And the man looked at him and smiled sarcastically. Then he imagined the Zero Blade, looked at this guy and most likely he could be a suitable vessel for it. Gang Shik lowered his head and exhaled, asked if this conclusion could really be made just because he survived. It seems he thought too much. At that moment, the professor just threw up his hands and replied that not at all. This was his conclusion, supported by evidence. Then he handed him a paper and told him to look at these documents. Each survivor cannot be connected to the cores of other monsters. Therefore, there is a possibility that it is suitable for an unprotected core. Then he turned the screen again and added that the decisive evidence was in front of him. The brunette looked up and was very surprised by what he saw. There was one of the people from the questionnaire. The match with the monster was 94.38%. The doctor looked at him again and said that the internal skeleton and body shape match more than 90%. Isn't it too surprising to be just a coincidence? And Gang Shik began to scream, what does he want to say anyway? Then he looked at his questionnaire again and heard who knows, now it may be just a theory, but he thinks that he is the helmsman deliberately leaves his possible vessels alive. And then he introduced this terrible monster. The coincidence with people was really surprising. He does not know what his purpose is, one can only assume, based on research, think, if the possibility vessel owns the corresponding core, it can turn into zero. At that moment, the man and the monster literally merged on the screen. A loud laugh was heard in the room. It was the main character, who could not contain his emotions and laughed loudly right in the doctor's face. Then he slammed his fist on the table and shouted that this was nonsense, that is, the Zero Man, could this really be his guess? The man moved closer and said that everything was so. By the way, it seemed that the young man had already observed something similar, and then it dawned on the young man. He remembered one of his opponents, Spider, the core, like a sprouted seed, turns a person into a monster, and that's what happened to her. If you imagine a kinetic code, there are organizations that secretly study this phenomenon. The doctor rolled back and explained that the monster's core keeps many secrets. Does he really not even admit the thought that this is all true? But the brunette just listened to him and said nothing. And the professor continued to say that some survivors can be the Zero Blade, imagining this monster. Finally, he could not stand it and spoke. He looked at the questionnaire and said that if the doctor was right, then how do people without any abilities get his core? But in response, he only heard that an investigation must be started immediately, while the man looked him straight in the eyes. Then he introduced them and said that it was necessary to find out what these creatures were hiding. After some time, Gang Shik left the office and reasoned about whether Zero was really a person. He frowned and thought whether he could also turn into one. He was still thinking about his dead sister and father, and he was also angry and also wondering whether it mattered whether this was a person or not. The young man frowned and thought that his gaze was an enemy and that this could not be changed. He continued walking down the corridor and thought about how they would use any means to finish him off. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind him, asking for help. The brunette turned around and looked at what was happening there. A woman ran to him. It was Joop's younger sister. When the girl ran up, he asked how she knew where to look for him, and in response he heard that it didn't matter now. The little girl raised her head and started asking for help, saying that her brother was about to die. Before that, their team started a live broadcast and said that today they would have to destroy the anthropes. Then the blonde showed the brunette and said that there was an ice prince on their team. Then he showed the girl, this is the best healer. The girl greeted everyone. He also explained that there are other heroines, the name of which speaks for itself. This information already made his girlfriend a little angry. The blonde pointed to the brunette and said that this is the goddess So-yoon. And the woman just rolled her eyes and said that this was some kind of nightmare. Then she went forward and asked where these holes came from. Wasn't this the work of monsters? The man behind stopped and said that it was unclear who killed them then. Then he took off his robe and heard that first they needed to put out the fire and then look for survivors. Immediately after that, the man activated his superpower. He stretched out his hand and began to actively put out the fire. The dead appeared right under the flames. There were ordinary innocent people lying there. As soon as the brunette finished, lowered his hand and said that he had dealt with the fire, now it was time to deal with the others. A girl immediately rushed out and shouted that she already knew everything. She stretched out her hands and also activated her ability. It was a healer circle that helped some of the survivors to rise. But the girl was upset when she said that it looked like only one person survived here. There was some guy sitting on the ground, and the only movement was coming from him. It was very sad. And the blonde guy raised his hand live on air at that moment and said that they had found a survivor. I wonder what he would tell them. At that moment, Lee Mi-ho leaned towards the soldier and asked what had happened here. The guy barely raised his head and said that they had to be careful. Besides the anthropos, there was something else here. The brunette heard this and was surprised, did not understand what was happening. It seemed to her that something was wrong with this guy. He was just moving his lips as if he was being controlled. And while the young man was saying that they needed to run away, the monsters returned. In fact, the sounds disappeared. Immediately after that, the woman rushed to the side and thought that this was. And the blonde raised his head and did not understand what his girlfriend was doing. Also, the viewers of the live broadcast did not understand why the goddess flew there. Joop tried to shout something after her, but he immediately noticed that for some reason his screams were not accompanied by sounds, and for some reason he could only hear his own voice. And then a bright light appeared from behind. And almost immediately after that, an explosion occurred, which was visible on the broadcast. Immediately, the viewers began to discuss what was happening. Some monster attacked them, and no one heard anything. Now the blonde sister showed this to the main character and said that the recording ends there. Neither his brother nor the others were responding to messages. The young man looked at all this and thought that there was not much information to be obtained here. After he pressed the screen and thought that the only thing he could see at the moment of the attack was an explosion and smoke, but why was there no sound after that? And the commentators also wrote that they heard nothing. It was at that moment that the brunette realized that there was no sound at all. He understood the eyes and asked if the guys were definitely heading towards the airport, and in response he heard that they were. Then he said that he could not assure that this person had survived, and his sister was very upset by this news. But nevertheless, the guy took out his shovel and said that he would definitely find him. Immediately after, notifications began to appear that some god had let out an elastic band. One god sends an invitation for support, and another comes in with popcorn. There were 22 spectators at that time. After some time, Gang Shik found himself at his destination. He landed again quite softly, but there was no one around. He looked around and thought that, as he thought, there was all-consuming silence around, and there were strange holes everywhere. As soon as he approached it, he thought that if he was not mistaken, these were all the holes of that creature, because there were an incredible huge number of them. Then the guy picked up the shovel and thought that he just needed to lure it out. Then he raised his hand and ordered Rockle to start the stream. Then he greeted the viewers and said that it was time to hunt. He thought that he needed to make some noise here. He smiled and said that there would be a battle today. His last word was an explanation that it would be a battle of silence. Literally a moment later, everything around went silent, and the commentators began to write where the sound had disappeared. Just like on the air of the previous guys, was the monster really approaching? Then the brunette turned around and realized that his opponent was already here. It was a huge strange worm. Silence. People in the comments began to ask who it was. Someone explained that it was a silence monster that absorbs sound. But the guy at that moment was no longer up to the stream. He jumped up and attacked his opponent, striking with a shovel. Surprisingly, it helped. The monster's head was cut. But unfortunately, it immediately regenerated and grew back together. Literally a second later, he was safe and sound. And then he created another funnel on the ground. Then the main character thought that this monster was just huge and clearly unusual. And while the worm was moving away from him, he thought that he had outgrown all his kind, having absorbed the noise of yesterday's rain. Then Gang Shik shouted that dear viewers should pay attention to him. This overgrown one slipped away into his lair. Then he came closer to the cave and said that the main food of this monster is sound, and he especially loves to feast on human screams. He also introduced the missing team and explained that this is why. Most likely, those missing people are still alive, and offered to go save them. After some time, the brunette came to her senses. She looked around and saw that, just like her friends, she was trapped. Then she tried to get out, and looked around and realized that it was useless. Then she gritted her teeth and assumed that there was monster poison below. At the same time, the blonde was trying to get out. His girlfriend was doing the same, but they were unsuccessful. It was too dangerous there. The poison creates fumes. Then she looked up and thought that I don't know, maybe she breathed them for too long, but she can't use her powers. The girl got angry and thought that she couldn't die here because there were so many. She immediately imagined the polka dot princess and thought that the girl would be left all alone. Then a bright light appeared nearby, and the brunette thought that she needed to get out of here. It turned out that Lee Mio came up to her, dedicated her phone to her and said that she found her. She had been looking all over before. The girl looked up and looked at her in surprise. The blonde was still standing nearby when she received a question if everything was okay. There was monster poison everywhere. In response to this, her friend smiled and said that she actually had a double core. Then she turned around and added that one of her abilities is resistance to this poison. In normal battles there is no use from it, so she even forgot about it, but the body remembers everything. The girl took a step forward and added that immunity plays a big role here. Only because of this step, drops of Idu flew straight into the brunette's face. The blonde stopped and began to apologize. Then she smiled sarcastically and said that it seemed that she was not able to use power, unlike her. The goddess raised her head and asked again in surprise. Then she received another kick I will give right in the face. The woman began to scream. She was in great pain. And the blonde continued to laugh and shouted that the other one could not even dodge it. Then the goddess was very surprised and asked what the girl was doing then. And the blonde in turn quickly approached her and replied that she wanted her to die. Then she started waving her arms and parodying her, saying that this woman is adored by everyone. What's wrong? Why does the younger generation love her? Will the next one be the same? Then she turned around and added that she always hears only her name everywhere. She was very angry with the fact that this is her life, so why should she hear the brunette's name everywhere? The woman listened to her attentively when the blonde added that the most annoying thing is her attitude. She is always detached, as if she does not care about them. Maybe she just considers them her servants. Then she hit her on the head, and so quickly that the goddess did not even have time to justify herself. The blonde stuck her head in poison and said that this will be the reason why the face of the earth will disappear, and there is no need to worry, even agreeing to pretend to mourn at her funeral. And the woman at that moment was scared and thought that I was leaking inside if this continues. Suddenly, stones fell over her head. It was the main character who cut his way down. The cameraman was rushing to help. She saw him and got scared, and the other was almost out of strength. The young man landed there, splashing poison everywhere. He looked into the camera and said that he got here safely, thanked the viewers for their support. Then he showed his comrades and said that apparently this is the monster's lair. Finally, he found the older brother of that girl and said that they must first help everyone. Suddenly, a girl jumped into his arms, shouting that she was glad to see him. Then she looked up and said that she was so scared. And the brunette looked at her and thought that the girl looked completely uninjured. Is her body really resistant to poison? After that, he rolled his eyes and thought. Behind her back at that moment, the goddess was still lying. So I had to push the girl away and run there, asked her to wait a little. First we need to take care of the wounded. Miho looked at him all this time and did not understand what was happening. And the guy lifted the brunette and asked if she would hear him. Then he started shouting at the top of his lungs that the monster could appear at any moment. It would be hard for him to save everyone alone. He couldn't do without her help. But the woman lowered her eyes and said that nothing would work. She couldn't concentrate because of this poison. Then the main character just started patting her by the shoulders and shouting that she needed to pull herself together. Now was not the time to give up. She was a goddess. He also shouted that she was not like the other lazy hunters. The girl raised her head and mentally asked him again. Then she imagined her comrades and thought if this was really true. After some time, the woman still tried to get up and said that, as she thought, she didn't have enough strength. A moment later, everything around began to shake. The brunette turned around and shouted that it was too loud here. Then he frowned and turned to the other girl. He looked at her and the blonde, ordered them to run from there. The monster was already close. But it seemed it was too late because someone appeared right above his head. Literally breaking the wall, a huge worm burst in there. The blonde saw it and started screaming, not understanding why there was silence around. Because of this, the main character realized that no one would help him. He had to act himself. And the brunette looked at him and thought, would the monster really grab Mio first? At that moment, the young man finally got to the worm and thought that its appearance could come in handy, so maybe ride with it at least once. And the girl in its mouth at that moment screamed furiously. The brunette got angry and thought that in such a situation he would not be able to break through the core of the monster. But nevertheless, he looked at the victim and thought that she urgently needed to be saved. Then the brunette finally stood up in the background. She looked up and looked at everything that was happening. Meanwhile, the blonde was still in danger. The young man tried to attack the monster, struck him the first blow. Then he turned around and thought that this was not the end. He needed to destroy the core with one blow. He looked at him again and thought that if he missed, he would hit his girlfriend. And he was also stopped by the fact that the broadcast was going on the whole time. Because of this, he was simply buried alive. Suddenly, the guy turned around and noticed something behind him. Then he jumped and thought that there was no sound here. Then there was a strong blow. The commentators began to ask what happened to the broadcast. Did the monster really hit the operator? But fortunately, the young man was still alive. A huge rod appeared in front of him, which was stopped by magic. The goddess was able to save him literally at the last moment. The girl gathered her last strength and rushed into battle. The young man turned around and said with a smile that the goddess can, if she wants, and the commentators rejoiced. The brunette gathered her last strength and accumulated energy, and then with one blow she was able to throw the monster back. The blonde fell out of his mouth and flew straight down, but she was able to save the woman. True, Miho was hovering in the air all this time and did not understand why she was being saved now. So Yoon, meanwhile, was sitting below and thinking that she did not care who this girl was, and what she thought of her. No matter if she was an ordinary bitch or an opponent who needed to be defeated, she decided that she would save everyone. And her eyes were filled with determination. After that, the girl spread her arms and created a barrier around herself. Thanks to this, the other members of the team were able to free themselves. The brunette just stood aside and thought that the monster was finally retreating. What a powerful force. It turns out the goddess was pretending to weaken. It's not easy to have superpowers. And the girl didn't even pay attention to him and was very angry. The poison finally flew apart. Meanwhile, Miho stood there and did not understand if she really survived. Horror was red in her eyes, and in her head there was an understanding that this happened thanks to So-yoon. Immediately after that, the brunette fell to the ground without strength. She looked at the others and thought that now she was definitely at the limit. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of her, and her thoughts were that the operator would have to fight it further. The young man did not keep everyone waiting and immediately burst into the battle. He shouted that he finally pierced the core and that all that was left was a small matter. Thanks to his shovel, the guy was able to cut it. It seemed that everything was over. Then he raised his head and turned to So-yoon, asked if she could move. But then he noticed something that confused him. The goddess was lying on the ground, and Miho was standing next to her. It was unclear what was happening to them. Then the girl lowered her head and asked why the brunette saved her even after what she had done, and added that she hated her. So-yoon stood up and tried to explain, but did not have time. An earthquake suddenly began in the cave, but Miho did not pay attention to this and screamed how long the goddess was going to make her look pathetic. At that moment, So-yoon raised her hand and tried to save her again. The reason for this was the monster that appeared behind the girl, but she activated her abilities and then raised her hand up, getting out of telekinesis. The goddess understood this and did not understand why she did this. The monster suddenly switched to her and attacked. Because of this, So-yoon flew back. While she was flying, the woman thought that Miho died because of her, and literally a moment later, the main character saved her. The young man was very angry and shouted at her, but because of the monster, not a sound was heard. The guy himself then looked into her eyes and thought how annoying it is when you can't make a sound. The guys landed a few meters from the worm with a crash. Then the guy got up and again tried to say something, but nothing was heard. Then he pointed at the approaching worm, and then at the rest of the team. After a long silent speech, the young man pointed his finger at the goddess. Probably the main character thought that he was understood, so he pointed at the monster and raised his finger up. So-yoon was watching all this and was already starting to get angry. However, she got up and stood behind the guy, preparing for battle, thinking that it was time to end this. The girl immediately created a force barrier. The worm saw this and was a little confused. So-yoon at that moment focused all her energy and directed it at him. A moment later, the monster felt a piercing pain. Suddenly Gang Shik joined them. He swung and struck the worm. With this movement, the guy was able to cut its core in half the first time, and the clearing of the Silence's lair was completed. After that, information about 62 monsters appeared in the book. Some time passed. The brunette was transported to the hospital and given the necessary assistance. She lay in her room and wondered what happened to Miho. Then she imagined the monster and thought that they had not found her in the cave, neither in the body of the Silence, nor in any other place. Immediately, memories of their last meeting and the thought that her strength was already at its limit surfaced in her head. The girl then looked at the frozen Miho and could not do anything. She was so busy with her thoughts that she did not hear her name. So-yoon then entered the room and tried to shout to her sister. The brunette raised her head and said that her body was too weak, and also asked how the girl got here. And the little girl smiled and replied that everything was fine, she was already feeling much better. While So-yoon was saying that her new friend was helping her, a small slime was hiding behind her collar. The brunette had given her this monster with the words that this slime was able to absorb and release energy, and would now become her assistant if she took it with her. And now the little girl was smiling and thinking that even though the slime was tiny, it was still a monster, and her sister would hardly be happy about it. And the goddess was looking at her and thinking that she was glad that her sister's condition had improved. She couldn't take her eyes off the girl and thought that she hadn't even noticed when the little girl had made an acquaintance because she hadn't paid enough attention to her. Then So-yoon moved closer and said that it was more important for her to know how her sister was feeling. It seemed that she had spent too much energy, and in response she heard that she had done everything in her power. And while the brunette was saying that she even got some benefit from it, her hand sensor lit up. The girl remembered the battle, that on that day she had to spend 3 times more energy than usual. But nevertheless, the operator saved her, and now she doesn't like the feeling that she owes him, although perhaps thanks to him she was able to find out what she is capable of. After that, she looked down at the sensor and thought that she needed even more energy. Her sister didn't understand what benefit she was talking about and asked again, but in response she heard that it didn't matter. At that moment, the goddess was squeezing her hand under the blanket. She was even angry and thought that So-yoon was sitting opposite her when she almost took advantage of it next to her. Then she was distracted by the little girl, who said that everything was fine. She raised her head and added that after what happened, she could no longer lead a normal life. It was not So-yoon's fault. And her sister looked at her and was a little confused. The little girl just smiled while she was thinking about when the girl had grown up. But suddenly the monster on So-yoon's collar started to act up and she had to say that it was time to run. Her friend was already waiting. The brunette smiled and agreed. When the brown-haired girl left the room, she immediately stopped and exhaled. Then she looked at the slime and apologized to him. Apparently he felt too stuffy, but did not let him out because she was afraid of her sister's reaction to him. Meanwhile, work was in full swing in the tower. Other slimes were actively working. Their task was to restore a small plane. The brunette watched this from the side and was pleased. Then he came closer and began to praise them. The moment of the plane crash came to mind. He thought that he did not expect that he would get anything. Who knew that he would be able to find him? Then he imagined that man and thought that those idiots from the government were probably laughing at him because he picked up some trash. Then he raised his hand and excitedly shouted that he had slimes. He looked at the pile of metal and said that he would never have figured it out himself. Suddenly the guy looked around and realized that everything in the tower was made of scrap metal. Nothing was impossible for an army of slimes. Finally, the guy got to the weapon and said that a brand new modern rocket was ready. With it, any attack would end in an instant. And then he raised his hand towards the camera, greeted the viewers, and added that he had prepared special content for them today. Then he turned around and started talking about the Q&A and unboxing sections, asking to throw away all these cliches. Then the commentators began to write that there seemed to be something impressive there, and he smiled sarcastically and told them to see. Literally a moment later, a huge rocket appeared before their eyes, and the main character explained that today there would be a test launch of a rocket designed for giant monsters. The viewers were shocked, a bunch of messages poured in, and the young man thought that he did not expect such a violent reaction. Then he snapped his fingers and said that naturally they would have to aim for the depths of the sea, announced the start of the countdown, and invited them to count with him. At that moment, the roof over the rocket opened. The guy tensed up and continued counting. Suddenly, the engine started working and a pillar of fire rose. The rocket took off with an incredible roar, and even ahead of time. As soon as it flew out of the tower, it turned around and went in the other direction. Gang Shik saw this and asked in fear what was happening, why the rocket launched itself and changed its target. Moreover, the projectile was flying towards the city. The commentators were very unhappy. They wrote what to do and prepared for death. And then the brunette got even more scared because he saw a new target. This target was the hospital. The projectile was moving there at an incredible speed, and a moment later it exploded right in the air. Its fragments flew down and began to destroy buildings. Gang Shik looked at all this and did not understand how this happened. The commentators at that moment were already saying goodbye to their lives. Everything around continued to explode, and the fire enveloped the hospital more and more. The main character looked at this and thought, what did he do? Then he imagined it on the news publics. His life is over, he can forget about revenge, it's all over. Then he gritted his teeth and thought what they were even writing in the chat. But to his surprise, he saw that the commentators were delighted. They wrote that somehow he managed to make everything even better. This is cool. It turns out that people remained alive only thanks to him. He saw this and did not understand what happened. Then he raised his head and shouted the same question. If you go back a little, 10 minutes before the incident, the hospital was quiet and calm. There was a woman walking down the corridor and said that the commander of the second squad had arrived in person quite unexpectedly. Isn't that what they do to their subordinates? And the man raised his head and replied that he was just doing his job. It's better to think about his own tasks. The commander turned around and replied that the stakes were too high. They couldn't afford to screw up again. And then he looked at her and thought that he would kill her someday. So the guys walked down the corridor for a while. Meanwhile, the ground outside began to shake. After some time, these two came into So-yoon's room with some kind of offer for her. They wanted to lure her over. The commander came closer to her and said that they had excellent conditions, and the man interrupted and said that he thought she was wasting her abilities. The brunette looked at them with distrust and asked again. Then she imagined the last battle and heard that the incident could have been avoided if she had had the support of the assault squad. At that moment, the girl introduced her teammates, then heard that as long as she hangs out with such scum, she will be stuck in one place. They even brought up the cameraman, explaining that he will have to save her forever. Her sister decided to join the dialogue and said, "Are these people really hinting at?" But the brunette interrupted her and said that she understood. She closed her eyes and said that everything was clear to her. Then the man stood up and said that he knew it. Who else but him? One can understand this. But suddenly the goddess raised her head and asked why they came to her and not to him. And then she said something that slightly offended the men. It seems that they are not quite coping with his control. The brunette also raised her head and added that if they are interested in abilities, then this guy will be more interesting to them. This information angered him even more. The commander-in-chief then simply looked at everything that was happening and did not enter into a dialogue. She rolled her eyes and thought that this man screwed up. This will also need to be reported. But it seemed that he was not going to give up, turned to the goddess, but in response he heard that the reason why she became a hunter was to save lives. The girl turned around and said that she did not know their motives, but they were clearly on different sides. At that moment, he had nothing more to add. Suddenly, the whole building began to shake. The man looked out the window and asked what was happening. So-yoon did the same and said that it was impossible to hear the sound and vibration. It was. A flock of flying ants surrounded the hospital at that moment. The girl ran to the window and shouted, "Where is this whole swarm of these creatures in the city center?" Literally a moment later, she broke the window and flew in that direction. The man looked at her and did not understand what was happening. And the goddess, without further ado, jumped out of the window and shouted that her sister should wait in place. It was too dangerous there, and she thought that if she did nothing, her sister would be in danger. Then she accumulated all her energy and attacked. Thanks to this, she managed to throw several insects back. But when the girl landed, she realized that there were too many of them. Her eyes filled with rage and the thought that she simply could not hold out any longer. And when the goddess stretched out her hand and tried to strike again, a bright light appeared behind her. Immediately after that, the monsters began to explode right in the air. All of them died, landing on the ground. And the girl raised her head and did not understand what happened there. It turns out that it was Ilum, who, thanks to his ring, helped her and asked what could do one. Then the girl ran up to him and asked him to help her sister because she had not yet fully recovered. The man frowned and thought that if he used this girl, the older one would be in her debt. Then he shouted that there was no need to worry, this is what their organization does, but the little girl ran closer and thanked him. At that moment, the brown-haired man continued the attack and ordered her to look at what power the assault squad has, great power. By this time, almost all the ants were defeated and were already lying on the ground. And the goddess continued to fight and thought that his attack was really faster, but in fact, he was only able to destroy enemies one by one. He could not stand up to a huge number of monsters. Immediately after that, she activated the protective barrier and thought that if she did not do anything about it. Meanwhile, some strange sounds began to be heard above. The baby did not have time to do anything as a huge monster burst into the ward, but then some green liana enveloped him. It turned out that the commander-in-chief entered the battle and shouted that the assault squad would need some more time to get here, they must focus on defense. The brunette below did not rest either, she continued to fight off the monsters. Only it turned out that her protective barrier was almost broken through. Then the girl raised her hand and began to scream that this could not be, and the explosions continued above her head. And finally it came to the building itself, everything around was on fire. Monsters literally fell from the sky one after another, and just then the main character was rapidly approaching. He broke through a swarm of ants with one blow of his shovel and jumped down. The brunette turned around and saw a man she already knew. Then the young man looked at her and shouted that he already thought he was finished. At that moment, notifications began to arrive that one god got out the spray from beetles, another was making popcorn, and a third was taking a place with the best view. When the guy looked at the monsters and thought that the rocket had put an end to his life. After that, he stood up and continued to reason that who knew that these ants would be here. The girl then turned around and shouted if it was really the operator. In response, she heard that if she did not plan to deal with them alone, then the guy covered her with his back and offered to pass the baton to him. The man above saw all this and asked what the hell this man was doing here. Then the princess on the P ran up there and shouted that their savior had finally arrived. The boy below looked up and thought that the monsters had gathered around the polka dot princess, but why again? Other people were watching from the balconies and asking if they would survive. Someone even recognized the streamer and started shouting that it was really that person. The young man was still standing below and thought that this was a great opportunity to increase his popularity. Then he looked at his enemies and thought it was time to act. He swung and ran there, shouting that he wanted to have fun. First hit, -1 monster. Another hit, third hit, the young man killed one after another. And the man was still watching this and angrily shouted that an ordinary guy had such abilities. He became even stronger than before. The main character did not pay attention to this, his thoughts were now occupied with something else. It was also decided to throw back everyone who was approaching with one blow, so he stuck a shovel into the ground. The impact caused the earth around to split, and the young man held her with all his might and thought that the lazy gods should help him. At that moment, the ants were getting closer and closer, and the guy's eyes began to glow a strange color, and then the ground began to turn into a huge pin, which literally tore the enemy apart. Thanks to this, many monsters were killed. Ilum saw this, who did not believe his eyes. All the people around also noticed this incredible trick and began to praise the operator, thank him for saving him. People remained quiet for a long time. The little girl watched this and was happy, but the man was very angry. When the guy got up from his knees, he thought that all this happened, as if everything was planned. Then he raised his head and asked why there was a failure, so it was not the end yet. Suddenly, sounds were heard behind him, and immediately after, a huge swarm of ants appeared. They were approaching him at an incredible speed. The people in the hospital noticed it too, and the whole crowd was flying right towards the ward where the polka dot princess was. The girl noticed it and was very scared. Her sister was still downstairs and couldn't help her in time, so the guy grabbed a shovel and said that it was the tower's turn now. After he raised his hand, ordered to open fire, which immediately began to fire from all the guns from there. The goddess turned and looked at what was happening in surprise, and those who were in the ward did the same. A new series of explosions began, everything around was on fire. A couple of minutes after that, a detachment finally arrived, who shouted that from that moment on the situation was transferred to the control of the assault squad, and Ilum was in his head. The man frowned and turned to the main character. He waved his hand and said that since these guys had just arrived, they had nothing to do here anymore because he had already settled everything. After that, he looked at the oracle and said that there was no need to worry about the cores either, although if everything here was a feather, they could find some crumbs. But the worst thing was that people around began to ask whether the assault squad had really come as support. These people were not even fit to hold a candle to the operator, only as assistants, and these words made him very angry. Ilum frowned and asked what smart guy just said that. Then he turned around, wanted to go and sort it out, but the commander-in-chief stopped him. The brunette turned around and asked what the hell was going on, and the woman frowned and replied that it was better not to escalate the situation. This was a message from the head, you need to be braver. He listened to her carefully and decided to agree. And the main character at that moment switched to his viewers, said hello and asked if they liked the new rocket. Then he raised his hand and said that for the end of today's stream, he wants to say something else. Then not only the viewers were watching him, but also the goddess, who thought that a whole paradise of ants had flown to the center of Seoul. Did this mean that there were no more safe places left? Suddenly her sister ran to her, so the girl turned and paid attention there. Only now the main character also heard that the goddess's baby addressed her as a sister. And then she looked in surprise at how the girls were talking and discussing that everything was fine, there was no need to worry, and the other one replied that the brunette had not fully recovered yet, it was time to fight. These words upset the goddess even more because they prompted thoughts about whether she would be able to protect her sister now, although the little girl had been looking at her with a smile all this time. Then she turned around and addressed the main character. The girl looked him in the eyes and asked him to take care of her younger sister. The brunette heard this and was very surprised. And then he completely lost his temper. The polka dot princess experienced approximately the same feelings. Because of this, the guy put his hand forward and began to ask what his girlfriend was talking about, what she was saying, but in response he heard that he could not protect her now, she needed to stay in the hospital. And the girl also added that besides, there were no safe places left in the city, and she did not want to admit it, but this man was the strongest hunter of all those he knew. Then the guy fell silent and just listened attentively. The goddess remembered how he fought monsters and said that he possessed incredible strength, he had the best fort Illyria. Then she raised her head and added that only he could trust her sister with a calm soul. After that, she bowed and asked him to fulfill her request. The little girl looked at her and thought that her sister had never bowed to anyone, it was all because of her. The brunette looked at her and thought for a long time. Then he said something that made her happy. He agreed, but there was one but. The guy turned around and said that this would continue only until the brunette got stronger. This option also suited her. And the young man then looked at her younger sister and thought that they would probably be a little awkward. The girl really was standing next to him all blushed. One of the gods was already preparing for his honeymoon at that moment. That same day, the news reported that ants had appeared in a hospital in the middle of Seoul. They showed the main character and said that what could have led to a monstrous catastrophe was eliminated by the monster trimmer, which appeared suddenly, like a shooting star. Thanks to its joint intervention, a small number of people were slightly injured. But nevertheless, the man slammed his fist on the table and said that on the other hand, society was unhappy that the Defense Department did not foresee this situation. At that moment, an old man jumped up and asked how they were supposed to foresee this, because these monsters are only introduced in Africa. His secretary looked up and replied that other countries are demanding that they provide information, but did not have time to finish because the old man began shouting that they could provide something. First they need to know at least something. After that, he scratched his head and thought that if everything continues like this, then his position is under threat. It seems he needs to complain about this guy. Then he took the force back and asked what the man was doing anyway. The secretary was a little confused and replied that they said he had a date with a girl in his fortress. The man heard this and got angry to do this at such a difficult time. He imagined the tower and asked if he really had a date. Meanwhile, the young man brought the girl to the fortress. He showed her the room. The little girl was simply delighted. And the young man smiled and said that it seemed that the fortillery liked her. And while he was saying this, he was thinking what the hell was going on, because this room was much better than his. And then he was surprised when he saw a notification that some god wanted to say that it was a matter of time, and another was interested in how many children they were planning. He did not understand what these gods were even talking about. The little girl turned around and said that, as she thought she could not do this, her older sister was still somewhere out there and she was in pain. The girl practically cried when she said that it was unknown when these monsters would appear again, so she simply could not stay here. She came closer to the main character and turned to him, said that she knew it was selfish, but she would like to ask him to give this room to her sister instead of her. The brunette raised his hand in response and said that he did not agree. It would be better for her sister if the baby stayed here. And when the polka dot princess asked again, he simply scratched his head and said that it was his guess. Then he lowered his eyes and said that it was better to believe him. She really needed to stay here. The girl still did not understand what this meant. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. It turns out that it was the Oracle who again notified of a bad omen. Meanwhile, a huge swarm of monsters was approaching his tower. The young man brought a shovel and said that it happened faster than he thought, and ordered the fortress to begin interception. And the girl looked at him and asked again, did he really know that they would come here? The guy turned around and said that he didn't know, but he expected it. Besides, he frowned and said that he was sure of it now. The polka dot princess stood and silently watched what was happening. Meanwhile, the cannons were already destroying the monsters. There were explosions everywhere on the street, but the ants still dodged, and this artillery was controlled by slimes. They began to aim at one place. Thanks to this, they created a whole cloud of fire. Although they could not kill everyone, the young man went to the edge of the platform and said that, as he thought, the tower would not be able to deal with everyone on its own, but it could buy a little time. Then he lowered his head and said that there was not much missile left. While looking at the approaching enemy, he added that if everything continued like this, there would be only one way. Then he jumped down and flew towards them with his shovel. Then a bright light began to approach the monsters, and a moment later, each of them was cut in half. Thus, the main character slid almost to the very bottom, and finally stopped at the ground. Then he pushed off the tower and jumped forward. He gritted his teeth, and after that he flew forward, straight towards the huge swarm. And the young man screamed while he was flying. It looked creepy. A moment later, the brunette flew straight into a huge crowd of opponents and began to kill them all. The little girl was watching all this from the edge of the tower. From what she saw, tears appeared in her eyes. Only the main character did not notice this. He was busy with the battle. The girl stood on the outskirts and scrolled through her head the phrase that it would be better if I stayed here, now I am sure of it. Finally, it dawned on her what was attracting these monsters. Memories of their appearance immediately began to pop up in her head. It turns out that it was because of her that they appeared in Korea and attacked her sister. And in general, her sister sacrificed herself for her because the little girl felt bad. Now the girl fell to her knees and said that she simply put everyone in harm's way. Then she raised her head and added that she would now spend her life as. She fell to the floor and began to say that she was a burden to the others. The droplets tried to calm her down, but suddenly they heard a scream. It was a brunette who was flying straight towards them. At that moment, the polka dot princess jumped up and saw him, and the young man landed literally a meter away from her and flew forward. The blow was so strong that he was turned around, and he also said that fighting with a shovel in the air is harder than it seems. Then he noticed something. It finally dawned on him that the girl had been there all this time, and he asked why she had come here at all. It was dangerous. And the little girl sat down next to him and asked if she was really the cause of all the troubles. Then the main character frowned and said that the time had come when she noticed it. The girl lowered her head and started crying, said that as long as she lived, these monsters would come back, right? The guy scratched his head and replied that it seemed so. First they had to deal with this invasion, and then decide what to do next. But suddenly something caught his attention. The girl seriously raised her head and asked him to kill her. While the ants continued to approach, she stood up and said that these monsters followed the hormones of their queen, and her ability was their queen. The guy didn't think long and hit her on the head with all his might. Then he frowned and asked if he understood correctly that this was why the princess was asking for death. She wanted to make a murderer out of him. The only thing I heard in response was that the girl said that as long as she was alive, everyone would be in danger, including her older sister. But he said that superhumans were so short-sighted, it outraged him, and the girl looked at him in surprise. She raised her head and asked again. That's what she heard, that they just needed to figure out how to use her abilities, and that a line of these flies had gathered here, that meant. He smiled and said that this person could both summon them here and drive them out of here. So Yoon said in surprise that she didn't have a core yet. Suddenly this whole roll appeared above them. So the main character grabbed her, decided not to discuss anything else, and then he began to protect her, killing all the approaching ants. The girl looked at this and didn't know how to help. The brunette lowered his head and smiled, offering to solve this problem together and would protect her until then. This confused her very much. The little girl came closer and asked if this would really happen to you at the end of her days. The young man didn't quite understand what was meant and asked again. And then he got angry when he started seeing notifications that some god wanted to clarify when they were going to have the wedding. A random god was crying. Some god was persistently asking about the number of children, and some god was congratulating. So he shouted that he simply said that they should work together to solve this problem. Although the slimes, hearing this, also began to celebrate and congratulate on the wedding, they immediately received the question of where they got all these holiday supplies from. The guy turned around and started shouting that it seemed like only one here was taking everything seriously. And the little girl lowered her eyes and said that she was also serious. She wouldn't say such a thing as a joke, and maybe it didn't seem like it, but she was Mushing's daughter. At that moment, the young man became even more confused. He immediately imagined this person and thought that he was a legend of the first generation of hunters along with Ilwang, the hero of the nation who saved Korea. It was then that he realized that he had hit his daughter on the head, but that meant that her older sister was also his daughter. Meanwhile, the cannons continued to destroy the monsters. Explosions were happening everywhere, but their number seemed to be decreasing. The guys looked at this huge hero and shouted that now was not the time for this, there were still a whole bunch of them. So the guy ran forward and shouted that the girl needed to go back with the slimes. Then he turned around and thought what to do. The monsters themselves were not a problem, but there were so many of them, and he also had to fight in the air. He imagined the previous attack and thought that it was much more difficult than on the ground. But right after that, he pushed off and flew towards them. The young man clenched his teeth and thought that he should forget. It was better not to think about it and do what he could. And the little girl stood below all this time and watched him. She came closer and said that even for him there were too many of them. Then she cried and thought that she could not help in any way. Then the girl sat down on the floor and began to beg for help. This went on for some time. The little girl asked for help from at least someone. The battle continued. The young man moved along with a huge swarm around the city. His strength was already running out, and it was not fun to fight in the air. He needed to land. Then the guy decided to quickly fly towards the ground. And suddenly he received a notification that some god was shouting that his wife was in danger. The brunette himself noticed this. It turns out that the whole swarm did not pay attention to him. They still continued to move towards the tower. Therefore, the young man turned around and thought that another paradise had appeared. How did he not think about it at all? Fear and surprise were red in his eyes. Then he looked at So-yoon, who was standing there in danger, and it seemed that he could not get to her in time. Immediately a little girl appeared in his memories. He thought that at this rate he could lose her. But then his ring began to shine even brighter, and the girl's hands began to fill with some kind of energy, and a notification appeared that she had received a new gift. The baby's ring shone brighter and brighter. The same thing happened with the ring of the main character, as if they were connected. A moment later, he was pulled towards her like a magnet. The same thing happened with So-yoon. Two energies reunited into one and began to attract them to each other. And the slimes looked at all this and thought that this was a symbol of the blessing of their love by the gods. The guy's hands almost touched. Still, they managed to get to her faster than the monster, because this force will never let them part. The strongest thread of the fate of the universe was tied between them. The girl raised her head and embarrassedly asked if the guy could do this. He smiled and said that it was better to wait for now. Then he understood the hand and thought that this gift was different from the others. He felt great power in this ring. And when he stretched his hand forward, he thought that the gift even resonated with the other half. So-yoon raised her hand and assumed that these were wedding rings. The brunette embarrassedly answered what it was. Then he turned around and said that it seemed like someone was trying to bring them together. Only this did not change the fact that a huge monster was approaching them. Nevertheless, the young man began to kill them with incredible speed. Thanks to his new ability, it was much easier. The girl stood above and also shouted that the power of these rings was simply incredible. And the young man smiled and thought that he was light as a feather, as if he could do anything now. Then he hung in the air and thought that this was the last swarm. The huge ants were getting closer and closer, and the main character raised his hand and shouted that they were finished. Immediately after that, he flew towards them and added that it was amazing. The energy of the two rings allowed them to create a kind of barrier around them. It seemed that they could not get through this barrier. So-yoon saw this and said to look at the sky. Passers-by were also surprised. They began to shout that they did not believe their eyes, although they see everything. The same thing happened in the government. The goddess was very happy at that moment. Something incredible was happening before her eyes. An ordinary passers-by noted that it was really a hunter. The young man then landed and asked if he could rest now. Finally, the monsters flew away. The guys came to the edge of the tower and looked at it. Now they were dealt with. There was only one moment that worried the girl, that the monsters would return again. She looked up and said that while she was here, it was inevitable, and this was a problem. And the young man came closer and said that these ants originally lived in Africa. He presented a map and said that Captain Africa did not allow them to leave the continent. She also presented this man and added that even if we assume that he appeared there with wings. The guy frowned and explained that it was impossible, that no country had noticed them in flight. There was only one answer. He raised his hand and said that these monsters had flown from a neighboring country. And if you present a map, then they need to track where these ants will fly now. This idea seemed simply brilliant to him. The guy looked at them flying away and said that they needed to get rid of them all. After some time, the news reported that they had urgent news. 2 Mirop invasions had occurred in one day. The main character was also shown on the screen, and they said that Mr. Operator had stopped them again. They also added that, on the other hand, citizens were again outraged by the inaction of the state. The old man was talking on the phone at the time and shouting that he would be more attentive. And then he rolled his eyes and told the president to avoid this situation. They needed to enlist the partnership of this guy. His secretary was also sitting nearby, heard him say that he would do everything to not disappoint him again, but Mr. President no longer heard him. After that, the old man lowered his head and exhaled. and then he smashed his phone and said that some kid who came from nowhere was ruining everything for him. His eyes were filled with fear and horror at the same time. Suddenly another call came in. It was probably Mr. President. But it was not to be. On the other line there was Gang Shik, who said that he was pleased to meet you. The young man smiled and added that of course he had worked hard to drive them away, but he felt awkward about all the honors that had fallen on his head. The man listened to him and could not control his anger, and the guy then looked up and said that it was enough to be kind. There was something that needed to be done. A small swarm was heading east now. We needed to track them. And he also introduced them and said that we needed to find out where their nest was. The brunette also asked if the chairman was capable of this. The man heard this and started shouting, "How dare this bastard? Why should the country listen to some fucking streamer?" Then he looked away and saw his assistant. He wrote on the tablet screen that the president's order was clear, to enlist the support of this guy. Therefore, the prime minister said through clenched teeth that he would do it. Then the main character hung up and said that he had figured out the tracking. We need to prepare for the next step. He raised his hand and explained that it would be an assault on the nest. While the guys were walking forward, he added that although he had asked the government to track them, he had an idea of where they might be. Then he looked at the girl and added that if they had flown east, it meant the nest was near Japan. And, imitating an explosion, he said that as soon as he found out the exact location, there would be a boom. Then he smiled and looked pleased and said that he hadn't seen the polka dot princess smile for a long time. The girl heard this and was embarrassed. Finally, the guys came to a door and the brunette said that he wanted to show her the most ambitious project of the fortress, the newest and largest fighter jet, which would take them to Japan in a matter of moments. A large blue plane appeared in front of them. The girl saw it and was very surprised. But the young man looked at it and asked what it was. Why was the plane so cute? Then it hovered. When he realized the full scale of what was happening, he began to scream and get very angry. He looked at the slimes and shouted that he wanted a cool and sexy fighter jet, but got this. Then he imagined what these droplets were originally collecting. Only it turned out completely different. How so? The young man squatted down and grabbed his head, began to say that he was probably sleeping, but it was not a dream. Meanwhile, the monsters were already approaching their nest. They flew up to some large cave. Inside, a man was waiting for them, who asked if these individuals were the only ones who survived. Then he grabbed his sword and said that these bugs made him very angry. The monster did not understand what this was for. Then, literally with one cut, he was destroyed. The blonde came closer and said that it was because they could not grab one girl. He raised his head and said that the bastard operator had ruined everything. He would have to take matters into his own hands. Japan, Hokkaido. A blue plane was flying across the sky. The guy, sitting in the pilot's cabin, said that it seemed that he should not jump to conclusions. Flying over the city, he mentally noted that they reached Seoul in less than 10 minutes. He smirked, thinking that he couldn't believe how fast and comfortable he was. Closing his eyes, the brunette mentally wondered if this was all thanks to the substance that the slimes were made of. He thought that it felt like. So-yoon, behind him, hugging a slime, said that it felt like very high-quality latex. The protagonist turned to her, noting that he was worried that she would get tired, but he was glad that she was satisfied with everything. The girl looked at him, answering that everything was just fine, but she was still not sure if she should fly with him. Earlier, she covered her mouth with her hand and asked in confusion if she really needed to join in the destruction of entropy. Gang Shik, holding his phone, said that he had just received a call from the Ministry of Defense saying that entropy was heading to Hokkaido. Introducing the two men in suits, he said that neither the ministry nor large groups could act simply like them. There was too much politics involved, and they were afraid of the Sea of Death. The guy pointed to himself and said that was why he was going to be an international contingent. Standing in front of him, the brunette muttered that she would be an extra burden. Her eyes widened in surprise when the brunette told her that her strength helped him defeat those insects. He approached her, asking who would protect her if he was not around. A blush appeared on So-yoon's surprised face. She covered her face with slime, thinking that it was true. Looking at the back of the protagonist's head, the girl wondered if she could help him. As he watched the road, Gang Shik mentally noted that she was the right person to be Entropy's queen. And when they got close to the nest, the bugs would start to think they had two queens and would go crazy. He smiled smugly, thinking that he would use this opportunity to find their nest. Suddenly, blue signs appeared saying that God was wondering if it was okay to use a girl as bait, and that he was complaining that he was merciless. He whispered indignantly that this was part of his plan. The guy looked out the window and said that anyway, he couldn't see anything because of the snow, and then asked Fortillery if there was a solution. Tal answered him with mauling. The slime suddenly started falling through the plane. He found himself outside. Fortillery began to observe the situation. The brunette smiled widely and asked if he could even do that. So Yoon looked at him with surprised eyes and asked what was going on there. The protagonist on Vosker's building ahead asked where it came from here in the middle of the mountains and noted that there was nothing like that on the maps. Sitting in the cockpit, he said that it was very strange, after which he asked if people had really abandoned this area after the monsters appeared. They were flying over large rectangular pillars. Frowning, the protagonist suddenly screamed loudly. The pillars began to tremble. The guy with fear on his face ordered the fighter to quickly gain altitude. At that moment, the pillars rose sharply upward. The fighter flew past them. The brunette clenched his teeth tightly. Looking back, he noted that he believed in himself too much. Seeing a huge monster with these pillars on its back, he exclaimed that it was a 4-star concrete. Showing a monster with a yellow core on its head, it was said that this monster could freely manipulate stone and iron, and that it was a rather formidable opponent. Looking at the pillars on his back, the protagonist noted that this monster could destroy or build a city in an instant while still half asleep, and that it was a very mysterious and powerful creature. The monster stretched its hand towards the plane. Looking at it, Gang Shik exclaimed that he would not let him do that. There was a sound of impact. The monster stretched its long arm a long way. The fighter split into pieces. They flew down. A man stood on top of the monster, saying that if he continued to act like this, he would get into trouble. He crossed his arms, asking what he would do if this girl died too, and did he know how difficult it was to find a suitable queen. Looking at the explosion ahead, the guy noted that this dowry would not let her hatch just like that. Suddenly, a shovel flew towards him. The monster fell, colliding with it. The blonde, looking at the shovel, said that this was the one. He perked up, hearing a scream. Holding a shovel, a brunette was rushing towards him. A second later, there was a small flash. The sounds of the impact remained on the ground. The protagonist, landing, was breathing heavily. Ahead of him was a gloomy silhouette, noting that he was stronger than he could say. Squinting his eyes, the man asked where the girl was and was it true that he could not leave her. Gang Shik smiled, answering ambiguously, and wondered if they were talking about So-yoon. Looking at the blonde in a mask, he mentally noted that he looked like the Japanese hunter Shiro Yamato and wondered why he needed So-yoon. Frowning, the brunette thought that besides this freak, noticing a stream of red aura around him, he mentally asked what kind of energy is this. Showing the guy, it was said that he was a special hunter, introduced Japan's Shiro Yamato. Other than the fact that he uses dual blades, little was known about him until now. The protagonist frowned, noting that he could add one more fact about him. Introducing a concrete monster, he thought about how he had the ability to control a 4-star monster. Looking with an evil gaze, Gang Shik thought that if he had such a cheating power. The blonde rushed past the guy with a blow. He blocked the blow with a shovel. Yamato sheathed his katana, noting that he could block his blade and that this shovel was no joke. As the protagonist put out the shovel, a voice asked donation. He looked up at the blue signs, reading that a god greets another god, and wondered if this should be considered PvP. Gang Shik asked if this means. The blonde gave him a sideways glance, saying it was nice to meet another henchman. Suddenly, a ring of sharp stones appeared around the boy. They sealed him in. The boy looked away when a sign appeared above his head saying that the god declares that the viewer counter remains the same, and the god asks not to disappoint. He asked if this idiot also had 23 patrons, adding that he thought he was some kind of noob. Frowning, Yamato said that however, the next one to fulfill the bonus and perform would be him. Spreading her arms out to the sides, she exclaimed that she would put on a great show for the gods. A vein bulged on his forehead in anger as he ordered Concrete to erase this idiot. A red bolt of lightning struck the pile of rocks. She was floating on one of the platforms. Watching the rocks being electrocuted, the blonde exclaimed that everything was going well and that they should turn him into powder. Standing to the side, he noted that they should take his shovel as loot. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes. Blue rays began to fly out of the pile of rocks. They began to break the lump. A blue whirlwind struck upward. It sucked Yamato into itself. The brunette smirked, saying that to think that 23 patrons were all he could do. Clutching the shovel in his hand, he asked if he was really fighting such trash. Smiling widely, the protagonist screamed, telling him to dream of his death. The man glared at him. So-yoon opened her eyes slightly. Seeing what was inside the slime, she loudly asked what happened, raising an eyebrow in confusion, loudly noting that they were attacked by Concrete. Looking around the slime, the brunette asked how he did this. Looking at the monster, she asked what happened to Gang Shik. When the ground began to shake, she screamed loudly. So-yoon looked behind her, asking what was that. She saw a giant monster behind her. At that moment, the brunette and Yamato crossed their weapons. The blonde gritted his teeth, thinking that this was some kind of nonsense and wondering why his sword strikes weren't working. Frowning, he mentally noted that if the fight was boring, the gods would start leaving. Crossing his weapons, the man thought about dealing with this idiot. The protagonist smirked, telling him to listen. Yamato glared when he was asked if he really had 23 patrons and that he looked weak. He called him a freak in response. When he called Concrete, it hit the brunette with a pillar. There were many pillars on the monster's back. The protagonist ran along one of them, thinking that this guy had the ability to control the monster as a performance bonus. Finding himself near his opponent, he mentally noted that his physical strength was better. Gang Shik jumped up with a shovel in his hands, asking if he sent entropy. The blonde waved his hand, and the stone bound the slime along with So-yoon. He laughed and said that it was true, noting the guy's intelligence, and then added that it was all in order to capture this woman. The brunette frowned and called her. The brown-haired girl looked at him with surprised eyes. When the main character was pinned by 2 columns, Yamato exclaimed that this was his chance. The girl with a worried look called out to her comrade. Gang Shik clenched his teeth tightly and cursed loudly, asking why the hell he was aiming at So-yoon, and what was he planning. The blonde grinned smugly, asking why the dead man needed to know about this, and then told him to watch helplessly. The guy perked up when he told Concrete that they were going to Entropy's nest. The stone began to cover So-yoon. It completely covered her. The girl, looking out from behind the hole, screamed loudly, calling Gang Shik. When the stone began to cover her more, she muttered that everything happened as she thought. The brunette saw a large red stone. It fit inside the pillar on the monster's back. Yamato raised his eyebrows in confusion and called Concrete. The brunette looked with surprised eyes, asking what was happening. When the pillars unclenched him, he noticed that Concrete was crumbling. The man clenched his teeth tightly, expressing his denial. A yellow core flashed on the monster's head. Then his back exploded. The protagonist jumped on one of the falling stones. Grinning, he noted that he did not even have words. Looking at the hovering girl with red in her palms, he asked if she really resonated with the core of Concrete. Seeing his girlfriend's surprised face, Gang Shik said that he did not expect her to be a superhuman with 2 cores. The blonde, frowning with anger, screamed loudly. Looking at the falling monster, he noted that it was crumbling. Having fallen from it, the girl screamed loudly. Suddenly, the guy grabbed her in his arms. Looking at her, he asked if she was injured and heard a negative answer. When a red stone appeared in her hands, the Bulgarian asked if she really did not know that she could resonate with Concrete. Throwing a glance at him, she replied that she knew. When they landed on the stone, the brown-haired girl said that Concrete cores are very rare, and she did not think that she could get them like that. The protagonist frowned, saying that he understood what she was talking about. Suddenly, an attack flew past them. Turning around, Gang Shik loudly asked, "Who would have thought that there would be such an idiot who would give them the core right into their hands?" Grimacing with anger, the blonde demanded that he give the core back to him right now. The guy grinned and told him that he did not want it. The man swung his katana, shouting that then he would kill him. Yamato smiled slyly, verbally activating his ultimate skill, Hellish Flesh. After that, the brunette covered his girlfriend with his hand. Suddenly, a stone fell in front of them. The brunette froze with a dumbfounded look. He watched as the stones began to stick together. A pile of stones suddenly flew to the side. At great speed, they rotated into a rock. The main character opened his mouth in surprise. Then he turned to his girlfriend. She was holding a red stone in her hands, saying that she did not do anything herself, but just imagined how it would fly away. Suddenly, a high stone staircase appeared from under the ground. As they walked along, Gang Shik noted that she was even able to make that for them. Glancing at the bird flying by with the camera, she mentally noted that So-yoon could use the core properly, and to think that she could create such structures with her mind. The brown-haired girl looked at him with a smile, and he thought that he should watch his tongue now. After a while, they reached the place where the pile of stones fell. The guy stopped and said that as he thought, it seemed like he ran away, but he still had a few questions. He looked at his friend when she began to apologize for accidentally throwing him away. The protagonist said that everything was fine and that they had another way. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise when he told her that she was perfect for the role of the Queen of Entropy. As the snow fell on the tall trees, Gang Shik said that even now she was emitting hormones that were making them go crazy, and eventually they would not be able to hold back and show themselves. Meanwhile, the large spiders crawled into the cave. Stopping, they growled loudly. In front of them were eggs and a huge spider with a girl's face. The brunette said without emotion on her face. When another candidate for the role of queen appeared, the low-ranking Entropy began to stir. Yamato was standing not far from her. Starting to approach, he waved his hand and shouted that he knew himself. Coming closer to Yuki, the man ordered her to simply say how much Entropy was left. The girl laughed in her chest and began to say that now they have. Looking at him, she noted that they have 285,940 Entropy ready for battle. The blonde clenched his fist, exclaiming that this was a lot and asked to prepare them for the exit. Yuki lowered her eyes, saying that so many of them had already died, and then asked if they should be more careful. The man pointed his finger and asked what difference it made to them how many of these beetles died, and then said that if he sent them all, even he wouldn't be able to handle it. The girl, looking down, noted that, however, he was not alone. Yamato clenched his teeth tightly, hearing that Concrete and the girl with the powers of a queen were there. He waved his hand, and the sword in her chest began to torch her with a red aura. Yuki screamed loudly, her eyes wide open. The blonde grinned smugly, asking if such a worthless person like her was trying to lecture him. Remembering the stone monster, he mentally noted that after the battle, the patrons were unhappy with him, and if he couldn't change their disposition, then not only could he forget about the bonus, he imagined the face of the protagonist, thinking that he would also lure the patrons away. The man, waving his hand, told Yuki to shut up and do as he was told. She listened with a worried face to the words that after he pierced her with a sword, she was his slave forever, and now she should just lay eggs. At that moment, spiders were swarming around. The girl began to breathe heavily. Lowering her head, she said that she would do as the master wished, and that until he fulfilled his noble mission. The blonde grimaced and clenched his teeth, thinking that, as he thought, this creature was good for nothing, and that he saw that she had slowed down the rate of reproduction. Looking at her, he thought that she needed to be replaced with that girl faster. At that moment, So-yoon was walking through the forest. She looked ahead with surprised eyes. Noticing this, the brunette asked what was going on. The brown-haired girl perked up, noticing that something was approaching them. The protagonist raised a shovel and asked if it was entropy. He frowned in confusion. There was a noise from behind the mountain ahead. Seeing a spider there, he asked if there was only one. The girl, looking in that direction, answered that it was not so. She turned sharply, shouting that they were attacking from below. The ground beneath them began to split. Gang Shik covered himself with his hand, seeing a pillar of light. He frowned, asking what was going on. The boy and the girl began to fall down towards the spiders. A notification came that the gods were pleased. A note appeared about monster number 72 Concrete, which was in the form of a city made of cement and steel, was born from abandoned buildings and was able to absorb the surrounding concrete to increase in size. It was noted that it was very rare and was able to build cities, and the only weak point was the core, which was difficult to find. Falling down, the protagonist cursed loudly and asked what the hell was this. He looked at the monsters beneath his feet. The girl, seeing them, screamed loudly. Suddenly, a blow pierced the monster. The brunette smiled and asked if the bugs were really all he had. More spiders began to approach them. Opening their mouths, they spat acid. Gang Shik clenched his teeth and pulled his girlfriend towards him. He jumped away from the poisonous stream with her. Seeing the scorched earth, the guy noted that these bugs are not so simple. The guy and the girl were surrounded by monsters. They began to spit acid from all sides. The brunette opened his mouth wide, loudly asking if he really thought that this would be enough to kill him. He began to spin the shovel above their heads. Frowning his dark eyebrows, the protagonist ordered Yamato to stop hiding. Then he jumped up. Swinging, he used the skill. Gang Shik swung his weapon, attacking the monsters. The surviving monsters gathered from all sides. Together they jumped on him. The spiders began to attack with huge paws. So-yoon watched this from above. Suddenly, a blue light flashed among the spiders. The guy fought off the spiders with a shovel. Browsing, he mentally answered that something was wrong here. Looking at the spitting monsters, he thought that the acid, of course, bothered him, however. Hitting the spider, the brunette thought that this idiot should understand that this would not affect him. He furrowed his brows angrily, wondering what Yamato's plan was. At that moment, a two-headed bird with a camera flew by. Seeing it, the protagonist wondered what the hell that was. Suddenly, he perked up. Gang Shik saw no one above, exclaiming that this simply could not be. Jumping up, he called So-yoon. His eyes widened. He saw a hole in the ground and realized that this was all Yamato. The blonde smiled, saying that he should not have underestimated him. Looking at the brown-haired girl inside the egg, he said that these bugs are just expendable material and the protagonist should understand what's what. With a smile on his face, the man says that if they don't find this place and kill the queen, the bugs will just keep multiplying. So-yoon looked at him with puzzled eyes. It was said that the entropy nest is an endlessly expanding tunnel system, meaning it's an endless labyrinth. Showing a group of people, it was said that many hunters tried to raid the nest. The people ran away from the monsters and it was said that, however, they were eaten before they reached the queen. It was said that the tunnels would continue to grow until the city collapsed. Yamato rested his chin on his hand, saying that the only one who could control this was him. So-yoon frowned and bared her teeth. Large cubes of rocks appeared behind her. The blonde smirked, saying that she was making fun of him. He waved his hand and hit the egg she was in. It suddenly burst. The man squeezed a red stone in his hand and said that he would take what he liked. The girl's eyes widened when she heard that in exchange she would be given new power. Yamato said that she should be happy because she was the only one suitable for this role. Tentacles flew towards her. When they wrapped around the brunette, she loudly asked what was this. Finding herself right in front of Yuki, she heard that she would be made the new queen. When the girl reached out her hands to her, the member expressed a denial. The blonde grinned and said that it was a great honor to help him achieve his goals. The brunette, looking at the yellow tentacles, muttered that she did not want this and asked him to stop. The tentacles touched her face. Her eyes suddenly widened. She looked down. The girl was sitting on the ground all alone. Looking back, she asked where she was and what kind of place this was. A spider was walking towards her from the side. She jumped to her feet, the member screamed loudly. The monster with glowing eyes growled loudly. The brunette darted to the side. She saw a red light. The girl covered one eye. Yamato appeared in front of her, noting that there was no end to these bugs. With surprised eyes, she asked him what was going on. Turning around, the man asked if she was sure that they were coming here. Yuki stood behind So-yoon in human form. The blonde frowned and asked again. Looking at him, So-yoon wondered what he was doing, noting that it felt like he couldn't see her at all. The brunette pointed her finger, saying that she heard a call and it was very strong because she fit the role. The brunette mentally noted that the girl was alive. Yuki, cutting her off, confirmed. She said that she was still a human back then, but So-yoon's mouth opened in surprise. Looking at the bright light, the girl said that these were memories from the time when she was not yet a queen. At that moment, So-yoon was enveloped in yellow tentacles while the brunette said that in order to turn her into a new queen, she would inject everything she had into her. The brunette's mouth dropped open in shock and she jumped. Imagining her as a queen, the brunette said that when she was done, she would be stronger than her, and a new, better queen, the strongest in history, would be born. The girl with frightened eyes exclaimed that she did not want this. She perked up when the voice said that it was up to him to decide. Yamato looked at Yuki and asked if she was ready, to which she replied in the affirmative. She frowned and said with a smirk that it would be a great honor for her to help him, who was chosen by the gods to save humanity. The blonde smiled contentedly while she told him that she would do everything she could to control the queen's core. The man hugged her, saying that she was all he had and her ability would be the key to saving the world. At that moment, a blush appeared on the brunette's cheeks. So-yoon clenched her teeth tightly as she watched. Yamato grinned wickedly. Many spiders screamed loudly. Yuki spread her arms out to the sides, saying that Entropy heard her voice, which meant that the core was in her power. She looked away and said that although she lost her human body due to the power of the core, it didn't matter because now she could save many. So-yoon looked at her with worried eyes. The sword in the brunette's chest shone with a bright light. She opened her mouth in shock. The blonde grinned wickedly. He stretched out his hand and said that this meant that she had now become a monster. The girl looked at her with a confused look, asking why he did this to her. Yamato said with a smile on his face that this sword is a gift from the gods, and it allows you to control monsters that are weaker than him. He said that he was waiting for this moment and now he will use her to take over the whole world. The brunette bared her teeth in anger. The brown-haired girl opened her mouth in surprise and asked why he did this to her. The man spread his arms to the sides, exclaimed that he would give an amazing show, so you need to subscribe to it and press the bell. All this time, tentacles surrounded the autumn. Looking at her, the blonde said that while this woman is in his power, no one will stop him. At that moment, the girl began to cough. Yamato grinned, saying that she resists more than he thought. Introducing the labyrinths of entropy, he asked if she still warms hope, and then noted that this monster will never get here. While spiders were walking on the surface, the man told them to just accept it and make him many more children, with whose help he would conquer this world. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he declared that he was starting with this country, and then the whole world would bow to him in. He opened his mouth in shock when an explosion was heard behind him. Turning around, the blonde indignantly asked what was happening now. A huge hole formed in the wall. Inside it, the main character appeared on a stone. A bird with a camera was flying above him, and he said that it seemed like they had found this place and that he could feel So-yoon. The guy saw his girlfriend surrounded by tentacles. Jumping towards her, he loudly asked what they were doing and ordered them to move away from her. Suddenly, red energy flashed. The brunette dodged Yamato's blow. He clenched his teeth tightly. Grinning with anger and blazing with energy, he asked how he found them in this endless labyrinth. The main character smiled widely and asked if he really hadn't watched his streams. He furrowed his brows and asked with a smirk if he thought he would stop him. The brunette was still unconscious. A bright light flashed. Yuki stretched out her hand towards the glowing girl. The yellow tentacles began to retreat from her. While the purple aura was hovering around, Brunette told the master that she had rejected the synchronization and that this was some kind of nonsense. She turned around when she was called. Dang Shik asked her to set all the entropy on him to stop him. He smiled smugly and asked purely did he not understand. He powerfully slammed his shovel and shouted that this crap does not work on him. The blonde's mouth dropped open in horror. A moment later, he was hit in the face. The brunette was hitting him with his shovel. The blow sent the man flying to the side. As blood trickled down his nose, he muttered. The protagonist smiled and asked if he didn't understand that he was simply better than him. At that time, the sunset covered a ruined city. In another area, there were buildings of the government center in Tokyo. The man clenched his teeth. Rising from the table, he asked what that noise was. The brown-haired man exclaimed that the situation was urgent. Entropy attacks were happening all over the country, which he told him about. The blonde was breathing heavily. The protagonist stood opposite him, saying that this was the end. The man clenched his teeth tightly. Spiders jumped on Gang Shik from behind as he screamed that this was not the end. The guy turned around in irritation, noting that he seemed to have already told him that it was useless. With one blow, he cut the monsters down. Acid gushed out of their bodies. The brunette's eyes widened. He ran away from the splash of acid. It was approaching So-yoon in captivity. A shovel flew through the air. It cut through the huge tentacles that were holding the girl. The brunette screamed loudly in pain. The protagonist grinned, holding the shovel, asking how dare they. Jumping up, he kicked the brunette. So-yoon, who found herself in his arms, woke up. Gang Shik smiled and asked if she was arguing. Meanwhile, Yuki pointed her hand, indicating the spiders to go forward. The guy turned around, saying that now his impudence ended. He attacked the monster. The brunette grinned. Looking at the emptiness ahead, he noted that the queen had disappeared. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that Yamato had also run away. His eyes widened as the brown-haired girl started apologizing to him, saying that they ran away because he had to save her. She looked up when Gang Shik asked why she was acting like that for no reason. He smiled widely and said that they had just destroyed the entropy nest that they were able to find thanks to her, which meant that she had saved the world. So-yoon froze with a surprised expression. A tear ran down her cheek as she thanked him. Kneeling down, the brown-haired girl said that she was truly grateful to him. The guy furrowed his brows, wondering why she was crying and if it was because he praised her. As a bird with a camera flew above them, he thought about how, whatever the case, it turned out that the queen had been enslaved by the core and turned into a monster. He said that he wondered what kind of relationship he had with Yamato. The girls perked up. Looking up at her comrade, she exclaimed that she could answer that question because she had seen her Aspamrianic. The ruined city was engulfed in flames. The man in the suit stood with his partner, saying that it had been a day since Entropy's attack and that they couldn't hide everything. When the elevator doors opened, he said that they needed to come up with a plan. They found themselves in a secret underground bunker and stopped in front of a large throne. The bald man fell to his knees and asked what had happened, and didn't he say that it would be like this? Looking at Yamato in front of him, he asked if he hadn't promised that he would stop the attacks of all monsters, including Entropy, in exchange for financial support from the state. The colleagues perked up when he replied that he had. Looking at them with angry eyes, the blonde added that that was why their pathetic wishes were still with him, and now it was time to pay off the debt. The men with shocked faces began to ask what debt he was talking about, and hadn't they fulfilled all his demands and given 30% of all taxes in the country? They asked what he wanted. Yamato narrowed his eyes in irritation. The shining blade touched the floor. When Yuki approached the blonde, he asked how they dared to snap back, giving him some small change, adding that such a debt should be repaid with their lives. The men were kneeling with frightened faces. The blonde pointed at them and asked if they were politicians, and then ordered to mobilize absolutely everyone. When they were surrounded by spiders, he noted that if they didn't like it, then so be it, because he had other methods. Looking at his frightened colleagues, he simply called them pigs. His eyes lit up red when he said that it was time to repay the debt. The brunette, finding himself on the street, asked if Entropy's nest was under the capital. While they were standing on the cliff, So-yoon said that the blonde guy used the capital as a starting point for taking over Japan and had spread a network of tunnels from there. The slime on the ground frowned while the guy was saying that he had a base in the capital. He ran his hand through his hair and said that it would probably be difficult to negotiate with the Japanese government, not to mention that he didn't know how to get to the capital. The slime was getting more and more irritated. Having flown into the sky, it began to transform into a fighter. The protagonist, looking at him with surprised eyes, noted that the broken parts had been restored. Looking at the slime, the girl said that it was the best. After a while, they were already flying into the sky. A spider was watching the white traces among the clouds. Its eyes were glowing red. At that moment, Yuki said that they were already on their way. Looking askance at her master, she noted that they were approaching. Yamato took out his phone and addressed the Prime Minister, saying that from now on, everything flying over Tokyo should be perceived as an enemy animation. The fighter continued to fly over the mountains. Cannons were installed in the middle of the forest. The protagonist flew, not suspecting anything, while Yamato gave the order to destroy everything. While the fighter flew across the sky, the voice spoke of a red alert, noting the order to shoot down all objects approaching the capital's airspace. Several cannons fired. Recipes began to fly into the sky, while it was said that even if reinforcements were needed, everything must be shot down at any cost. Several explosions were heard, but the fighter passed them, followed by a barely there explosion. Another one thundered after it. The man, calling on the phone, said to double-check everything. Looking at Yamato, who was standing with his back to him, he said that they shot down an unidentified flying object on the approach to Tokyo. The blonde frowned when he was called. He looked at several screens, which showed the gods declaring him a coward and boring. They asked if he was really going to continue like this and where was the promised show, noting that they were stopping donations. The irritated man remained silent. When the man called him again, he cut his neck with one blow. His knees began to jump back in fear. A sign appeared above Yamato's head, saying that he was the personification of a weakling, and that the god said that he had one last chance. The blonde looked away and muttered discontentedly. Pointing his sword at the second man, he said that he was now the new prime minister. Frowning with anger, he ordered that the corpse of this bastard be brought to him. The soldiers, looking at the fallen plane, exclaimed that it was all over, since this was the same plane that the prime minister was talking about. The brown-haired man, looking down, asked if the freak was really dead. His partner noted that it was too early to relax because he had heard that he was not human. He pulled on a glove with a red stone on it and declared that he would finish him off personally to make sure that the damn enemy who brought entropy to Japan was dead. The protagonist stood behind them and asked him to repeat who he brought here. The soldiers stepped back, asking how he got here. Gang Shik smiled widely and said that his shovel had many useful functions, but it was much more important for him to know who he brought here. The men hit him with light beams, ordering him to shut up. A loud explosion thundered. The man perked up when a voice from the side asked if they were really hunters. The guy, jumping above their heads, asked how they could call themselves hunters if they attacked people without unnecessary preludes. With a triple blow, he attacked the soldiers, saying that they had no right to own cannonballs. The man looked at the broken stone on the glove. The brunette grinned and ordered him to finish what he wanted to say before he got hurt even more. The soldier exclaimed that he would not forgive him. Standing with his comrades, he asked if he knew how many people had died because of him, and then noted that they would do everything to finish him off. The protagonist, looking at them with puzzled eyes, asked what the hell was going on. He clenched his teeth tightly, cursing at Yamato and asking what he had told everyone about him. The blonde came out to a loud call. The soldiers clenched their fists and cheered, asking the delimiter to fight with them. Looking at them, the man whispered, "Is that all?" The prime minister told him that everyone had gathered because the hero of Japan himself had called for help. Frowning, Yamato laughed, thinking that everything was going according to plan. While introducing the spiders in the city, he noted that he had set him up and everyone thought that Gang Shik was responsible for Entropy's attack. As the protagonist fought the soldiers, he continued to think that he was going to use the anger of the masses to defeat him, and when he was cornered, imagining himself plunging his sword into his chest, the blonde thought he would finish him off, and in the meantime, the view count would increase and the gods would watch him again. Once on stage, the man said that it was good that the mighty hunters of Japan had gathered here today. The soldiers clenched their fists in rage. Yamato noted that they were facing a crisis like no other in the world, a hut of one man. He raised his sword, saying that in order to transform him, they would have to get rid of one man. Showing a photo of Gang Shik, he called out his name, adding that he was known as the cameraman. The soldiers looked at the photo, asking if he had any special powers. The blonde raised his sword and exclaimed that the source of all the horror and chaos, the most brutal hunter the world has ever seen. The warriors began to raise their fists as he declared that they had all gathered together to kill Gang Shik. The prime minister, clenching his teeth, mentally noted that he was lying to them very easily. Standing straight with his back turned, he thought that he was a dangerous person, and it would be much better if Gang Shik dealt with him quickly. A blue light flashed through the air. A beam of light hit the soldiers behind him. The protagonist landed on the ground. Yamato appropriated the eyes, noting that he had come. The guy pointed his finger at him, exclaiming, asking if he really wanted to deceive him. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind him. The brunette turned around, clenching his teeth tightly. Seeing a lot of spiders, he indignantly asked how many more. The protagonist smiled, exclaiming that the blonde was throwing these bugs around like. His eyes widened when someone from the side shouted that he had brought entropy with him. The soldiers began to point at him, saying that the blonde was right and that he was leading the entropy army. Gang Shik froze with a shocked expression. Suddenly, he frowned. Looking at the monsters, he mentally noted that these guys were not attacking him, and it became clear that he had set up everything in Poland for the sake of lies. The guy grinned and cursed mentally. Looking at the man, he wondered if he had finally decided to use his brains. With a smile on his lips, he replied that it was not bad. Putting a shovel in front of him, the brunette said that he was surprised. The soldier with the core swung, loudly making the operator die. He and his comrades attacked. The protagonist frowned and pursed his lips. Rushing through the age, he hit several soldiers. Those, genuinely in the air, screamed loudly. One of them with a dumbfounded face noted that they could not fight normally since they did not even see him. Gang Shik landed on the ground. Looking at him, Yamato noted that he was very good. He frowned in irritation. Looking at the extinguished warriors, he mentally noted that everything was going according to plan, and now he would be branded a murderer. One man tried to get up, talking about pain in his hand. The blonde's eyes widened. The soldiers rose from the ground and began to notice one by one that the cannonballs on their gloves were broken. Yamato jumped back, thinking that this couldn't be happening, and wondered if in this chaos he could only focus on attacking the cannonballs. The man hit the soldiers again. The minister, peeking around the corner, asked what the hell was going on here, and was the cameraman winning. Not noticing the man behind him, he muttered that everything was loud, but the Japanese hunters were talking too much. He was interrupted. The man froze with shock in his eyes, recognizing the girl. Brows furrowed, Yamato puzzled himself to collect himself as he still had an ace up his sleeve. Yuki's eyes lit up when she was called. She looked down, hearing the order to kill the hunters. The protagonist turned around abruptly. Fighting off the spider, he loudly asked why it would attack the Japanese hunters. Looking at the blonde, Gang Shik indignantly asked what he was doing, and was he really going to kill all his comrades? The man pointed his finger at him, asking what he was talking about, and noting that he was the one killing them. The brunette, behind whom the massacre was taking place, heard the soldiers screaming that they could not fight without cannonballs. His eyes turned white with anger, and he screamed loudly. Releasing energy, the protagonist attacked the spiders. One of them was thrown back. He looked up, puzzled. Gang Shik was standing right in front of him. He hit the spider with a bright beam. The guy started killing the monsters. He was rushing at great speed, killing each of them. 3 warriors with cannonballs gathered in a circle, answering that they were surrounded and would not last long. A blue light flashed past them. They saw pieces of corpses flying to the ground. The men froze with shocked faces. Looking at the brunette, they asked why the operator would save them. The main character grinned, saying that everything was only getting worse and asking was So Yoon really not ready. Then a red stream of energy hit the battlefield. Lying on the ground, Gang Shik blocked the blow. Yamato hung over him, saying that it was probably hard enough to fight and protect these pigs at the same time. Soldiers gathered around them and began to support him. The men, shooting at the spider, said that thanks to the blonde, these entropy were retreating back, and then told his comrades to start attacking them. The man's face darkened as he began to talk about how they didn't even realize that he was using them and worshipping him. Then he declared that today he would destroy the guy and ascend to new heights. The brunette looked at him with a serious look. Frowning, Yamato declared that he would find the girl later. Continuing to press the protagonist, he wondered where she was and did he really hide her somewhere. While everyone around was fighting, he thought that even if so, it was a matter of time before he found her. The soldiers perked up when a female voice asked if they could hear her. Yamato looked away when they addressed him. His eyes widened in shock. So Yoon was standing on the stage. Holding the microphone, she said that now they would show everyone an exclusive video from the cameraman. The man froze and began to demand that she stop immediately. His image appeared on the video, and the voice asked if he was the one who sent entropy to Korea. The man in the video said that it was true and that thanks to it he got the brunette. He listened with frightened eyes as he said that the main character should not even think that he is the same as all the other hunters. The blonde in the video smirked and said that Concrete will absorb the girl and he will take her to the nest of entropy. The soldiers looked at the screen, asking if this really means. All eyes turned to Yamato. He waved his hand, declaring that this is all wrong and this is a fake, and then asked where he got this video from. Gang Shik came up to him and asked if he had forgotten the name of his channel. He smiled widely, saying I'm literally cameraman. The blonde, looking at him with shocked eyes, asked him to stop talking nonsense because he does not have a camera. The guy asked why he thinks so. When Krokel appeared above their heads, he noticed that she was flying everywhere and filming everything. The man's eyes turned white and he asked what the hell was going on here. His image flashed on the screen. The brunette clenched her fist and said that everything was like this, and this was the trump card that Gang Shik told her about. Looking at the frightened Prime Minister, she thanked him for his help, noting that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to reveal the true nature of Yamato. The man looked down and replied that he was just a criminal who thought that nothing mattered, and the main thing was that Japan was safe and listened to him without objection. Meanwhile, spiders gathered around the blonde. The Prime Minister exclaimed with sadness on his face that so many people died because of him, and more victims cannot be allowed. He bowed to the girl and asked her to put Japan to sleep. She smiled and told him not to worry because no matter what he said, there was no one stronger than Gang Shik. The guy hit Yamato in the face. He flew back from the slap and screamed. When he fell to the ground, the brunette said that he was too lazy to hit a traitor to humanity with a shovel. Clenching his fist, he ordered him to get up, noting that he would beat him up with his own hands. The man looked at him with shocked eyes. Having risen, he put out his weapon and cursed loudly. After that, he called to him. Entropy, smiling evilly, the blonde said that he would not hold back and use all their power. The red one hit upwards so hard. Yamato, jumping high, exclaimed that his last blow absorbed the power of the gods and the power of his core, and then asked if he really thought that a weakling like him could withstand it. With a mad smile on his face, he wished for death. The sound of a blow was heard. The protagonist punched him in the stomach. The man looked at him with a frightened look and asked what was going on. Gang Shik swung, asking why he should withstand him if he could just step back. With a powerful blow, he trusted Yamato. Falling into a crowd of soldiers, he asked how this was even possible. Gritting his teeth tightly, he asked if what that idiot said about entropy's power was true. The blonde looked away when he was asked if this was his doing. The soldiers pressed him into a circle and began to say that he had deceived them, and they trusted him and fought. The man swung, asking what of it, even if it was true. He weakly hit one of the soldiers on the arm. Yamato froze, his mouth slightly open in shock. Notifications began to appear above his head with words about the gods saying that they were bored and that they regretted wasting their time on him. The blonde began to ask them for another chance. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that his strength was leaving him. Then he looked away in confusion. One of the soldiers hit him with a fist, loudly asking if he knew what he had done. The protagonist watched this from the sidelines. Beating the man with his feet, the soldier screamed that they had lost friends and family, and after this he would definitely not survive. Huge spider legs appeared from under the ground when Yamato ordered to stop. People looked at them with frightened eyes, asking what was this. He looked up but gritted his teeth. Queen Yuki stood before them. Standing at her feet, the blonde grinned and asked how dare they. Spiders appeared behind him and he declared that he was the master of entropy. The soldiers, watching in fear, listened to his words that pigs like them were not among those who would touch him. The girl gritted her teeth when her master gave her the order to kill everyone. He smiled widely and told her to call all entropy and kill everyone. The people listened with puzzled faces as he said that he was going to kill all the people in Japan. The Prime Minister and So-Yoon froze with their mouths open. Yuki was the size of a hand. The man frowned and declared that this could not happen since his family was in the city. Then he was kicked in the head. It was the guy who walked towards the soldiers. He jumped up and attacked the girl. She, with a hole in her chest, screamed loudly. A moment later, her body exploded. The brunette turned around and wished her rest in peace. The rest of her body began to crack. A weak smile appeared on Yuki's face. The remains began to crumble, leaving only the yolk of the kernel. All the spiders in the area froze. Yamato knelt down, loudly calling for her queen. The protagonist frowned. He remained silent, looking at the ashes in the air. The blonde frowned furiously and ordered the remaining monsters to attack and devour the man who killed their queen. When they did not move, he rang out his order. The man looked away when he was asked if he still hadn't picked up. He clenched his teeth tightly when he was asked if he thought he still had power over them after their queen was dead. Looking at the spider with glowing eyes, Gang Shik noted that it stood up too quickly. One monster jumped on Yamato. Then he looked at his left hand in shock, asking what was going on. Entropy pounced on him, after which a loud scream was heard. After a while, the guy looked at the enemy, saying that he was a thorn. His bloody body with torn off limbs lay on the ground. With white eyes, he began to mumble that he was the chosen one. Looking at the brunette, he asked if he really thought that everything would end like this. The blonde began to cough up blood, declaring that he would not die because the power of the gods was with him. Turning his head, he quietly asked why the bleeding did not stop. The man looked up, seeing a blue screen that said that he was finished. God mentioned that he had recalled all donations and told him to just die. Blood began to gush out of Yamato's body as he began to beg for them not to leave him. The number of his patrons began to decrease from 5 to 1. The man with frightened eyes exclaimed that he could entertain them. To this, the god replied that there were few things that entertained him more than his death. The number of patrons decreased to 0. Yamato, looking at the screen with a shocked look, muttered that this simply could not be happening. His body began to convulse. A brunette watched the body from the side. The soldiers also looked at him. The Prime Minister, with his mouth slightly open, exclaimed that Yamato was dead. The protagonist, glancing at him, noted that it seemed that he had been merged. He was startled when a notification suddenly appeared above him saying that he had defeated Yamato. The screen said that the conditions for the second bonus to receive 24 spectators had been met. Looking at the soldiers, he thought that this was just like last time. Then Gang Shik looked with confused eyes. Bones appeared in front of him. The system noted that the ether bonus was unlocked and the guy was enveloped in a soft light. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The picture in front of him began to double. When a seal appeared in his eye, he exclaimed that he could now see everything. The brunette held a sphere in his hand, saying that he could see the elements, structure, and threads of everything that exists, as well as the foundations of the universe, and now everything was flowing into his brain. He translated the drive. There were spiders behind him. The protagonist perked up. Looking at entropy, he mentally noted that in the end they were just offspring of the elements of the core and matter, and if he cut off this connection, cracks began to appear on the monster's head. But he stretched out his hand forward. The spider's body began to crumble. A bright flash appeared around. So-Yoon, covering herself with her hand, muttered about the army of entropy. A wave of energy went to the side. The soldiers froze with show-soil faces. The Prime Minister, his mouth open in shock, asked if all the spiders were disappearing. The city was quickly enveloped in light. Frozen with horror on his face, he began to ask what was going on. A colleague called out to him. When he turned around, the colleague began to talk about the news. The man exclaimed that entropy were disappearing all over Japan. So-yoon smiled widely and called out to his friend. The guy was standing in front with his hand outstretched. He was being filmed by a bird. The host announced big news. Looking at a piece of paper, he said that Korean streamer Gang Shik saved Japan live on air by destroying the Entropy army. Showing Yamato, he said that the tragedy was caused by his actions, but the guy defeated him. On the screen, throwing down the moment with a blow. The man smirked, speaking into the microphone that what had happened today was an incredible achievement that had strengthened the country's position, and that from now on the Korean government would be cooperating more closely with Gang Shik. Loud screams were heard throughout the city. At this time, the brunette was lying in the hot water of the spring, asking to finally turn off the news. Removing the towel from his face, he mentally noted that a week had passed since the victory over Yamato, and he finally felt alive. Remembering the girl, and after the spiders, he thought that his count was loaded with all sorts of crazy crap. Then the protagonist remembered how he hit the blonde. He pursed his lips, thinking that, however, thanks to this, he had earned new strength. A blue-violet glow appeared around his fingers. He waved his hand, mentally noting that ether allowed him to manipulate the properties of matter, and he gave it was possible to change the state of matter, such as water. Next to him, the water appeared in several crystals. Gang Shik furrowed his brows, thinking that like with chakra, he could only use a fraction of its true power. Sprawled out on the rocks, he said that he would stay here for now and rest, observing the situation. The tablet next to him lit up, noting a new message. The guy looked at it, noting that no one knew this number. A human silhouette appeared on the screen. A girl with blonde hair greeted him and introduced herself as Dana from Russia. The brunette looked at the screen with a puzzled face. He began to stretch his neck, listening to how they had an emergency and were asking for his help. His eyes widened when the girl told him that Null Blade had appeared. The protagonist stood up and listened carefully to her words about Russia hiding this to prevent panic. But they could no longer cope, and it became clear that only he could solve this problem, and Russia would provide him with everything he needed. Dana said with a grim face that they would wait for his answer. Then the video ended. Looking at the slime, he asked him to contact the fort and prepare the fighter. Throwing a shirt on himself, he said that they were going to Russia. Conga fighter appeared over the landing pad. The guy thanked. Putting his hand on his belt, he noted that this was exactly what he wanted. So-yoon lowered her brows sadly and asked if he really wanted to defeat Null Blade. The brunette turned to look at her. Pursing her lips, the girl mentally noted that when it came to this blade, the protagonist was unstoppable. Imagining a gray monster with wings, she wondered if he would be able to cope with this monster, which they had never even been able to properly attack before. Gang Shik placed his hand on her shoulder and asked her not to worry. Frowning, he smirked and asked who she thought he was. Recalling his recent battles, he said that he was the first person to strike Null Blade, and that he was the strongest person who saved the world from the threat. The brown-haired girl looked at him with puzzled eyes. The guy with a smug smile noted that therefore, there was no need to worry about him, but just wait for him to return. A slime appeared on top of the fighter. So-yoon perked up when he cried out. The brunette waved his hand at her, saying that he would return with a yard of Null Blade and that they would meet in Seoul. The girl put her hand on her chest. The protagonist was cutting through Russian airspace. He sat in the cockpit with his arms crossed, thinking that he had become incomparably stronger than the last time he fought him. Gang Shik waved his hand, thinking that last time he not only didn't have chakra, but also this ether, and although his strength was quite limited. Frowning, he mentally noted that the more aces up his sleeve, the better. Gritting his teeth, the guy imagined the monster and mentally told it to wait, because it was already coming for him to tear him to pieces. Suddenly, he perked up, puzzled. A red beam flew past the fighter. The brunette shook and asked indignantly, "What is this?" The slime on top of the fighter frowned. He was dodging the flying ship from the red lasers. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist remembered the brown-haired man, thinking that this attack was just like his, but several times stronger. While the fighter continued to maneuver, he tried to understand what this meant and ordered by 3 to track this laser. Looking down, Gang Shik exclaimed that this is exactly what he thought. Flashes appeared inside the gorge. The guy bared his teeth, seeing inside the Griff, who attacked him. The monster shot lasers from its hands. Suddenly, he looked back. Behind him were gray humanoid monsters. Walking towards him, they growled. Griff turned towards his opponents. A red light flashed through the multi-junction. The monster shot a laser in different directions. It began to hit the monsters. Their bodies began to crumble into pieces. Griff continued to shoot off the remains of the bodies. A man with a girl watched from above, saying that these were the 5 stars. The red-haired Mr. Kaiser frowned, saying that with such low-ranking creatures they were only delaying the inevitable. Dana touched the device on her ear and told her to stop the attack since he had arrived. She looked away and thanked her for her help. The man looked at her and said that it was nothing, and then asked if she really thought he would be useful in their plans. Meanwhile, the fighter was still flying in the sky. The white-haired girl narrowed her eyes, giving a positive answer and saying that if he really was as they said, then he would be a key figure in their plan. At that moment, the laser flew out of Griff's hand. The plane dodged powerful blows. The brunette smiled smugly, saying that this was a worthy warm-up before the Zero Blade, and then asked B3 to send him straight to the feathered one. The slime perked up. The fighter suddenly jerked downwards. The monster froze in confusion. A blue-violet aura appeared in the air. Gang Shik jumped out of it with a smile. The griffin fired again. The guy stretched out his hand. Matter began to appear under his fingers, and he thought that before he started fighting with the Zero Blade, he needed to practice with ether. A barrier appeared around him. The brunette smiled widely, thinking that it worked, and apparently that was how much energy he needed to use. While the lasers were trying to break through the barrier, he mentally noted that the griffin's characteristic was light, and if he used particles of darkness that would not let light through, he could do something like that. The monster cried out in confusion. The protagonist waved his hand, greeting him and asking how he was doing. While striking him, he asked if it was true that this was his first time when the laser did not work. The griff opened its beak in a silent scream. Gang Shik grinned smugly. Dana and Kaiser watched from above. When the griff was filled with white light, the guy grinned and said that he was not the one who attacked first. Holding his wound, the monster fell to his knees. Then he rose to his paws. At great speed, he rushed past the brunette. The protagonist, raising his shovel, noted that he seemed to have figured out how to use ether for defense, and all that remained was, he swung his weapon, activating plasma. Lightning flashed off the tip of the shovel. When the charge passed through his hand, the brunette wondered if the recoil of ether was affecting his body too. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought that he needed to figure this out. The protagonist deflected the shovel using chakra. Multicolored energy struck upward. Gang Shik frowned and sighed, thinking that it was good that he had stabilized it. The energy rushed to the side. The griffin turned towards the sound. Suddenly his eyes widened. A powerful stream was rushing straight towards him. A moment later it struck him. Kaiser opened his mouth in shock, loudly asking if he really killed him with just one blow. Looking at the bright light in the gorge, he asked where such power came from. Meanwhile, the guy below was breathing heavily. Looking at his hand, he thought that it looked like he wouldn't be able to use two at a time. Dana, watching him, thought that she had foreseen this. Looking at the brunette, she mentally noted that he had at least two bonuses. The man frowned when asked his opinion. Looking askance at him, the white-haired girl asked if everything would work out with someone like him, and then added that if you stretch it out for 10 years, then of course. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes and asked if she could persuade him. Looking down, the girl replied that she had no other choice. The protagonist walked towards the shovel, which he stuck into the ground. He then grabbed it. Looking at his hand, he mentally noted that unlike chakra, which increases the body's abilities, this is an incredible power, but there is a huge risk when using it. Frowning, Gang Shik imagined the monster and thought that if this happens during a fight with this bastard, there may be problems, so there is no need to count on this power. He glanced back, suggesting that Unknown stop hiding and come out. There were snowdrifts behind him. A girl came out of them and apologized. Putting her hand on her chest, Dana said her name and said that she is responsible for the security of Russia, and it was she who called him here. The guy drew his eyebrows together, wondering how this woman from the video managed to get so close to him. Looking at him, the white-haired girl said that she thought he had a lot of questions and that she would explain everything to him on the way. The brunette rolled his eyes and asked what other way, noting that he was a very busy man, and if it did not concern Null Blade. Lowering her eyebrows, Dana said that it would be now. The protagonist perked up and pursed his lips when she said that they would go to Null Blade right now. He stood there with a stern look, while the white-haired girl said that Russia was not so stupid as to deceive him, which meant, "Next, I ask for transport." Gang Shik's eyes widened. When a huge snowmobile drove up to them, Dana asked if he would go with her. After a while, the car cut through the snowdrifts. Sitting inside, the guy noted that it was a very cool truck and it would withstand many attacks. The white-haired girl narrowed her eyes at him and began to say that Russia, and especially this place, the central part, was a very dangerous place. Showing a map of the country with a mark in the central part, she said that Russia's territory was large and all of them could not protect it, so they had to divide the country into two parts and manage the east and west separately. Pointing to the red mark, the girl said that this central area served as a border and that high-ranking monsters fought for territory here. Presenting the griffin, she said that it had been forced out of the fight for territory and was a hermit. The brunette looked at her and asked if it meant that a 5-star monster had lost to someone. Frowning, he mentally noted that although it made sense, since the griffin was given 5 stars for its stealth attack abilities, its attacks and defense were not very strong, and even with the same stars, the strength of different monsters could vary greatly. Looking at him, Dana said that although he was forced out of the battles for territory, the 5-star monster remained a great threat to people, and then thanked him for destroying him, because if not for him, they would have spent a lot of resources on it. Remembering the gray monsters, the protagonist wondered if they were really talking about them now. Looking at the sad face of the girl, he mentally noted that she was watching them during the fight. Remembering the red-haired man, he assumed that this was Mr. Kaiser. The protagonist perked up and clenched his teeth as he said it was just a warm-up. The white-haired girl looked up and said that they seemed to be there. The anus opened up in front of them. Gang Shik raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked if they were where they needed to be. Walking among the multi-story buildings, he thought that there was something wrong with this residential area. The guy stopped, thinking that he felt something unfamiliar but strong. Turning to Dana, he asked if Nullblade was here now. She looked at him and said that in order for him to get what he wanted, he needed to make a choice. The brunette's eyes widened and he asked what that meant. He grabbed the shovel, seeing notifications saying that the gods were winking at him and saying that it would be interesting. He said that he couldn't just leave it like that. Lowering the weapon tip down, the protagonist said what that meant. He walked forward. Sweat began to trickle down his face as he began to experience a strange feeling. Gang Shik felt weightless and thought that he had known from the beginning that something was wrong here. Turning around, he asked what was going on here. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Nullblade was next to him. A bird flew over them with a camera. Looking at the monster, the guy called out loudly. Then he hit it with a shovel. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought that he had not even noticed it at first. Dodging the monster's attack, the brunette mentally noted that he seemed completely dead. Frowning, he screamed furiously. The two of them clashed in a blow. The protagonist bared his teeth. Looking into the monster's eyes, he thought that this creature was another Nullblade. Gritting his teeth, he took the blow. Gang Shik jumped back sharply. Frowning his dark brows, he mentally noted that although he hadn't expected it at all, this creature was also a Nullblade. He thought there were only two of them, which was exactly what he wanted. Several giant blades appeared behind the monster. The guy perked up, asking why there were only more of them. Yellow lightning bolts rushed straight towards him. The brunette's eyes widened. A powerful blow thundered. The flash flashed past a multi-story building. Then an explosion was heard. A huge puff of smoke rose from the roof. The protagonist jumped out of it, exclaiming that he had never heard of such a thing, and then asked if there was really something he didn't know about. Gritting his teeth tightly, he looked at the Nullblade, making his own guess. Even more blades appeared behind the monster. Rushing straight towards them, Gang Shik thought it was worth a try, and then realized that he was sure of it. Stretching out his hand, he activated chakra. A bright blue light shot forward. Nullblade looked at him. In response, he pointed his blades. They were aimed straight at the guy. The guy with crazy eyes activated the chakra thread. Then he used drill, approaching the monster. Dana watched this from the side, saying that everything was as she thought. Raising an eyebrow, she noted that her predictions were correct. Frowning with rage, the brunette shouted that he was not Nullblade. Looking into the red eyes of the monster, he said that the blades of a real beast are not as soft as his. Blue energy hit its target. The white-haired girl saw this flash. Looking with a puzzled face, she said that if so, the test is over. Watching the main character, she said that if he really is like that, then they can put an end to this tragedy. Gang Shik stood in front of the corpse of the monster. Having broken through his stomach, he saw emptiness and noted that as he thought, there was no core and it was like a toy made of snow. The guy clenched his teeth and asked if he had been deceived. The girl appeared behind him. The brunette perked up when she called his name. Glancing back, he wondered how she had appeared behind him, and then said that he needed an explanation and asked if they were ready to pay for their deception. Dana, with a tired look, said that she had not deceived him. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Pushing his feet into the snow, he exclaimed that she had slipped him a cheap thing, and now she dared to say that she had not deceived him. Turning around, the protagonist swung his fist, exclaiming that she knew perfectly well how much effort he was spending to track down this creature. His fist stopped near his face. He grinned in irritation. Looking at him, the girl replied that she said she would take him to Nullblade, and she still did. The ground shook beneath their feet, while Gang Shik asked not to bullshit him. He turned around abruptly. Looking at the stream of snow flying up over the houses, he shouted loudly, asking what was this, and where did the avalanche come from. The white-haired girl took his hand. She hugged it, pressed it to her shoulder, and apologized. The guy with a puzzled look asked what was going on. The two of them began to disappear. Then they found themselves in the mountains. The brunette frowned and asked what all this meant. The two of them found themselves on a mountain near a cliff. He looked at the girl when she said that the situation was urgent, so she used the ability without warning him. At that moment, the protagonist assumed that it was a teleport. Then he saw a large avalanche. Gang Shik pursed his lips and noted the snow dummy that looked like Nullblade in the avalanche out of nowhere. Looking at the white-haired girl, he asked what the hell was going on in this Russia. Narrowing his eyes, Dana said that the worst monster that rules the east of Russia is the key to finding Nullblade. The guy drew his eyebrows together. Looking at the avalanche, the girl said that it was snowmen, and it was their common enemy. The brunette turned around and asked again. The girl pursed her lips as he stood there asking why she was telling him nonsense. Frowning with anger, he exclaimed that she couldn't even imagine what Nullblade meant to him. Looking up at him, the white-haired girl said that she could. The protagonist perked up. She extended her hand and said that she was just like him. Yang Shik exclaimed with shock and guilt in his eyes that this could not be, and then asked if she too. System notifications began to appear above his heads with words from the gods that this could very well be, and that now was a very tense moment. Dana, standing in front of him, said that she was also a player chosen by the gods. Opening her eyes, she said that she would touch in the name of the gods, that she was not going to lie and deceive him. The brunette's gaze softened. He took him aside and said that in that case, at least, he would listen to her. Remembering the monster's body, he asked what kind of linden blade was there before. Standing on the edge of the cliff, she also asked what she meant by a common enemy. The white-haired girl began to talk about what happened 10 years ago. Remembering the monsters, she said that all of Russia was in a state of war between monsters, everyone was in despair, and it seemed that there would be no end to it. Introducing the man in the blue cape, the white-haired said that it was then that Snowman appeared with his army. People were running down the street, screaming about an avalanche. The man raised an eyebrow when he saw the blood. The monster pierced him with its hand. Looking into their red eyes, the villagers screamed that they were crawling out from under the snow. The man and woman protected their child, telling her to come next to them. Suddenly, the father of the family was stabbed in the stomach. The mother and daughter rushed towards him. The woman froze as blood gushed out of her. The monster pierced her right in the heart. Little Dana sat by the bodies of her parents, asking for God if he really existed. When she was surrounded by monsters, she asked for help. Suddenly, turquoise energy appeared around Nee. Finding herself at the edge of the cliff, she asked how she got here. The white-haired looked up in surprise, seeing a blue sign with the words that she had one viewer and God welcomed her. She opened her mouth when the god asked if she would amuse him. In her hands was a green core. At that moment, monsters began to approach her. The girl looked at them, and the god offered her to try to survive. Horror appeared on Dana's face. A sharp limb of the monster approached her. The monster struck. Suddenly, the girl was right above it in the sky. The creature looked up at her, puzzled. With its hand, it sharply struck upward. The white-haired girl, looking at the sharp limb, screamed. Then she moved in space again. With her mouth wide open in surprise, she wondered if this was really teleportation, and this is the power of the core. The girl flew down, thinking that she needed to return to her mom and dad because maybe they were still alive. Looking at the snowy city, she mentally noted that she no longer had time. Suddenly, she found herself in a large ice floe in the hands of snowmen. Dana froze, trying to understand what it was and thinking that she couldn't move. Looking at her hand, she mentally noted that it felt like it was frozen. The blonde touched the ice with a black nail, saying that it seemed like she had a special ability, and then said that she was giving her the opportunity to choose. Imagining her dead family, she said that she could bury her and the rest. The girl, starting to cry, called her mom and dad. Snowman spread her arms and added that she could either become like her and just continue her life. The white-haired girl bared her teeth in anger, asking how dare she ask her about such a post of how she killed her parents. A notification came with words from God that everything depended only on her. Dana perked up. Her eyes widened when she read that God wanted her to concentrate. Looking at the blonde, the girl wondered if she was the only one who saw this. Snowman smiled and said that since she was entertaining her, she would take pity, noting that if she became like her and obeyed. Looking at the child in the ice, she said that she would preserve the souls of those two people and protect this country, and she only had to choose. The white-haired girl noted with a puzzled look that something was wrong here. Looking at the blonde, she thought that the reward was too good, and she needed to concentrate and understand what was wrong with this. The girl frowned, realizing what was going on. In Snowman's chest, she saw a blade and mentally noted that there was another source of power in it. Opening her mouth in surprise, she wondered if it was a blade. The tip of the blade was sticking out of the girl's chest. Dana, looking at it, thought that she felt the power flowing out of the hole made by the blade. She furrowed her brows angrily, realizing that there could be no doubt. Opposite the girl, the white-haired girl mentally answered that this monster needed her help. She bowed her head and said that she would become like her, and at the same time thought that now she needed to do everything in her power. Grinning, the girl thought that however, when the time comes, she will kill her. Adult Dana stood on the edge of the cliff, saying that she had the same hatred as him. Looking at the main character, she noted that this is exactly why she will not deceive him. The guy closed his eyes. Turning around, he asked what Snowman's goals were and why she lured her here. The girl began to talk about the blade in the non-body. Introducing it, she said that it belonged to Null Blade. At that moment, the brunette's eyes widened. The white-haired girl looked askance, saying that Russia was teeming with high-ranking monsters. Imagining the battle, she said that Snowman and Null Blade fought right here. Thinking of the girl with the wound, the white-haired girl said that Snowman had to defend himself, and she used up almost all of her power and was able to lock Null Blade in space-time. He was sealed in ice. When the blade appeared from the blonde's chest, Dana said that, however, Null Blade had finished his deal with her. Imagining them together, she commanded that if Snowman helped satisfy Null Blade's thirst for blood, then her life, leaking out because of the blade trapped in her chest, would be extended. The blonde froze sadly. Remembering how she kept her in the ice flow, the girl said that she agreed and used her to attract high-ranking monsters to her territory, and she fed them to Null Blade. The protagonist, looking at her, asked if it means that sooner or later Snowman will die anyway. Introducing various monsters, Dana said that it was, but Snowman uses the time gained as an opportunity. Remembering Null Blade in the ice, she said that the blonde turns monsters into villages like her, and at a certain moment, when she is completely ready, she will tear apart the sorrow and try to kill Null Blade. Gang Shik frowned, asking if it means that she was her tool all this time. The white-haired girl, looking at him with displeasure, answered that if she did only this, then the other hunters would have finished her off long ago. The guy suspiciously asked what she was talking about. The girl opposite answered that they got something from these fights with monsters. Recalling Kaiser, she said that she provides him with these corpses, and his army uses these bodies, and thus their strength with Snowman became equal. Looking up, Dana answered that now they can say that they have the ability to protect their country with their own forces. The brunette, drawing his eyebrows together, said that she sounded quite confident. Looking at her with a puzzled look, he asked how she thought they would deal with Null Blade. The white-haired girl frowned and answered that this was exactly why they contacted him. Recalling his last battles, she said that they had been watching him for a long time, and when he dealt with the situation in Japan, everyone became completely confident. The protagonist grinned and sleepily asked if she wanted to say that the fake was a test. He answered that in Russia, the exams for hunters are quite severe. The girl opened her mouth and replied that she wasn't asking him to resolve this situation out of the kindness of her heart. Imagining Null Blade in the ice, she said that as long as he was sealed in Snowman's space, no one could reach him, and after they destroyed Snowman and that monster broke free, she could use her power and make Mr. Gang Shik's wish. Standing in front of the guy, the white-haired girl said that his wish would seem to come true. The girl asked if such a deal would be fair. The brunette frowned. Confidently looking forward, he thought about the fact that a duel was exactly what he was looking for. Studying Dana in front of him, he thought that with her ability, such a thing was within his power. Pursing his lips, Gang Shik mentally replied that he definitely couldn't refuse such a thing. The white-haired girl smiled when he agreed and began to say that from that very moment. At that very second, huge ice floes sank into the ground, surrounding them. The girl asked with a puzzled look what was going on, and the guy became even more gloomy. When he saw 3 monsters approaching, he was still half asleep and wondered where they came from. Light appeared in the Minotaur's mouth. He shot a powerful beam. Looking up, the brunette called Croacle. At that moment, the bird released energy. The monster suddenly froze. A second later, the protagonist chopped its body. Frowning, he indignantly asked why these monsters also had snow inside, and were these really Snowman's abilities. Looking at Dana, he mentally noted that so far she had not reacted to him in any way, no matter what he did. Swinging at the monster, Gang Shik wondered if she was really that scared of his power. He smiled widely when notifications began to appear that 2 gods had entered the chat, and the number of viewers increased to 26. He cried out that the newcomers would not regret joining. The guy swung the shovel. He knitted his brows and activated chakra. The energy swirled as he used the drill. The monsters were engulfed in an aura. The brunette clenched his teeth as he watched. The monsters began to rise again. The protagonist's eyes widened and he asked if these snow monsters were regenerating because there was snow all around. Jumping high, he said that if they weren't chopped into pieces, then, rushing down, Gang Shik asked if an earthquake would do. He hit the ground with a powerful shovel. The monsters screamed loudly. A second later, shock appeared in the guy's eyes. Lava began to blaze from a crack in the ground. The brunette looked around. Meanwhile, the monsters were engulfed in fiery liquid. They drowned in it. Later, an announcement about a new donation appeared. The monster's head was drowning in lava. The hero and the girl stood at the edge. Gang Shik noted that they seemed to have gotten rid of the snowman's minions. Dana looked at the hero, saying that to think that he had such an ability, it would greatly help their cause. But the hero interrupted her. She looked annoyed, but she only looked at him, saying that it was not like he trusted her completely. Then he smiled and asked if she could tell him her plan. Snow was falling on the mountain peaks. They reached a high gate. Entering inside, the hero looked around. Walking further, he was surrounded by a technological complex, and he said that he could not imagine that they would have an underground complex of such a scale under the mountain. Impressive. Dana walked slightly behind, saying that this was a very important Russian facility. It was classified and acted as a fortress for their hunters. Flasks with liquid stood above them. Mr. Kaiser conducts his research here, the blonde said. Taking a closer look, the hero saw monsters in them and realized why there were so many of them. Looking to the side, the hero asked who it was. The girl replied that the core of this facility was the Lenin Strike Force. Men in uniform stood nearby. Without them, they would not have been able to build such a place. They had black masks on their faces. Gang Shik frowned, thinking that they did not like him. A little later, they went down in the elevator, and the girl said that Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Vesti were waiting for them at the bottom. Looking ahead, the hero asked again about Vesti, and the girl explained that he was the leader of the second-ranking strike force in the world. The media portrays him as a cold-blooded man who pursues profit. The blonde smiled, crossing his arms over his chest. But he sacrificed a lot for Russia. The elevator doors opened, and Dana said that they were in place. The blonde spread his arms wide and asked the hero if he was the right man. Gang Shik looked at him in surprise. Then he noticed a red-haired man nearby, realizing that it was Kaiser. The blonde shook his hand, introducing himself as Vesti, and said that he was flattered to meet the famous cameraman. Gang Shik smiled and said that he was glad to meet him. Looking at the hero, the blonde thanked him for joining, and said that since they had such a strong ally as him, they could breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't even know how to repay him. But the hero told him not to worry. He frowned and said that he had already been promised a substantial reward. Dana looked away. Everyone was standing next to each other, and she said that it was in exchange for help. Gang Shik smiled when the girl said that she promised to arrange a duel with the Null Blade for him. Also, after defeating the Null Blade, he could keep the core. Vesti smiled contentedly, because this was the least the hero deserved. The hero looked at this silently. Sitting in a chair, Kaiser clarified, "Is this the time to relax and talk about rewards?" It seems they do not understand how serious the situation is. Hearing this, the blonde looked at his comrade. Turning to him, he spread his hands, telling Kaiser that the more serious the situation, the more he should try to calm down. Well, as a scientist, such things may not be clear to him. After all, he is not on the battlefield. He sits safely, playing with the loot earned by the blood of his comrades. Kaiser seemed displeased to hear this, but Vesti smiled haughtily, adding that it was logical that he was afraid. The red-haired man just looked at him silently. Then the blonde man clenched his fist, saying that however, unlike him, Lenin's shock troop was not afraid of death. Taking off his glasses, Kaiser replied that it did not matter whether they lived or died, the bastards. What mattered was that if they lost, millions of people across the country would disappear without a trace. The blonde man silently looked at his interlocutor when he continued, saying that of course, if this monster liked him, she could put him on display and not kill him. Frowning, he said that it would be a great spectacle. Dana stepped between them, saying that was enough. Frowning, she also said that they should work together and not squabble. Gang Shik stood silently by the wall. Looking at them carefully, he thought that it seemed like things were not going smoothly. Later, everyone gathered around the table. The girl said that this was the land of the snowmen. And not only that, it was teeming with her minions. On the table was a detailed projection of the mountains. High-ranking monsters that were trying to escape were also plentiful here. The hero leaned towards the projection when Dana said that since the number of unpredictable variables increased in chaos, it was important to finish this as quickly and as quietly as possible, and clarified if she meant that this was a mission like a sudden ambush by a small number of elite soldiers. Looking at Gang Shik, the girl replied that it was. They would stealthily attack the enemy with their best fighters. First, Mr. Kaiser. His mark appeared on the projection. The man stood in the middle of the mountains. He looked ahead carefully, when suddenly, a large monster appeared behind him. Standing in the snow, it let out a loud roar. Other monsters appeared in front of him. Dana said that they would use the army of chimeras that they had prepared for the first attack. The large monster looked at them carefully, after which the chimeras rushed to attack. The chimera army was used during a decade of research and is now used as the strongest army in the world. They will suppress the monster's guards and serve as a distraction. Looking away, the girl continued, saying that while Mr. Kaiser was buying them time, the three of them, along with the elite of Lenin's strike force, would infiltrate. Vesti stood in front, covering Gang Shik with his body. They would advance quickly and skillfully. The fighters and the hero moved quickly through the snow. Are these the best of the best? The blonde turned to the others. With a smile on his face, he asked if they were ready. Everyone gathered near the castle, and he said that this place would be their battlefield. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. Snowman's magical barrier. The castle was surrounded by a field. Turning to Dana, he said that it was her turn now. She spread her arms, a glow surrounded her. Frowning, she said that she would begin, after which she opened her eyes wide. Putting out her hands, magic circles appeared. She called it insight. Gang Shik, who was watching this, asked again, and Vesti said that this was another of Dana's abilities, allowing her to see the true essence of things. At this moment, the girl was standing near the barrier. Vesti said whether the object was animate or not, this strategic ability helps to see weaknesses. There were several magic circles near her hand. Gang Shik thought that most likely she received such an ability as a bonus for execution, after which he turned around at the noise behind him and asked, "Ms. Dana, how much longer to mess with the barrier. Frowning, she replied that another 10 minutes. The men turned around, and the hero said that it depended on how long the army of Kaiser Chimeras held out. To which Vesti noted that the situation was dire, there were more enemies than they thought. At this moment, the Chimeras attacked the monster, and the hero said that it would be better to help them a little. Taking the shovel in his hands, he heard from his comrade that if he abandoned his position, things could get bad. He was the main fist of their team, but the hero told him not to worry. Smiling, he said that he would simply buy time for the commander and would not ruin any plans. The girl also smiled when she heard this. Putting the shovel in front of him, he decided it was time to begin. Holding his weapon tightly, he used a new ability. Then he clenched his teeth and stuck the shovel into the ground. The soldiers behind him were surprised by this. At that moment, fire rose from the ground, which was able to hit a large monster. Fire snow on remote control. The men in uniform were shocked that he wanted to fry even the Kaiser Chimeras. But the blonde man with a smile on his face told them to look more closely. The fire was selective in choosing targets. Lava only hit the snowman monsters. Pleased with the result, Gang Shik looked at everything, saying that, as he thought, the ether greatly depletes the enemy's stamina. Meanwhile, the girl continued to use her ability. Turning to the others, she said that it was ready. The barrier in front of them began to disappear. Frowning, Dana said that it would not be open for long. Everyone rushed inside. One of the soldiers stood behind the hero, asking where they were, as if in another world. The heroes moved along the ice floes by jumping. Looking around, Gang Shik noticed that everything was frozen. Vesti also looked around, saying that they were warned about this, but he did not think that it would be so bad. A fighter turned to him, saying that communication with the outside world was lost. Then he turned to the others and said not to be afraid. Lenin's shock squad foresaw that this was possible. Then he looked at the girl and asked again if this was true, to which she agreed. The buildings were floating in the air. This is the subspace of the snowman. An incredible number of people and monsters are locked here. The monsters were locked in ice floes. As they planned, the members of the strike force must steal the cores. People were also locked in them. This creature is storing them for the fight with the null blade. Also, it is necessary to save the sealed people. Standing next to Gang Shik, the girl said that they will destroy both the snowman and the null blade. After which she leaned towards her partner, saying that if they fail, they will start bombarding this area to attract as many monsters as possible. Fire began to appear around the barrier. While they are distracted, they need to save the civilians. A blonde man approached her when she wanted to apologize for dragging them here, but he asked her not to say stupid things. With a smile, Vesti said that if it were not for her, they would live under the tyranny of this scum for the rest of their days. Everyone had survived thanks to her sacrifices 10 years ago. Now it was their turn to repay her. Dana looked confused. Then the man turned to his fighters, ordering them to begin the operation. The girl and the protagonist looked at them silently. Gang Shik turned to his partner, asking if they would move out, since it would take time to find them in such a vast territory. But at first, she remained silent. Then she looked at the bright light in the distance and asked if he was scared. Compared to the monsters that had fought them before, these two were on a completely different level. If he lost, he would never avenge his family. Debris flew through the void. Smiling, he said that he would be lying if he said he was not scared. Then he lowered his eyes and added that, more importantly, he was even more scared that his hatred for this creature would fade. And smiling broadly, he jokingly asked, he had suffered enough as it was, hadn't he? Dana nodded and agreed. She spread her arms again and used her insight. Gang Shik looked ahead in surprise. Something new began to appear in front of them. The companion smiled, thanking the hero for not being afraid anymore. A glimmer appeared in the middle of nowhere. They didn't need to look for the snowman, and in a moment, they saw a big girl with white hair in front of them. Dana said that she was here from the very beginning. They were hovering near a large, levitating figure in a hood. A snowman. Gritting her teeth, the enemy called Dana a stupid servant and was surprised that she dared to deceive her. Gang Shik covered his companion with his body. Frowning, he looked at the enemy intently. She opened her mouth wide, screaming about how stupid Dana was. Then giant ice floes appeared around the heroes. Flying past them, he chuckled, but the girl said that they should not be underestimated. This is not a normal attack. Turning around, he wanted to ask what she was talking about, but saw how the ice was shimmering. Flying past them, the girl said that the snowman's ice blades can freeze time itself, you can't touch them. Continuing to move forward, the hero asked what to do then. They cannot dodge indefinitely, to which Dana replied that the ability is powerful, but it has its limits. To use it, the monster uses its life force. The snowman looked pained at this point. She had to be forced to use it as much as possible, but she smiled again, saying that she had known about Dana's plans from the very beginning, and left her alone because it was amusing to watch her flutter, but she had gone too far. after which many ice spikes rushed towards the heroes. Looking ahead, Gang Shik said that it might be difficult to dodge this, but the girl objected, after which she grabbed him and, pressing him to herself, shouted that this should be enough. This angered the enemy, and she called them small parasites, and again used ice flows, but the heroes successfully dodged. A glow emanated from her bony hand. She said that of course they were good at running away and dodging. Gang Shik looked at his companion, asking, is there no other way? If she continues like this, she will run out of stamina. Dana looked tired, but said that there was not much left. A beam of light reflected in her eyes. She said that she saw. A bright light appeared from the body and their enemy. It was as if a yellow blade pierced her. The heroes watched what was happening, and the girl said that now this creature was fighting not only with them. At this moment, the monster was fighting the chimeras. Vesti led his squad. The girl also said that the enemy needs to watch the Kaiser army and Lenin's strike force. The snowman was in great pain. Dana said that an opportunity would definitely open up. She held on to the hero, who noted that it meant they had to wait before attacking. Dana said that she would give a signal when the right moment came, but ice flows rushed at them again. At that moment, the large monster let out a scream and struck the barrier. Gritting her teeth, the enemy cursed. Dana's eyes lit up. A glow appeared around her, and she commanded that it was time. Gang Shik rushed towards the enemy. Snowman was scared and felt the blow. The swing of the shovel left a bright trace. Returning to his partner, he asked if it worked. She replied that they attacked when she was distracted. Then Snowman raised her bony hand again. Ice flows rushed towards them. The enemy clenched her teeth, but Gang Shik was already behind her and delivered a flying blow. Snowman screamed in pain. She spread her arms wide, indignant at how the pathetic man dared. Gang Shik and Dana noticed magic rings around them. Frowning, the hero asked, is the space starting to freeze in all directions? The girl looked tired, saying that she was trying to gather all her remaining power. A snow hurricane began to appear around. She was trying to freeze everything. Our heroes stood next to each other. The girl said that if this happens, then even her ability will not help. Then the hero asked, so they just have to retreat. But Dana looked confident, saying that there was no need. Turning to her, the guy asked again. Suddenly, 2 pairs of red eyes appeared in the darkness. Gang Shik was very surprised. Then an evil smile appeared on his face when the girl asked if he noticed it, and he said yes. The red eyes hung over the snowman. She was very surprised. The huge blade pierced her even more. Hanging on it, she said that her seal was broken. Grabbing this blade, she tried to return it back, but she clenched her teeth in pain again. Then the blade literally tore her apart. There was an open book on the table. Note 105. A space-time monster that can freeze the present. Takes the form of a beautiful girl whose flesh and blood are made of pure snow. Collects remarkable people for himself as a hobby. Lives in an ice castle surrounded by servants. In Russia, they also call her the snow goddess. The battle continued. The blonde man started coughing. After that, he fired a projectile towards the enemy. The main character got angry and the book, well, that's what only Miss could see. It was the blades of the Zero Blade. The girl then came closer and said that it seemed, and used all her power, victory was theirs. But the witch was not going to give up and screamed furiously. Then she extended her hand and said that she could not just die. Immediately after, a bright light appeared. The woman ground Null's teeth and said that she needed just a little more time to prepare everything. How dare these people interfere with her? And the blonde came closer and said that she needed to explain something now. She extended her hand and used her power. Thanks to this, she began to affect the enemy's body. Then she looked up and said that she should have killed her when she could. The witch screamed, asking her to stop. But it was too late. Everything around began to turn into a bright red crystal, which was higher and higher. The girl lifted it up with the power of telepathy, extracted the core. Meanwhile, the battle continued nearby. The guys looked ahead, shouted, the space was shaking, did not understand what the hell was happening. Suddenly, a bright light appeared next to them. The man raised his head and said that this is. His comrade did the same, noting that it was a barrier. Then he looked at the monster and said that the guys probably succeeded. In the cave, one of them really was holding a crystal in his hands. The brunette looked at it and said that he saw the snowman's core so close for the first time. And the girl began to cry and remembered her father and mother. Then she put it to her head and told them to rest in peace. The young man then frowned and thought that he would also become free when he killed this bastard. Now he was worried only about this thought. At that moment, the oracle began to scream. The brunette turned around and thought that if the snowman was dead, then where was the bastard who was sealed? And at that very moment, an explosion occurred right next to them. The monster was still alive nearby, and this monster was heading towards the kingdom. It was to this kingdom that the shell immediately flew and the explosion occurred. The guys flew forward, trying to get ahead of it. The oracle then screamed louder and louder, and the young man looked at him and did not stop getting angry. He raised his hand and was able to repel another attack. Then he frowned and said that now they remembered. He had to pull out a shovel and say that if he did not have chakra, he would definitely be left without a hand. He did not understand what the enemy wanted to do. Did he really want to scare him? Finally, that very blade appeared in front of him. The monster was furious, and his eyes glowed bright red. The girl also saw this and was surprised, thought that the blade's power was 0. Then she looked up and thought that she had literally destroyed the snowman's castle in a second. While studying this monster, she thought that she was wrong. It was much stronger than the 5-star ones. After that, she looked at the guy and said that they needed to step back and come up with a new plan. Well, the young man turned around and replied that they needed to calm down. How could the commander make such a face? But the blonde was no longer listening to him. She was very scared. The guy looked at the enemy again and said that he knew that this scum was beyond any ranks and boundaries. Then he smiled and added that there was one but. During the reflection of another so, the guy explained that he was not made with a finger either. Dana watched all this and was shocked, and the brunette then extended his hand and said to act according to the plan, to make sure that only these two were nearby. He looked up and said that when it jumped on him, they needed to be teleported from here. The monster at that moment looked at him in response. The blonde jumped to the side and asked him to wait a little. But the brunette turned around and said that he would show her what the core of the 0CL blade looks like. She needed to wait for it here. Finally, their battle began. The guy landed below, stood in a stance and waited for the attack. Then he exhaled and gathered his energy. He hit the ground with his fist to make the power even stronger, and then, in a huge whirlwind, he headed towards the enemy. Literally a moment later, the young men were already next to him, but he missed. Blade looked him in the eyes and did not have time to do anything. The young man was very determined and finally shouted to Dana that they had to act now. He still stuck the shovel into the monster's belly, and together with him, he immediately began to teleport. Blade did not understand what was happening at that moment, and the main character suddenly appeared above his head and said that finally only these two remained. He raised his head and looked at him, but did not have time to do anything. The guy literally managed to throw him down with one blow. The blonde then stood on top of the mountain and said that this is all she can help with. Then she frowned and said that the fight remains on him. From the blow of the main character, the monster landed on the ground with a loud roar, and the young man himself landed nearby. Then he looked around. Right above his head there was a Raku, there was no one else. He smiled and said that just think, got such a chance. And then he began to laugh loudly. At that moment, the monster had already risen and approached him. The blade raised its huge hands and directed a blow towards the enemy, and the brunette meanwhile stood in a stance and waited. Then he smiled and said that now everything is different, now he can definitely handle it. And thanks to the shovel, he was able to reflect another blow. The monster's eyes were still burning, he was not going to give up. Well, actually, Gang Shik thought the same thing. The young man accumulated more energy and hit the monster with all his might. He was able to block the blow, but he could not stand still, and the guy continued to scream loudly, and immediately after he struck another blow, thrusting the enemy right into the wall. He grinned and thought that it worked, his blows worked. Now the enemy was already lying on the ground, his strength was enough to kill her. Suddenly, another blade flew towards him. Only again passed, the guy was able to dodge. Then he smiled and shouted that it would be better to try again. And then he himself ran into him, striking another blow. The monster could no longer hold back his energy, there were too many wounds. At least that's what the brunette thought for some time. Then he noticed something. He looked at her and thought that he had definitely struck her, but for some reason it seemed that this scum was not wounded, as if she was hitting a bag of sand. Then he struck another blow and did not understand what happened. Right from behind at that moment an electric projectile was approaching him. Gang Shik turned around and thought that the blade had taken up its own again. And of course he was able to dodge, then reminded that he had already said it was better to try something else. But then he noticed something above his head. It turns out that this projectile pierced her body, but how? The brunette raised his head and asked how his own blade could attack her. He looked straight into the eyes of the enemy and said that he did not take into account the fact that the blade was being taken away and was growing. Indeed, it was getting bigger early in her chest. Suddenly it dawned on him. The blade flew up, and the guy realized that she now considered the blade an enemy. Bright flashes of light and new projectiles appeared from behind her chest, and the guy looked at this and called him a bastard. Immediately after, the monster lowered his head and looked at him. She did not wait and began to attack again. The guys had to get ready. Several projectiles flew at him from several sides at once. An explosion occurred. Nevertheless, this time Gang Shik was able to dodge and jump out of there. Literally in a split second he moved to the side, thereby saving himself. Then he raised his head and became even more angry, and his shovel began to shine even brighter. The young man gathered his last strength and threw the shovel like a spear. With incredible speed, it flew towards the enemy. Only then something happened that surprised him. The blade was able to reflect the blow. Then the monster looked at it and created a whirlwind of weapons. A dozen weapons appeared above her head. Gang Shik looked at all this and did not understand what was happening. The oracle was generally torn apart at that moment. Suddenly, all these blades flew towards the brunette. Would this really kill him? The blade carefully watched everything that was happening, and a moment later, she aimed a blow at him. The guy did not have time to do anything as a strong explosion occurred. Everything around began to collapse and fly apart in different directions. Only Gang Shik survived again. True, there was one but which the young man did not notice right away. His hand was all cut up. He thought that now he had barely escaped. He was saved by the ether shield, and if it weren't for this shield, his body would have been torn to pieces. Then the young man frowned and thought that this attack was definitely a Regeneration. If you go back a couple of minutes, imagine this weapon. You can understand that by rotating the metal blades at high speed, it created energy under high pressure and used it to rotate the blades at high speeds. This scum, his opponent, she has more combat experience than he thought before. In fact, she is smart enough to use this experience just like people. The protagonist realized this and said that he was too self-confident, and her blades were still above his head. A moment later, the next projectile flew. Explosion after explosion, the monster tried to destroy him like a bullskin, but the guy surprisingly turned over. Then he ducked and thought since the attacks are so simple, they can be dodged, but he did not even have time to finish his thought as he flew back due to the impact. The shockwave was so strong that the young man could not stop. He flew and screamed that things were bad, and then he landed on the ground, scattering everything around. When he got up, the guy realized that the supersonic waves could harm him. And plus his arm was injured. If the fight dragged on, his body simply wouldn't withstand it. So the young man frowned and thought that it meant something bad. The opponent continued to attack him, and because of this, she didn't notice how the guy came very close to her. He swung and thought that he needed to get closer. If the attack was strong, the monster wouldn't be able to attack back so close to its body. Actually, that's what the main character did, got as close as possible and looked at it. And then he dealt a strong blow that literally tore the opponent's peritoneum. Gang Shik saw this and smiled. It works as he thought, even for him it's strong. But then something strange happened. All the blades for some reason headed towards the monster's injury. The brunette noticed this and didn't understand what was happening. The monster began to regenerate right before his eyes, and thanks to his own weapon, he was able to close the gaps inside. While the guy was falling down, he wondered if she had used the blades to repair her body, and the monster was still looking him straight in the eyes. Then she pulled out her blade and tried to pierce the guy. He flew faster, almost landing. However, the young man was already wounded, and his enemy took out her blades again. Moreover, these blades flew in different directions in order to pierce him at the same time. Then the guy thought he had to decide something urgently. He looked at her and thought that this scum had already shown more than once that she could learn and adapt. So he had to get up and run away. At that moment, the shells began to stick into the ground around and destroy everything. Thus, a funnel formed around the main character. He raised his head and thought that there was no such monster that could not be destroyed. But then he noticed a dozen more blades approaching him. The young man waved his shovel and decided that he had to dodge. And then one of the projectiles flew past his head. While he thought that the color of the body was 0, the blade displayed the material from which it was made, taking into account the color and consistency. He immediately imagined the color in his head as well as the monster itself and thought that this creature was made of copper. Then he grabbed the weapon and thought that this meant that it would be best. Again, he was not allowed to finish his thoughts because he was attacked. This time there were not even a dozen blades, but even more. Then the guy stuck the shovel into the ground. He gathered all his strength and began to activate his abilities, decided to use lava. Thanks to this, the monster's weapon began to melt. His opponent did not understand what was happening. It seems that this is work. And from under the ground, a whole fountain of lava began to beat. Fire was everywhere. The projectiles melted one after another. Dana at that moment was still watching him from the cliff and asking what kind of earthquake was this. She raised her head and said that it seemed to be Mr. Gang Shik. The brunette meanwhile gathered all his last strength and went on the attack. Even his eyes acquired a different shade. Because of the explosion, the monster had to jump back. She looked at all this happening, and her eyes at that moment slowly began to melt. Before that, no one had been able to defeat this scum, thought the main character. And now he looked at her and decided that for the first time since she was born, today her fate would be decided. The body of the Zero Blade was gradually disintegrating, and the young man looked at this and thought that this bastard who attacked with an endless stream of blades would die today. And at the same time she looked at the lava and felt fear when she saw her opponent. Then another pillar of fire appeared. Then the monster landed on the ground and stopped attacking. And the young man landed nearby and said that he understood everything correctly. Since her body was made of copper, it meant she was afraid of heat. Then he looked at his wounded hand and thought that as he suspected, the long fight was leaving its mark on him. All because of the ether effect, he needed to finish it quickly. That is why it was decided to strike even harder and with more force. Suddenly the monster raised its head and did not understand where the projectile was flying at her from. There were an incredible number of them. They attacked her from different sides. Suddenly the monster lost one arm, then the other leg, The guy continued to attack her, using two energies at once. Although his opponent could not speak, the young man still looked into her eyes and said that it was probably the first time he tore off all four of her limbs. And then he stuck her in the ground and added that this was the pain that people who died at her hands felt and their suffering. He managed to dip her in a lake of lava and add that he would make her feel it all. For a moment it seemed that everything was over, the monster drowned. But then she pulled it out and began to scream frantically. Then she flew up and tried to run, but the main character was standing behind. The monster looked at him, and the young man smiled back and asked where he was running because they were not finished yet. Then he flew towards her and said that he would kill her here now. But suddenly something distracted him. His hand was getting more and more injured. It seemed that this was his limit. At that moment, another blade appeared right above his head. It seemed that the monster was not going to give up and continued to attack him. Gang Shik saw this and thought that she needed to act faster because she still had shells left. Indeed, Zero Blade continued to attack him. Then the young man flew forward and thought that he could not let her escape. He tensed up and decided that she would come back even stronger than now. He landed on the ground and thought only about the fact that he still couldn't give up. There was little left. But despair was visible in his eyes, and he had no strength left at all. Then the guy just sat down and decided that a little more and he could win. Suddenly, the monster noticed this, but in her eyes, Gang Shik simply gave up. Zero Blade saw him and with him a pile of ashes, into which all his energy turned. Then she looked to the side and decided that, however, there was still a small ray of hope, whether she should run away or end this once and for all. After thinking for a while, the monster turned around and chose the second option. She flew closer, and from the experience of the battle it became clear that Gang Shik would be too dangerous up close. Therefore, she decided to act from afar. It was necessary to use an attack from a long distance, and then it would be possible to definitely end his life. But something happened. The monster lowered its head and realized that a shovel was stuck in it. The brunette still found the last of his strength and attacked. Then he raised his head and asked if this was the pile of metal that was waiting for him. Then he raised his head and began to shout that it was time to retreat. Because of this order, the shovel began to shorten. Thus, it pulled the Zero Blade along with it. And Gang Shik, in turn, was also running towards her. Their glances crossed. The brunette was very determined. And then he pierced her even more strongly. Only then he noticed that the monster did the same. The Zero Blade looked into his eyes and frowned. A moment later, he received a shovel in the face. Gang Shik still managed to hit her one last time and cut her in half, though he lost his own arm in the process. Finally, her core appeared above him. The young man grabbed it with his teeth and jumped to the side, and the monster was torn apart and bleeding. Almost immediately, her body began to dissolve in space. The protagonist landed nearby and took out the core. Now all that was left was to destroy it. Then Gang Shik confidently looked into the distance, immediately after receiving a notification that he had finally defeated the Zero of the Blade. The fight with him in the book about monsters was given 5 stars, though the information never appeared. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.